Yes, with the court report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
May I approach you?
You may.
I want to place before you a document that purports to be a statement of Brian Gerard
Objection,
Kalin.
Your Honor, objection. The witness can be asked. There's been no foundation.
Just laying for the record what the document is, Your Honor.
Overruled. The
you,
document
Your Honor.
has to be identified for the purpose of the record.
Now, I want you to look at this statement, and I want you to read the date it was taken and the time, and I want you to read, and I want you specifically to pay attention to the second paragraph of that statement. I want you to see, you read on this question.
Okay.
You read that to yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and by the way, who took a statement from Cato Kalin that night when you were out there about 6 o'clock in the morning? Which officer?
I have no idea.
Did you see the man who worked for you, Detective Furman, talking to Cato Kalin?
At one time, yes.
And do you recognize the printing on this document? Look at that document.
I've never seen this writing before.
All right, that's not Furman's writing?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever seen that report before?
No, sir.
Does that report refresh your recollection about what Brian Cato Kalin said about the last time he saw O.J. Simpson?
Objection, Your Honor.
May I finish the question, Your Honor? May I ask you to refresh your recollection about the last time he saw Cato Kalin on June 12, 1994?
Would it refresh Cato Kalin's recollection as to the last time he saw Cato
No,
Kalin?
Your Honor. I'm asking him if his review of this report refreshes his recollection about what Cato Kalin said.
All right. That's a good question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Well, it's a good question, so you can answer that. You can.
It does not refresh my memory at all of what Cato Kalin said that night to me.
You talked to him?
No. I talked to him very, very briefly when he first answered the door.
Okay. And did you ever ask him if he knew whether or not O.J. Simpson was at home?
Yes, I asked him if he knew where Mr. Simpson was at, or if he was at home. I'm not sure exactly what I asked
Okay.
him.
Did Cato Kalin tell you that he was present when...
Objection, Your Honor.
I can ask him this question, Your Honor. I can ask this question. I can
I
ask
haven't
him.
heard the question yet. Let's hear the question.
Okay. Did Cato Kalin tell you that he had seen O.J. Simpson get in?
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to be all hearsay. This counsel testifying.
I'm not testifying, I'm asking a question.
Let's hear the question. Counsel, I haven't heard the question yet. Mr. Cochran,
Thank you, Your Honor.
ask the question.
Thank you. Did Cato Kalin tell you that he had seen O.J. Simpson get into a limousine to go to the airport on June 12, 1994, at between 11 and 11:15 p.m.? Did he tell you that?
No, sir.
Never said that to you?
I never interviewed the man.
Well, no. When you asked him if he knew where O.J. Simpson was, he didn't tell you he'd seen him get into a limousine?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you he was leaving town?
No, sir.
How long did you talk to him?
Very briefly, just for a couple of seconds.
All right, so we're clear. When you asked him where O.J. Simpson was, I want you to think carefully. Tell us, what did he say to you?
As I told you, I don't recall exactly what he said. I asked him if he knew where he was. I believe yesterday I said, I don't think, or he didn't know. I'm not sure that was a true statement. I do not recall.
You want to change it?
Well, I don't want to change it to anything because I don't recall exactly what the man did say. He did not tell me these things. He pointed me over to Arnell's room, and that's where I walked over. I talked to Mr. Cato Kalin for 5 seconds.
All right, well, I'm a little confused now. You thought about what you said yesterday, right?
Yes?
And do you want to change that?
No, I'm just telling you I don't remember exactly what the words were that he said about he's not home or where he was at. That's all I'm telling you, is I do not recall exactly the words he used.
All right. And the report doesn't refresh your recollection at all?
I didn't ask him those questions, and he didn't give me those answers.
Okay. You do recall him directing you to Arnell?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And when you went down to Arnell Simpson's room, you roused her from her sleep, is that correct?
Yes.
And that, as I understand it, did you come in the back way to the Simpson home, or did you come in the front door? If you recall, and this route that you took from Arnell Simpson's house into the Simpson home, how'd you go?
There's,
Well, let's see if I can help you out.
didn't go in the front door, Mr. Cochran.
I will show us where you went. We're about to take a look at People's 66, if the court pleases.
All right, People 66, diagram.
Can you show us again, show us once and for all how you went, where you went?
We walked from Arnell's room, down this walkway, up these steps, and I believe there's a series of doors right here at the rear of the residence. She unlocked one of these doors. I believe it was the door farthest to our left, and that's the way we went inside that house.
When she unlocked that door, was there an alarm on that house?
I don't know, sir.
Did you hear an alarm go off?
No alarm went off.
Did you see her press some buttons on the wall?
I didn't see her do anything.
Do you know if there's any kind of alarm for West Tech on that wall that she entered?
I would not know that.
You are sure as you sit here now that you went in some door to the rear of the house?
Yes, sir.
That you did not go around and come in the front?
I'm positive.
You positive of that?
Positive.
And who was present with you when you went to walk this route? Who was present?
Arnell Simpson, Van Adder, Tom Lang, and myself.
And all of you went in the rear, that rear door?
I believe so.
Was Furman with you at that point?
Didn't see him at that point.
You know where he was at that point?
No, I don't.
So once he climbed over the wall, you got in, you were separated from Mark Furman, is that
No,
correct?
the only time we were separated from Mark Furman is when we stopped and talked to Cato Kalin. I believe he stayed there and talked to Cato Kalin because he did not walk down with me to Arnell's room.
All right. And you described that when you went inside the house along with Lang and Van Adder, he wasn't there in it. He
Well, I
wasn't there
don't know
either.
if he was behind me. I did not see him walk in behind us.
All right. So it was you all were inside the house. Is that right at that point?
I'm sorry, sir?
It was you, Van Adder, and Lang inside of Mr. Simpson's house at that point, and Arnell.
And if anybody else followed us in, I didn't turn around to look to see who was coming.
All right. Now, what time was it that you were now inside the Mr. Simpson's home?
Would have to be right around 6 o'clock in the morning. I made the phone call at 6:05, and that was done very shortly after entering the house.
And then you had this conversation at that point with Arnell Simpson
Yes,
about where her father was?
yes.
And I asked you earlier whether or not she told you her father was out of town. And
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
may I finish the question, Your Honor?
Yes.
I asked you earlier whether or not Arnell Simpson told you that her father was out of town at that point?
Over here to the sidebar, counsel. The record. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. And we'll stand.
Your Honor.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before we resume with the jury? Mr. Shapiro.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, please. Your Honor, once before we were confronted with a situation where alleged scientific results were presented in the media for public consumption before tests were done by the scientists themselves. And now we are confronted with a more serious problem. We are confronted with a problem where one of the prosecutors in this case has publicly announced to Your Honor on the record scientific results from spots 115, 116, and 117, and has told Your Honor that these stains have been identified as Mr. Simpson's. And once again, we are in the position that this statement is without any scientific basis, since regarding stains 115 and 116, they have yet to be tested. And regarding stain 117, the test that was completed was a preliminary test, that test was interrupted by a fire alarm at the laboratory and no definitive results were obtained. And finally, as Mr. Rockney Harmon, the expert in DNA from the prosecution, well knows, that the results of those tests are far from definitive, and that under the characteristics that were presented, namely a 1.1, 1.2, that there is a 50% chance that the offspring of Mr. Simpson would have those identical genetic markers, and 5 to 8% of the population would have those identical genetic markers. To make the statement to Your Honor and for public consumption that this stain was a stain that is the blood of Mr. Simpson is scientifically incorrect, is totally irresponsible, and we hope is not again going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy made by the prosecution.
Ms. Clark.
Your Honor, yet another press conference has been launched again by counsel for the defense inside this courtroom. I think that the press conferences, which have been numerous and continuous, made by the defense outside the courtroom are probably sufficient. I would ask in the future that the court prohibit this kind of rhetoric, that it is of no assistance to this court. Your Honor certainly didn't need to hear that exposition of scientific information which was mischaracterized by a lawyer who knows nothing about the area. The test that was performed on stain 117 was PCR. That's not just a preliminary test, that is a DNA test. And the issue of relatedness concerning what characteristics might be shared goes to siblings, not father and son. If counsel knew a little bit about this field, he would know that. The fact of the matter is that before he stands up and starts to accuse the police or the prosecution of such serious misconduct, he ought to at least understand what he's talking about. In this case, these stains were tested, results were obtained. The results that were obtained are accurate and are reliable. They indicate that Mr. Simpson is included, that the stains are consistent with the blood types and the markers found in Mr. Simpson's blood. We are going to continue testing for more markers, but thus far, nothing has been misstated at all by Mr. Harmon. The blood results are consistent with those of Mr. Simpson's blood. And to willfully stand up here and make such serious allegations with absolutely no basis whatsoever, other than to obtain public spin back in the defense favor, is reckless, is irresponsible, and should be sanctioned. And I really do wish the court would preclude the defense from this kind of rhetoric in the courtroom. These press conferences are unnecessary and unproductive.
All right, thank you,
And I'm
counsel.
sorry I had to waste the court's time even saying that.
Right, thank you. Briefly.
What I'm referring to was a statement made on the record to Your Honor on February 15th from
Oh, I recall.
Prosecutor Rockney Harmon. Let me quote what
You
the
don't need to
statement
quote
is.
it because I recall it, counsel.
The second thing regarding the expertise in this area is I would like to briefly quote from one of the most respected experts in DNA in the country, Mr. Ed Blake, who was stipulated as an expert for both sides.
Your Honor, I object. What is the point of this? Is this going to assist the court in any way, shape, or form?
Maybe.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, February 15th, 1995, Prosecutor Rockney Harmon represented to Your Honor that samples 115...
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to see what counsel is reading from. I don't even know what he's talking about, and I think that the people...
We're not dealing with evidence before the jury, counsel. But if this is a letter addressed to me, then why don't I have it?
It isn't addressed to you. It's addressed to
Well,
me.
the comment as you just read indicates that it's addressed to me.
It is not addressed to you, Your Honor.
All right.
If counsel
It-
intends to read it in open court, I think people should be allowed to at least examine this letter.
Your Honor, if I could just proceed briefly.
Well,
without
Mr.
being
Shapiro,
interrupted.
let me just make this one comment. We've delayed getting to the jury for 45 minutes at this point. You've raised your objection. I take that as a warning to the court that this issue will come up when we hit 115, 116, 117. That's the value in the comment to the court. I think I can appreciate what the issue is. I don't need Mr. Blake's comments to me as to what it is or isn't.
With the court's permission, I would like to file an affidavit from Dr. Blake this afternoon.
All right.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And that was the purpose, to notify the court.
That's what I took it as. Thank you. Another matter? Mr. Douglas.
Your Honor, as the court is aware, yesterday, on Wednesday, I gave Mr. Darden a statement of a potential witness that the defense anticipated perhaps calling at trial. I was dismayed, Your Honor, and Mr. Darden yesterday announced the name of that witness for the court's edification, just to put on the record that, in fact, a statement had been given. I was dismayed yesterday that I began receiving press calls concerning the substance of the statement that was given to Mr. Darden yesterday, quoting from me, or to me, aspects of the statement, telling me that the statement had now been released to some media organizations. I think that that is outrageous, Your Honor. As the court is aware, we are currently undergoing significant problems with witnesses who are being hounded by the press. I would hope that everyone would appreciate the importance of maintaining the sanctity of witnesses who are simply placed on lists, and the court recognizes that it would be improper to release not only the substance of any statements, but any significant proprietary details about what witnesses may or may not be saying.
Mr. Darden.
As I sat there listening to Ms. Clark and Mr. Shapiro, I knew that somehow this morning I would be dragged into the abyss with the rest of the lawyers in this case, Your Honor. Now, I don't know what Mr. Douglas is suggesting here. Are you suggesting that I gave the media a copy of a report you gave me, Mr. Douglas?
You talk to the court, Mr. Darden.
Is that what he is attempting to suggest to this
was the inference
court?
of what I heard.
Well, I don't place much value in the statement Mr. Douglas gave to us, first of all. Second of all, it's a negative statement. It's not the kind of statement that will assist the prosecution. It is a statement that is derogatory in nature and relates to Detective Mark Furman. So why would we release a statement like that to the press? They've been leaking stuff throughout this case. They were leaking things before I joined this case. They continue to leak things. And I'm offended that Mr. Douglas would suggest to the court that I will leak anything. Every reporter in this courtroom knows I don't leak anything. And I resent that, Mr. Douglas.
All right,
The reason I brought up the issue of the report, Your Honor, is because it was given to me on February 15, but dated January 21.
Which is why we put it on the record.
And that's why we put it on the record.
Yes. Thank you, counsel. Which is why I'm all the more happy with the decision to sequester the jury. All right, Deputy Magner, let's have the jurors, please. Jury panel, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Take it you enjoyed our little social event last night? Good, good. All right. The record should reflect that Detective Ronald Phillips is still on the witness stand. Good morning, Detective Phillips.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Detective, you're reminded that you are still under oath, and Mr. Cochran, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly. Good morning, Detective Phillips. You feeling all right?
Good morning, Mr. Cochran. How are you?
Fine. You feeling all right?
Feeling fine.
All right, good. When we broke yesterday, sir, I'd asked you whether or not Arnell Simpson had told you that her father was out of town during the time that you spoke to her at the Rockingham residence.
I did not talk to Miss Arnell, and she did not tell me that personally.
Did you hear her tell one of the other officers that?
She was talking to Tom Lang behind my back after I was talking to Kathy on the telephone.
And did you hear her tell Tom Lang that her father was out of town?
I did not. I heard conversation, but I was not paying attention to the conversation.
Oh, in other words, you heard a conversation, but you weren't paying attention to it at that point.
I was talking to somebody else on the telephone, sir.
So you don't know what was actually said, is that correct?
I do not know.
All right. Have you had occasion to review any reports from Detective Lang with regard to what Arnell Simpson said to him?
I've reviewed none of Detective Lang's reports.
Have you had occasion to review any reports of what Cato Kalin said about O.J. Simpson's whereabouts that morning?
Just the one that you showed me yesterday, sir.
All right, that's the only report that you...
It's the only report I've seen.
Is that the first time you'd seen that report?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. Now, as I understand it, at this point, or at some point, after you gained interest into the house, inside the residence was Lang, Van Adder, and yourself. Is that right, among the police officers?
We were the first ones that entered, along with Arnell. I have no idea who followed. I was told who had followed us in later, but I did not see that.
Yes. I'm talking about the ones that you saw.
Yes,
Lang, Van Adder, and yourself, as far as police officers into the residence,
Yes,
along with Arnell Simpson, Mr. Simpson's daughter, right?
yes.
And at that point, you did not see either Mark Furman or Cato Kalin. Isn't that correct?
I did a very short time later.
But I'm asking, at that point, you did not see them. Is that correct?
I didn't see him enter the house, no, sir.
Because when you'd last seen Mark Furman, wasn't he out talking or gone into Cato Kalin's room talking with him?
I did not see where Mark Furman went after I left Mr. Cato's room and walked over to Arnell's room.
Did you find out at some point, Detective Phillips, that Detective Furman had interviewed Cato Kalin?
I understand they had a conversation, yes.
In Cato Kalin's room, isn't that correct?
I believe that's where the conversation took place.
Now, this conversation with Arnell Simpson and Lang, in which you were on the phone, what room in the Simpson house did that take place?
This was all taking place in the kitchen, relatively close to where the telephone was that I was using. They were to my back.
All right, may I approach you? And I believe this was people's 60.
Mrs. Robinson, with the diagram of Rockingham.
Right. We'll just put this up, just briefly, thank you. Can you point to and show us generally where this kitchen area is on People 66 for identification, sir?
Well, I believe it's in this area, right around in here, someplace.
Now, he's pointing to an area near the bottom portion of the residence on People 66, I understand. Is that right?
Yes.
And
Of the main residence.
the main residence.
Yes.
And there was a phone in that location, is that correct?
Yes, it was on a countertop.
And at that point, you had made an effort, or you tried to find out where Mr. Simpson was, is that correct?
We had asked her some questions outside.
All right, you asked Arnell when you say her. Some
Well,
questions.
someone else had talked to her about it outside, and then we walked in the house, and I asked her if she could find some way of telling me or getting me in touch with Kathy, whom she had told me would know where her father was at.
All right, and then did you talk to Kathy Randa?
After Arnell dialed the phone number and got a hold of her, yes.
And in the course of your conversation with Kathy Randa, did you ascertain that Mr. Simpson was on a prearranged trip to Chicago?
The word prearranged wasn't used. She told me that he had left the night before on a red-eye, and he had flown to Chicago, and that's where he was at now.
And she knew also which hotel he was in also, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was that hotel? Do you recall?
The Chicago O'Hare Plaza Hotel, I believe.
All right. And she was able to give you this information, and she was cooperative, was she not?
Very cooperative, yes.
All right. Now, what time of morning was this?
Right just a few minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning.
All right. And at that time, as I understand it, you didn't know anything at all about how the two individuals had met their death. Isn't that correct?
No, we had not done any crime scene investigation at that time.
Right. Because we know that because in the conversation at 6:49, you were telling the coroner that they may have been bludgeoned to death or shot. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't know anything about these particular deaths that much, did you?
Did not know how they had been killed, no.
All right. So how long did the conversation last with Miss Kathy Randa, sir?
Oh, I would say no more than a minute to a minute and a half, just long enough to explain to her who I was and that I needed this information, and she gave it to me, and I said I would call information and get the number because she did not have the number.
All right. And then was this a short period of time in which you called the area code, in, I presume 312 in Chicago?
I believe I called 411 or whatever and asked for the area code for Chicago, and then I made that area code call with the for 411 and got that information.
Okay, and then armed with the information given to you by Kathy Randa with regard to the hotel, you then were able to get the hotel information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's see. This was shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that if Mr. Simpson had taken a red-eye to Chicago, were you able to ascertain what time he got to Chicago?
No, sir, I didn't.
At any rate, you knew that Chicago was about 2 hours ahead of Los Angeles in time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew if he'd taken the plane there, he would have arrived sometime in the early morning hours in Chicago of that date of June 13th. Isn't that correct?
I would have to assume so. I've never flown to Chicago, so I don't know how long it takes.
All right, but you've flown east, have you not, at some point in your life?
Yes?
Flown to New York?
Yes.
And you know you arrived there like at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you then placed a call to the hotel in Chicago, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you had never before spoken with Mr. O.J. Simpson on the phone, is that correct?
Never before in my life.
And you were connected to an operator, were you not?
Someone who answered the phone at the hotel, yes.
And did you ask for Mr. O.J. Simpson's room?
Yes, I did.
Now, at this point, you were fulfilling the function that you had been asked to do earlier by Commander Bushy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there any particular reason why, since you were really off the case at this point, that you didn't just give that to Lang or Van Adder, who are now on the case, to do this?
Lang was at the present time trying to console Arnell Simpson, who was very upset behind us All these things were going on at the same time.
No, I mean, even before that time. I understand that everybody was upset, but before that time, this function of notifying Mr. Simpson could have been done just as easily by the detectives on the case. Could it not have been?
Could have been done by anybody.
Okay, that's one. Did you ever consider having Lang Van Adder do it?
Never crossed my mind.
Okay, never thought about that. Now, you said that before this phone call, Arnell Simpson was very upset. And how was she manifesting this state of being upset?
I didn't say before the phone call she was upset. I said as I was making the phone call and talking to her father on the phone, Detective Lang was talking to her behind and obviously telling her the same thing that I was telling her father on the phone because she started to cry and became very upset.
All right, you could hear this as you were going through this conversation?
I
With
could
Mr.
hear that
Simpson?
the woman got upset, yes.
All right. And prior to your dialing the number in Chicago, had you or Lang in your presence told Arnell Simpson about the death of Nicole Brown Simpson?
I did not.
All right. You don't know what Lang told her and when?
I do not know that.
And they were behind you, so you couldn't give us the exact timing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So now, you then rang and you received the room of a man, supposedly Mr. O.J. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as I understand the LAPD policy, we talked about this yesterday. First of all, you knew that O.J. Simpson was not the next of kin. This was his ex-wife, right? You knew that.
Someone had told me that, yes.
All right. And in your policy, the LAPD policy, you were to give some kind of a personal notification, if at all possible. Isn't that correct?
If at all possible.
Would it have been possible for you to call and get some cooperation from a Chicago police officer to go and make this notification, perhaps in a more gentle fashion than waking somebody up in the middle of the night telling them their ex-wife had been killed? Would that have been possible?
I could have done it a number of different ways. This is the way that I chose to do it, and it was, I thought, done very humanely, and this is the way I did it.
All right, well, no, I understand this is the way you did it. We're just talking about other ways that you could have done it consistent with the LAPD policy. And you had said to us yesterday that one of the things you were striving for was a certain level of sensitivity, that
Yes.
you wanted to get this done because Commander Bushy had told you to do it, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that perhaps in comporting with the LAPD policy, certainly a way to do this in comporting that policy would be to get a Chicago police officer, give him the facts or her the facts, have them go to that room, wake this man up, and at least tell this man in person. That's part of the LAPD policy. That was a way, wasn't that?
Well, I think the situation dictated what happened because we had gone onto the property and we'd contacted his daughter. She knew something was wrong to have some policemen at her house at 6 o'clock in the morning. She knew something was up, something was wrong with her father or something.
We're not talking about Arnell right now.
Well,
we know she knew something was up.
Contacting Arnell kind of forced the hand.
All right. Well, you contacted Arnell, but still, my question was, sir, you could have arranged for a Chicago police officer to make this notification. Could you not have?
I certainly could have.
Okay. But we didn't do that, did we?
I did not.
Okay. So then you rang a room that was supposed to be Mr. O.J. Simpson's room, and could you tell whether or not that person appeared to have been sleeping at the time that you made this call?
I have no way of knowing that.
All right, and the call, this was shortly after the 6 o'clock a.m. on June 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this, you did in fact make a report regarding this aspect of your involvement, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen that and read that over recently?
Yes, sir.
And this report that it's numbered, Council 0829, from June 13th, 1994, location 360 Rockingham, labeled statement. You have it? Yeah. Okay, thanks. You wrote this statement when, sir, in relation to June 13th, 1994?
I believe I probably made it the following day, June 14th.
All right, and would you, if you looked at this statement, let me approach, may I, Your Honor? Would that refresh your recollection as to when you actually made this statement? Let me just show it to you, place it before you.
It doesn't refresh my memory as to exactly what time and what day I did it. It just tells the date that conversation took place on June 13th.
It does tell June 13th, right?
That's the date the conversation
And it
took
says-
place.
This is a statement by Detective 3 Ronald Phillips, right?
That's correct.
And there's your identifying number.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And this statement was accurate at the time you did it, whether you did it on the 13th or 14th, right?
To the best of my recollection.
All right. You told Mr. Simpson, according to your statement, that you gave him your name, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You told him that you had to relay some bad information to him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, when you said you had to relay some bad information to him, did you preface it by saying your children are all right, Mr. Simpson? Remember saying that to him?
The children were brought up later in the conversation.
No, I'm asking you now, when you said, I've got some bad information for you, but your children are all right, did you say that at an early point in the conversation?
I don't recall that.
Is it possible that you said your children are all right? Words to that effect?
It's certainly possible that I could have said it. I just don't recall saying it.
All right, I understand. It's been some time, right? All right, and then thereafter, you then, at some point in the conversation, said to Mr. Simpson that your ex-wife, Nicole, had been killed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said that, Mr. Simpson became very, very upset on the phone. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did.
In fact, yesterday you said that he became understandably, or you expected that he would be upset by this information. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in becoming upset, he said to you, what do you mean she's been killed? He asked you that right off, didn't he? What do you mean she's been killed?
Well,
He
he
said
kept repeating himself and talking to himself over and over and over.
Well, let me ask you this question,
repeating-
if I might.
well-
Let me ask you this question. I'm looking in front of your report. Well,
The witness be permitted to finish his answer?
I was trying to get it to be responsive.
There was a specific question that was not responsive to that question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you. In referring to your report, when it says, Mr. Simpson replied, what do you mean she's been killed? Do you remember him saying that, and you wrote that in your report?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
All right, yes.
Okay. And when he said, what do you mean she's been killed, did you say, Mr. Simpson, I'm going to tell you all about this? I'm going to tell you exactly what happened, how many people were killed? You didn't say that, did you?
I never had a chance.
All right, but you never said that, did you?
I never had a chance, and I never said it.
All right, you never said it, and you didn't know at that point, did you? You
Did
couldn't have
not
told.
know the means by which they had been killed.
Right, because 45 minutes later, when you're talking in the corner, you said they may have been bludgeoned to death or shot. Isn't that correct?
Did not know the means by which they had been
All right.
killed, sir.
So, you never responded to O.J. Simpson's request, what do you mean she's been killed? And is it your statement that he was upset at that point, was he not?
Yes, he was.
As you expected. And then he went on to say, oh my God, Nicole is dead, oh my God, and he continued repeating himself in an upset fashion. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did.
And at some point, didn't you try to get him to get hold of himself from the emotional standpoint?
Yes, I did.
And he kept repeating himself. She's been killed. What do you mean she's been killed? Oh my God, Nicole is dead. And he repeated himself over and over again.
That's correct.
He seemed to be very upset, right?
Yes.
This is the first time you'd ever talked to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether or not he'd had only 1 hour sleep that night. Isn't that right?
No idea.
You don't know whether you awakened him with this kind of information, do you?
No, I don't, sir.
And you went on to say in your report, and what happened was, you tried to talk to Mr. Simpson. However, for several seconds, he was repeating himself over and over again about Nicole being dead. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
He seemed to you to be stunned, did he not?
Seemed to be upset.
All right. And then, in your report, you indicate, I finally was able to tell Mr. Simpson that we had his children at the West Los Angeles Police Station. So you said that at some point, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this was after he went through being very upset, asking this question, and talking and repeating himself over and over again.
I finally got him to listen to me again, yes.
All right, now you, as an experienced, how long have you been a LAPD officer? 28 years?
28 years.
You're an experienced officer.
28 years.
And you've had this task before to give information to people who've lost a loved one, have you not?
Far too many times, yes.
And it's always a tough situation, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Different people react differently, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And there's no book anywhere about how anybody acts when they go into a state of shock. Isn't that correct?
I don't have any knowledge of how people go into a state of shock.
What you try to do as a trained, experienced member of the Los Angeles Police Department is to try to be as sensitive as you can. Is that correct?
I try my best.
And especially in a situation where you're not even seeing this person, are you?
No, I'm not.
You can't see his face or whatever, can you?
No, sir.
All right, and you're over a telephone, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons why your policy is it's much better to be face-to-face or have somebody face-to-face, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the policy. If at all practical, that's the policy.
And would you agree with me that would be a lot more accurate from a standpoint of determining how the other person is reacting when you can actually see him like you and I are seeing each other now, isn't that correct? You agree with that, wouldn't you?
I would rather have done it in person, yes.
I understand. Now, by the way, this statement and your conversation with Mr. O.J. Simpson shortly after 6 o'clock on June 13th was not tape recorded, was it?
Not to my knowledge.
So we don't have the benefit of that being tape recorded, do we?
Not to my knowledge was it tape recorded.
Well, you weren't taping it, were you?
I wasn't.
All right. And he wasn't expecting your call, so it wasn't tape recorded on that end, was it?
I don't know that it was tape, sir.
Okay. You've never heard or seen a tape, have you?
No, I haven't.
All right. So when you finally were able to tell Mr. Simpson that we had his children at West Los Angeles Police Station, Mr. Simpson then said, "Why do the police have my kids? Where are my kids?" Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you then advised Mr. Simpson that we had taken his children to the station because we had no one to turn his children over to. And that, without prompting, Mr. Simpson told you that he would immediately return home to Los Angeles as soon as he could get a flight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You then gave Mr. Simpson your pager and station number so he could call back if he had any further questions. Is that correct?
And I even believe Mr. Simpson did page me, but I never got the page. It was at the office.
And you became aware that he did page you back at some point.
I had a note on my desk that I had received a page from Mr. Simpson, yes.
But you never called him back, did you? Because you didn't get the pager, you didn't get it in time, right?
That's correct.
But you became aware that at some time after this, Mr. Simpson paged you to try and talk to you further. Isn't that correct?
Well, I don't know why he was paging me. All I can tell you is that he paged me and probably wanted to talk to me.
Right.
I never had an opportunity to talk to him.
I understand, but you would agree with me, would you not, that if he paged you after you gave him the pager number, he probably wanted to talk to you. Would you agree with that?
I would imagine so.
Okay. And when you were talking about the children, what would happen to the children, Mr. Simpson said to you, "Let me talk to my daughter Arnell." Didn't he at some point?
Yes, he did.
And you then, being cooperative, you then gave the phone to his daughter Arnell, who was also upset there. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was crying, wasn't she also?
Yes, she was.
And then you then heard a conversation that went on between Arnell speaking into the phone to her father. Isn't that correct?
Well, she was talking to her father, yes. I wasn't paying too much attention to the conversation.
But you could tell she was talking into the phone.
Yes, sir.
And you know she was talking to her father.
Yes, sir.
All right, and when you were talking to Mr. Simpson in this first part, when he was repeating himself over and over again and being very upset and asking the question of what do you mean she's been killed, Arnell was standing right there, wasn't she?
As
Right behind you.
As I said, she was behind me talking to Detective Lang.
How many feet would you say she was away from you?
5, 6, 7 feet, somewhere in that area.
So certainly she was within hearing distance.
Well, I think that's why Detective Lang was talking to her at the same time, because she was overhearing my conversation to her father.
Okay, so I'm just trying to establish she was within 5 or 6 feet within hearing distance of you when you were talking and when Lang was talking. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. So then she had a conversation with her father, and some arrangements were made for her to pick up the children, at least till you get back to town. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And did she, and after that conversation, did she and Mr. A.C. Cowlings then arrange to go down to the station and pick up the children?
Mr. Cowlings arrived, and Arnell introduced me to him and said that they were going to go pick him up, so I called another sergeant at the station and informed them of who was coming to the West Los Angeles Police Station to pick these children up, and it was okay to turn them over to the people that were coming.
All right. To digress just for a moment, with regard to the children, they had been down at the station now for, approximately 12:40 or something like that, shortly after midnight until sometime after 6 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you aware that they were being watched by some police officers there, isn't that correct?
Objection, call for question.
Calls
Being
for
watched?
speculation.
Well,
Do you know?
I know they were being cared for, yes.
Cared for, watched, yes. They were being cared for by some police officers there, right?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that one of those police officers at that station, this, may I complete the question? Were you aware that one of those police officers at that wait, no sidebars. Sure. Have any sidebars today? No sidebar, no sidebars. Let me have a minute.
Why don't you confer with Ms.
May I confer with her?
Why don't you have your own small sidebar?
No sidebars.
We're all tired. It's been a long week.
Yes, we all are.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you aware that one of the police officers at West Los Angeles Station, while the children were there, had a conversation with the oldest child, Sydney? Can you answer that yes or no?
I don't know that.
All right, you don't know. Have you ever seen any reports?
No.
About a reported conversation?
No, I know they were talked to by officers for several hours, and there was many conversations. I don't know what conversation you're talking about or what those conversations were.
Well, we're not going to get into the conversation at this point. I just want to know if you're aware of any specific conversation about which there is a police report.
No, sir.
You've not seen that report?
No, sir.
All right. So at some point then, back to the situation, when Mr. Simpson finished speaking with his daughter, and then arrangements were made for the children to be picked up, you didn't talk back to him at that point, is that correct?
Talk to who, sir?
Back to Mr. Simpson at that point?
No, sir.
The phone was not handed back to you, right?
No, I believe she hung up.
All right, she hung up the phone, right? All right. Did you ascertain when you got your page, and do you still have that little message where you got a pager?
Well, like I said, I gave him my pager number, and I also gave him my phone number at the office. And when I said I received a page, I was in error of that because I think he called the station looking for me at the station because there was a message note on my desk that Mr. Simpson had called.
And I was just trying to find out, did you know when that was approximately?
I would have no idea. I don't remember when, if there was even a time when that message was taken.
All right. All you know is you tried. You can't tell us when that was, right?
He tried, it left a message.
And you can't tell us the time is what
No,
I'm asking
sir.
you. Okay, that's fine, no problem. Now, this conversation that we've just gone through in great detail now regarding Mr. Simpson, how long did that conversation last? The time you first started talking to him till the time that you handed the phone to his daughter, Arnell? How long?
Just my part of the conversation. That's what you're asking me, just my...
Well, the entire conversation. There were periods when he was very upset.
The whole folding conversation between he and Arnell, or
No,
just
no.
myself and Mr. Simpson?
Yeah, just your part with Mr. Simpson, sir.
Because that phone call kept going on with Arnell, so...
No, I understand. Now I'm trying to find out the part between Phillips and Mr. O.J. Simpson.
I would say it was less than a minute at most.
All right? And then, after that, to break it in sequence, how long was the conversation with Arnell Simpson and her dad before the phone was hung up?
I have no idea.
Because you
It's a couple minutes,
You moved on to other things at that point.
yes.
All right. And then you never talked to O.J. Simpson again after that, is that correct?
No, sir.
Now, as an experienced detective, you asked a lot of questions yesterday by Ms. Clark about details of this or whatever. You never in that conversation ever mentioned that there were 2 people killed, did you? Never mentioned that, did you?
No, sir.
You only talked about Nicole Brown Simpson, is that right?
That's correct.
You didn't know any details about the killing, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You wouldn't have shared any details about the killing if anybody had asked you, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Even if you did know, right?
Right.
And so when he asked you the question, what do you mean she's been killed? You never answered that, or you couldn't answer it anyway, isn't that correct?
I never had a chance to answer it, and I probably wouldn't have told him then anyways.
Well, I would hope you wouldn't if it would, as part of an ongoing investigation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in that conversation, didn't you, though, toward the end of that conversation, Mr. Simpson, say, what time did you leave last night?
No,
You
sir, I
ask him
did
that?
not.
You never asked him that?
I never asked him that, sir.
You never, well, in your mind, was he a suspect at that point?
No, he was not.
And you never asked him what time he left Los Angeles?
Never asked him what time he left Los Angeles.
Do you recall him responding that he'd taken the red eye out of Los Angeles at about 11:45? Do you remember him saying that at any point in the conversation?
No, sir.
Now, after this conversation we just finished talking about, did you see Mark Furman at some point after the conversation with Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Yes,
And where did you next see him? And what room were you in when you next saw Mark Furman?
in the breakfast area, just off the kitchen. I was standing by the doors or just inside the doors.
That was still inside the house, is that correct? Inside the
I don't
interior?
recall exactly my position where I was, but it was around that area.
Can you point to people 66 for identification and just show the jury generally where you were at that point?
Somewhere in this area.
All right. And who were you standing there with, if anyone?
Myself?
Just you. Where was Lang and Van Adder at that point, if you know?
I recalled Van Adder was talking to Mr. Kalin, and I believe Tom Lang was still talking to Arnell Simpson.
Did Kalin come in the house at some time during the time you were talking to Mr. O.J. Simpson?
I saw him in the house, yes.
So would Cato Kalin have been within earshot of your conversation with O.J. Simpson, the first minute or so conversation when you were talking with Simpson? Was he in that house then?
No, I think he was in another room just adjacent to the kitchen, which I think was called the bar area or something. He was sitting at a stool or a bench or something in that room.
And how far was that away from where you were having this phone conversation?
I don't really remember the
Well, your best estimate.
15 feet.
All right. So he was within earshot of what was going on if he wanted to listen. Is that right?
Depending on how loud I was talking and how well he was listening, he probably could have heard.
Well, let's see now. I'm about how far away from you am I?
I'd say we're probably 15 feet again.
Right? So you can hear me? I can hear you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So about that distance, is that correct?
The fact that they can hear each other under these conditions when the courtroom's quiet, nothing else going on, is irrelevant.
All right.
Microphones.
It's overruled. The jury can take into
Jury has
consideration
experience on that. Thank you.
the jury's aware of what the scene is. The jury's been in the kitchen.
No, but what I'm talking about is in the
I know.
courtroom. He's speaking on the microphone, so it's counsel. They weren't speaking on microphones.
The
That's
jury
different.
can see the microphone. The jury can see the microphone. They can see the distance. They have their common sense, as we know. Right? Right.
So
They agree.
stipulated, Your Honor. So stipulated. Thank you. No side
Mr.
bars.
Cocker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
About 15 feet away from you, Cato Kalin was seated at a bar area, right?
Give or take a few
Okay.
feet.
All right, now tell us who else was in that room at the time of this conversation where you were talking to O.J. Simpson. So we now know Cato Kalin was 15 feet away. Arnell Simpson
In another
was,
room.
Okay, in another room, 15 feet away. Arnell Simpson was maybe 5 or 6 feet behind you, talking to Tom Lang, right?
Yes.
Van Adder was in the room somewhere, is that correct?
I don't know where Van Adder was at that particular time.
All right, anybody else in that room at that time that you know of?
Did you mention Tom Lang? Tom
Yeah, I
Lang
said
and Arnell?
Lang was talking to
Right, and myself.
Okay, all right. Now, at some point then, when you moved out by the doors near the front of the property there that you depicted on People's 66, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mark Furman?
Yes, sir.
And now, Mark Furman came up to you and told you he'd made some discoveries, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that we're clear, it was Mark Furman who allegedly found this glove out there near Cato Kalin's room. Is that correct? Outside?
Yes.
And it was Mark Furman who allegedly found this spot on the outside of the Bronco. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was Mark Furman who climbed over the wall, let the rest of you in. Is that right?
Three of us in, yes.
3 of you in. And as I understand it, the first time he made you aware of this alleged discovery was when you were standing there inside the Simpson premises after the phone conversation, is that correct?
Rephrase the question, which
Certainly.
discovery are we talking
Certainly,
about?
Your Honor, certainly. With regard to the glove, where were you when Mark Furman approached you and talked to you about his alleged discovery of the glove?
as I stated before, in that breakfast area, off the kitchen, somewhere right around the doorway. I was either standing inside or outside. I don't remember exactly where I was standing.
All right. And he approached you and you had some conversation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he, at that time, approach Van Adder and Lang, who were now the detectives on the case, and talk to them at that point?
No, they were back inside the house in the kitchen.
Okay, well, I understand they were in the house, but the question was, did he approach them and go and tell them about what he allegedly had found?
No, sir.
Okay, he just told you at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then based upon what he told you, is that when you came around and went outside on the route that you were helped with Mr. Fairlow, where you bumped into the walls here?
Yes, sir.
You really didn't do that. When you came outside this door here on People's 66, you walked around down this narrow area down here to the area near this what's marked air conditioning. Is that correct?
He told me he wanted to show me something, and that's the route we took.
So Mark Furman told you he wanted to show you something, and he took you down this particular route. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of morning was that?
Well, I would have to say somewhere around 6:10, 6:15. It was after the phone conversation was made at 6:05,
All right, so within 5 minutes or so of that, 5 or 10 minutes.
somewhere in that area.
And the two of you then walked back here till you observed what counsel asked you about yesterday, this glove that was supposedly on that walkway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
By the way, when you walk back that way, did you notice that there were berries back there also in this area? Remember seeing? I'm into berries, so bear with me. Did you notice berries back there on that walkway?
You shouldn't have said that, Mr.
I'm
Cochran.
sorry.
People are going to start mailing you berries.
No, please don't. Did you notice berries back on that walkway?
I know there was a lot of debris. There was leaves, there was twigs, there was a lot of debris from plants and so forth. To tell you that I remember a berry being back there, I do not remember any berries.
All right, you were looking at other things, and I want to show you a picture. I'd like to mark this, and I'm going to show this to counsel first. With counsel. And I'd like to mark these two photographs to confirm with counsel.
26.
Okay, I'll mark the first one 1025, and I've shown those to counsel. And I'd like to mark the next one 1026.
Excuse me.
I put you in.
You may.
I'd like to show you what I've shown to counsel here as defendants next in order, 1025 and 1026. I'd like to place first for you Defendant's Exhibit 1025, and I'd ask you to take a look at that and see whether or not that is a fair representation of the way this glove was allegedly found on the early morning hours at about 6:15 on June 13th, 1994.
Well, it's a lot closer than I ever got to it, but I would say that that's as close as I can remember what it looked like from the 3 or 4 feet I got to it.
And as you got within 3 or 4 feet of it?
Yes, sir.
And as you looked at that particular glove, did you see any blood or anything around the glove?
I never got close enough to it to really examine it, sir. I just looked at it and said, well, you ought to inform Van Adder and Lang of this, and we walked back.
All right,
I did not walk up to it and examine it.
You got within 3 or 4 feet of it, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any blood drops or anything leading to that glove on the foliage that's there depicted in Defendant's 1025?
I did not notice any.
And were you able to see back there at that time at 6 o'clock in the morning through natural light, or did you have to use your flashlights?
I used a flashlight, as I said, because the foliage was keeping this area darker than what was direct sunlight or direct, the dawn coming up. So it was darker than, let's say, for instance, in front of the house where there was no trees.
All right, it was dark still on the side of that house, and did you use your flashlight, or did someone else's flashlight?
No, I had my own.
All right, and so you got within 4 or 5 feet away, and you shine your flashlight, and this is basically what you saw, is that correct? It's
Yes.
depicted on 1025?
I just saw a glove laying there.
Okay. Now, there was a fence to the side of this kind of narrow walkway. It's a narrow walkway, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And there's a fence to the side of that. It's kind of, how would you describe that fence?
Cyclone chain link fence.
Did it have like some the wire thing across the top of it? You remember looking at the top of that fence?
A wire thing across?
Well, like that's probably not very hard to describe. Was it a typical chain link fence that has like pointed wires on the top of the fence?
You mean the twist at the top?
Yes, the twist, Your Honor. Twist wires at the top.
The thing that makes it harder to climb over.
That's right, Your Honor. Now,
Probably save you a lot of trouble by telling you I don't remember. I don't
remember
remember.
all that description, you don't remember? All right.
Didn't want to interrupt you and the judge.
All right, okay. So you don't remember, but it's a chain link fence, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, you see this blue object here? Remember seeing that when you shined your flashlight down there?
No, sir.
You never saw that blue object at all?
No.
You ever aware whether or not that object was booked at all in evidence?
I believe I was told that it was. I did not see it that morning.
And I'm going to show you now 1026, and from what you've said, there is an evidence marker by 1026. Is that a further indication that blue object was booked at some point?
I would have to assume that it was booked, yes. And I heard,
In 1026, is that a pretty fair approximation of the way the foliage, that ground was pretty much covered with foliage back there?
yeah, that's how most of the area looked back there. All had leaves and debris on the ground from the foliage and the trees.
From the trees falling down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Those are fairly accurate photographs there. Now, so...
Excuse me, Mr. Cochran, do you want to show those to the jury on the Elmo?
Yes, if I could, Your Honor. If counsel's object. Can you put on the Elmo? Press it. Whatever you put, pleasure. Whatever your pleasure. I just passed them at the... Well, should I pass them?
Let's use the Elmo.
Okay, Elmo. First of all, we'll show what the officer's been describing, Your Honor, as 1025. That is 1025.
I think it's actually the other way, isn't it?
I think the other way.
Yeah. Okay. Fence is to the right.
Yeah. This is a fair approximation of what you saw when you got within 4 to 5 feet with your flashlight, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were 4 to 5 feet in front of this...
Objection, let me state the testimony. I thought the witness said 3 to 1.
It's 4 to 5. Say 4 to 5?
Said 3 to 4.
3 to 4?
3 to
What did you say?
3 to 4.
All right, 3 to 4. And the blue object to the right, you had not seen that morning, right?
I had not seen it.
And that's the chain link fence to the right, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And 1026, Your Honor. And again, Secretary Phillips, 1026, again, is a close-up of the chain link fence with some kind of a card numbering, which led you to believe that blue object was somehow booked into evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, so after you made these observations, by the way, did you, strike that, while you were there, did you ever get closer than the 3 or 4 feet and ever reach down and try to pick this item up?
I never went back there again, sir.
All right, now, after Furman decided to tell you about it first, did you then walk back into the house with him at that point?
Yes.
And did you see him go and talk to any other police officers that morning?
I believe I saw him walk up to Van Adder at that time, and
All right, without telling us what he said to Van Adder, did he have a conversation with Van Adder? Did Furman have a conversation with Van Adder?
Yes.
And did, at some point, you see Van Adder leave the Simpson residence and go someplace?
With Detective Furman, yes.
Detective Furman? Did you go along with them?
No, sir.
All right, how long were they gone, if you know?
I didn't pay much attention to it. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
All right? And then at some point, did you see Van Adder come back?
Yes, sir.
Did you see at some point Furman talk to Detective Lang?
Yes.
And did at some point Lang and Furman leave your presence?
Yes.
You stay in the house during this time?
I think I was out in the front, standing around.
All right, just standing around?
Just standing
You
around.
did a lot of that morning, didn't you?
Did it all day.
Did Lang and Furman leave your presence and at some point leave your sight?
Yes, sir.
Did you see them come back at some point?
Yes, sir.
Was there a photographer there at that point? Was Mr. Rokar the photographer there at that point?
No, sir.
All right, now, after that, after Lang and Furman came back, how much longer did you remain at this Rockingham residence before you left?
Just a few minutes.
And you were out standing outside, and at some point you left. Did you leave with Furman in the same
Yes.
vehicle you came in?
Yes, sir.
By the time you left, had officers Gonzalez and Ashton arrived, the motor officers in the black and white vehicle? Have they arrived at that point?
The motor officers?
I mean, not the motor officers, the black and white patrol officers.
Yes.
And you had asked that they come over there, is that correct?
They had arrived before we ever entered the estate.
All right, they were there before Furman climbed over the wall, right?
Yes, sir.
Were they outside or were they inside at this point?
Outside?
When you say outside, they were outside on the street still?
Yes, sir. Their position was to watch the Bronco.
All right, they didn't come inside the house at this point?
I never saw him go into the house.
All right. By this point, when you were outside after Lang and Furman went someplace, had Mr. A.C. Collins arrived yet?
I don't remember when A.C. Callings arrived. I know he arrived shortly after Arnell had called him, but if he arrived while this was going on, or after this was going on, or during this was going on, I can't remember.
Well, let me ask you this question. Did Mr. Collins arrive before you left to go back to Bundy?
Yes, sir. As I said, Arnell had introduced me to him, and I made the phone call that they should pick up the children.
So at any rate, he'd arrived before you left. At what time did you leave?
I would imagine we left somewhere around 6:30.
All right, so he was there before that time, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you mentioned that officers Ashton and Gonzalez were watching the Bronco, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the Bronco impounded at that point?
It was not impounded, no.
All right, and so they just standing there watching it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not they kept people away from that Bronco?
I have no idea. I left the location.
So you ever seen any pictures of people peering in the window of that Bronco?
No, sir.
You never seen such a picture?
I haven't seen any pictures other than what I've seen in court, sir.
All right. When you left, they were still outside where the Bronco was, and you and then Mark Furman then left and went back where?
To Bundy.
And you arrived back at Bundy at about what time?
Within 5 minutes after leaving.
And what time would you get back?
I would say we got back somewhere around 6:35.
Well, in looking at the log here, and I think we may have covered this briefly, there's no indication that you ever left.
Objections asked and answered.
Well, there's no indication that you ever left Bundy to go to Rockingham, is there?
No, there's not.
And that was your fault, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So we know you got back then by 6:40, somewhere in that area, 6:45. Is that right?
6:35.
All right. Did you check in with Cummings at that point?
No, I didn't.
All right. And when you went back over there, just continue standing around?
I walked over to the lieutenants and the captains that let them know what had happened up at Rockingham, and
And were they still just standing around?
yes, sir.
There was a lot of standing around. I'd like to ask you if you would help us with the number of officers who were there standing around and the time they got there. Can we do that?
Well, I can't tell you what the officers were doing as far as standing around. Everybody was on a fixed post guarding the crime scene. When I say people that I walked up to standing around, this was my supervisor and the commanding officer of the division that we had not assigned to a fixed post to guard something.
Okay, so when you said guard something, were they guarding this tape that was around the perimeter there?
Well, the both ends of the alley, both ends of the street, in front of the location.
All right, now, from the time Risky got there at 12:15, the time you got back at 6:35 or thereabouts, how many officers would you estimate from the Los Angeles Police Department were in and around that Bundy scene during that time frame? And would the log assist you, let me finish the question. Would the log assist you in determining that?
Objection is compound.
It's compound.
Okay, may I approach you on it? I'm going to approach and ask you to look with me in the log and see if we can determine how many police officers had come out to the scene there between 12:15, Risky's arrival, and the time you got back, you and Furman got back there at 6:35. See if you can count. Why don't you read it to yourself and see if you can count them up, especially if you recall them.
Not counting detectives.
No, well, let's count the detectives too. Let's count, they're all LAPD officers. Let's count everybody.
Probably 28.
About 28 police officers. And basically, at this point, these 28 officers, at 6:35, the first call of the coroner had not gone out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The criminalists had not been called.
I don't know that.
Well, let's look at this and let's see when, get at the log, when Fung was called.
I don't- That would only tell us when he arrived, sir. It wouldn't tell me when he called.
All right, well, that's okay. Your counsel's absolutely correct, Your Honor. Let's look and see when Fung arrived.
Well, objection, Your Honor, that's only as Bundy.
Well, I want to see, I'm talking about Bundy at this point.
All right, overruled.
Talking about that.
Refreshes memory, there's no indication he ever knew. This is not the correct witness for this testimony.
All right, overruled. If he can refresh his recollection from this, yes or no?
Well, I believe the first time it shows him on the log is arriving at...
Wait. Do you know from your own recollection when the criminalist, Mr. Fung, arrived at the Bundy address?
No, I don't.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Only in what it says that he arrived.
No, I'm not asking you what the document says. I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection?
No.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Did Fung ever come while you were there till 10 o'clock that morning?
I saw Mr. Fung there during that daytime, yes.
No,
I do not know what time it was that I first saw him.
But you were there off times. You were there off and on during the day, right?
Yes, sir.
And you left, according to the log, by 10 o'clock a.m. to go someplace, right?
Yes.
Fung had not arrived at that point. Is that correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
All right. You saw him later in the day when you came back to the location. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Because the coroner came at about 9:10. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And when the coroner came, Fung was not there. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if Fung was there.
You don't remember seeing him, do you?
I don't remember seeing him.
All right. These 28 LAPD officers who were there, though, they had various and sundry responsibilities. Is that correct?
Most of them did.
In the course of the people that you talked to that morning, did you ever, either when you came back at 6:35 or earlier, talk to any of the officers there about trying to establish the time of death of these two bodies?
No, sir.
Now, when you came back that afternoon, did you see Miss Marsha Clark at the scene there? At Bundy or Rockingham? At Bundy?
I don't recall if I ever saw Miss Clark at the Bundy location. I believe I may have seen her at the Rockingham location.
No, would it refresh your recollection to look at the crime scene log regarding Bundy?
No, sir.
It won't refresh your recollection?
I don't recall seeing Marcia Clark at the Bundy location.
Do you ever recall seeing her there talking to Mark Furman outside
At the Bundy location?
at Rockingham? Did you see
As
her
I
talking?
said, I saw her at the Rockingham location, not
Okay.
at the Bundy
All
location.
right. And what time was that you saw her at the Rockingham location?
I would have no idea of remembering that
Would it
time.
refresh your recollection to see the crime scene log regarding that?
No, it would not tell me what time I saw them.
All right, but you remember seeing her, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know, although I know you were no longer the investigating officer in the case, how long that the Bundy location remained a crime scene before the tapes were taken down?
Yes, I think it was right around that. I'd have to look at the log to be sure, but I think it was around 3 to 3:30 in the afternoon.
All right, would it refresh your recollection to see the
Yes,
log?
sir.
Okay. And I want you to look at the log first so you can tell us how long it had remained a crime scene. See if that refreshes your recollection, sir.
Well, it's 3-something in the afternoon. It's not very clear. I don't know if that's, I have no idea what those numbers are. But 1500 is 3 in the afternoon, so it was after that.
And it purports you remember that sometime after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
And when it was no longer a crime scene, tell us what that means.
Means that the yellow tape is taken down. It's no longer an LAPD crime scene, and we no longer have anything to do with it. It, basically, we leave it.
And people are free to come and go at that scene at that point?
Yes, we no longer have any control over that crime scene.
And if evidence had not been gathered by that point, there's a great chance that evidence could be somehow compromised, isn't that? Well, let me finish the question first, Your Honor, to see if maybe she won't object. I doubt it, but let me see. If the crime scene was determined not to be a crime scene sometime after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and if evidence had not been collected by that point, was collected, let's say, 3 weeks later, on July 3rd, there is a good chance, is it not, that that evidence may have been compromised by people who were free to come and go on those premises after the crime scene was released. Isn't that a fair statement?
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know when the blood was washed away or washed down from this particular crime scene?
No, sir.
Now, you described, I think, yesterday that at some point the press appeared out there about 7:30 in the morning. Is that correct? On June 13th.
Somewhere later in the morning, 7:30, 8 o'clock, somewhere around that time.
All right. And so when they arrived at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, did you see them with cameras, as the press will oftentimes have?
Yes, sir.
And did you see them taking pictures?
I wasn't paying any attention to them.
But do you think they were taking pictures
I would assume they would be.
with some powerful lenses?
Wasn't paying attention to their lenses.
All right. So from 7:30 on, thereabouts, when the press arrived, you were aware they were there and there was some interest in what was going on in this particular crime scene. Is that correct?
The interest rate was escalating rapidly.
All right. And so between 7:30 a.m. and then 10 o'clock, when you first took your leave from the Bundy location, there was an increasing press presence. Is that a fair statement?
There was a tremendous press interest.
At some point after you and Furman came back to the Bundy location, did you see Van Etter and Lang back at that location?
Tom Lang showed back up shortly thereafter.
And do you know what time it was he got back, approximately?
6:40, 6:35, 6:40, 6:45, somewhere in that area.
A short time after you got back, right?
Yes.
And that should be indicated on this log, should it not be? That he had left and gone to Rockingham and then came back?
If it was done absolutely properly and he checked out and checked back in, then it should be there.
If he didn't do that, then it won't be on here, right?
That's true.
Now, what, if anything, did you do between 7 o'clock a.m., after you made this first call to the coroner? You were assisting Tom, and we heard that yesterday. Did you do anything at that scene with regard to establishing the time of death between the time that you concluded your phone call with the coroner's office shortly after 6:50 in the morning till the time you made the next call at 8:08 in the morning?
I did nothing in that crime scene investigation whatsoever, Mr. Cochran.
All right? And when you made the second call to the coroner at 8:08 and prior to the coroner's coming at 9:10, same answer would pertain? You did nothing?
I did nothing.
And at this point, you were assisting, as you've indicated to us, Tom Lang in getting the coroner there, right?
When he asked me to make a phone call, I did for him.
All right. And then at some point, you saw representatives from the coroner's office arrive at the Bundy location. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've established that was about 9:10 in the morning. And do you know the names of the people who came out?
I know that the female investigator, I believe her name was Ratcliffe, I believe.
All
And I
right.
do not know who the assistant was.
There were two people, is that correct?
Yes,
A male and a female?
yes.
Were they both African Americans? Do you recall?
I don't know that.
But there were two people who came out from the coroner's
Yes.
office. Do you recall, were you still present when the bodies were moved from that location, sir?
I was still at the Bundy location, yes.
When the bodies were moved?
Yes.
Can you tell us what time they were moved, sir?
No.
Would a review of the log at all refresh your recollection in that regard?
I don't know who put the entrance into the log. I do not know what time the bodies were removed.
You left at 10 o'clock?
The log says I left sometime at 10 o'clock.
All right, well, when did you leave? We know the
I
log
don't
isn't always
recall
accurate.
what time I left. I wasn't looking at my clock every time I left and went and did something and looked at it when I came back.
All right, what was your best estimate of the time you left for any appreciable period of time that morning, sir?
I would have no way of knowing.
Okay, what is your best estimate of the time the bodies were taken out of there by the coroner's office?
I don't recall that either.
Do you recall seeing Fung there at a time when the bodies were still there?
As I previously stated, I don't recall ever seeing Fong at the Bundy location.
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor, in effort to avoid a sidebar?
Certainly.
May I talk to counsel? Defendants 1027, I've shown it to counsel. This one. I'd like to approach Detective Phillips, if I might, Your Honor.
You may.
Phillips, I have in my hand, of course, the photograph of the Bundy crime scene. I'm going to place it before you. I want you to take a look at this photograph. First of all, I want you to look at it. I'm going to ask you some questions about that photograph.
Yes?
You recognize, first of all, the crime scene depicted there?
Yes?
And I want you to look, and I want you to see if you can tell us whether or not you recognize the two coroner's representatives that you were just talking about.
I assume, yes, I do.
And do you see them? Can you point them out for me?
I believe this is one here, and I believe this is the other one here.
The gentleman, and on the photograph, he's pointed to a lady, Your Honor, an African-American lady, and a gentleman bending over with in some kind of a blue jumpsuit. Is that correct?
Yes?
All right. Do you see anybody else in that photograph you recognize?
I believe I recognize these two gentlemen here.
Okay, he's pointing to two gentlemen in the foreground of the picture, and let's take the picture, and the one on the right is who?
This gentleman here,
Yes, sir.
this is an Officer Carson Pierce.
Okay, and the one to his left, is that an officer?
I believe that's Sergeant Ed Palmer.
Ed Palmer?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's somebody's back here. Can you recognize that person?
No, sir.
All right. There's a person here with gray hair and some kind of a white shirt. Do you recognize that as the photographer Rokar?
It appears to be him, yes.
All right. That's the photographer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And up here, who is this person here with apparently something in his hands?
It appears to look like Dennis Fung.
So this is the crime scene from that morning of June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the coroners are still there at that point. Would you agree with me that the bodies are still there at that point? Well, let me phrase it. Let me phrase the question. One of the responsibilities of the coroner is to remove the bodies. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And generally, when the coroner removes the bodies, they then leave, don't they?
Well, once the bodies are removed, they may stick around for a while to do an inventory report or
I understand that.
talk to an investigator for a short time, but they leave shortly thereafter.
Because they come to get the body and they take the body away, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this photograph, the two coroner's representatives are still at the scene, at least in this photograph. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
All right. Then I'd like to show this on the Almo for a minute. This is for the jury. This is 1027. Playing 1027 as soon as you can. All right, so that the jury didn't have the benefit of our close-up discussion, can you step out so you can see this photograph from out here? I'm sorry to inconvenience you. And I'll use my pointer here. Who is this person here?
Carson Pierce?
That's a police officer
Yes.
from West Los Angeles Division?
Yes.
The officer to his immediate left, who is that?
Sergeant Ed Palmer?
Do you know who this person is here?
No, I don't.
This gentleman here bending over.
Appears to be one of the coroner's technicians.
And there's some writing on the back of his jumpsuit.
Yes.
You know what that writing says?
Would probably say coroner.
This lady here, that's a lady, is it not?
I believe that's Miss Radcliffe.
Because she's also in the coroner's office.
Yes.
This man over here, in the white hair,
The photographer named Wilcar?
that's Rokar, the photographer.
Yes.
You know this person is blocked by the tree.
No, sir.
This man here, who is that?
Dennis Fung?
What does Fung apparently have in his hand?
I have no idea.
Does that appear to you to be a bag of some kind?
I have no idea what he's holding, sir.
Does he have anything on his hands, you know?
I can't see that either.
How many people are in that crime scene there we depicted there altogether?
And that's vague.
Well,
In or out?
well, I'm asking how many people are depicted in this picture in this scene.
Well, that-
Cold roll.
that's misleading.
All right. Okay, let's count them then. How many do you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
Is that
objection,
correct?
Your Honor. At least two of these people, if not three, are on the sidewalk.
Well, Your Honor, I can't tell that from the picture. The picture speaks for itself.
No, it
Well,
doesn't.
we have a moment, Your Honor. would you agree that there are at least 8 individuals?
Okay, so this is something that. Here I am. You can hear me now. Okay, this is something that to learn is. This is about the Bronco chase. So, in the 95 criminal trial, the infamous low-speed Bronco chase was not induced as evidence and was almost entirely unmentioned before the jury. Strategic decision by prosecutors led prosecutor Marcia Clark and her team made a calculated choice to omit the chase from their case. They feared that showing the footage might actually gain sympathy from some jurors, especially because crowds along the freeway were seen cheering for him, "Go OJ, go." Concerns over evidence handling. Internal memos later revealed that prosecutors were concerned about the detectives' bungled handling of the potential evidence seized from the vehicle after the chase. Focus on DNA. The prosecution believed their massive amounts of DNA evidence were sufficient for conviction and did not want to risk distracting the jury with a separate event that occurred days after the murder. What the jury never saw. Because the chase was not entered into evidence, the jury never heard about potential incriminating items found in the Bronco afterwards, including a fake mustache and goatee, Simpson's passport over $8,000 in cash, a loaded .357 Magnum handgun, pew pew, as it's also called, a self-deletion suicidal letter reading aloud by Robert Kardashian earlier that day. Everyone hated LAPD then. Yeah, and them not liking the LAPD, this would certainly cause a bias from a perceived injustice they believed at the time from them. If it was true or not true is up for debate, but that emotions were high, and it was during the LA riots and Rodney King, and they didn't like how the LAPD was handling situations, especially what we see on the stand is a lot of LAPD officers, and this detective, and we would wish for a system where it's unbiased, but of course we're all humans that make mistakes and stuff like this happens. And yeah, I just think that the time, and he was also famous, he was well liked, and for instance, like, I played Johnny Depp trial, and that's a completely different situation, but he was well liked. I like him too. And then you have like OJ in this situation. He was famous, well liked, and people really, as I said, were convinced of an injustice going on. So that's why they, regardless of what evidence was presented, they thought that somehow, this was going to be a not guilty for OJ, but maybe in other situations of under different circumstances, they would have found him as guilty. Okay, Liberty. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so Roxy, that is the reasoning behind of some of these things. Which, of course, I believe he was guilty, in my opinion. That's what I think. But considering the evidence that I saw at the in this situation, but that's what the jury must have thought to themselves while seeing this trial, right? Now we'll be continuing watching this. But I definitely agree with you, Roxy. It was a biased jury, and yeah, a crazy times. Yeah, it was. The jury was absolutely, in the wrong how they handled it. Because it seems to me clear that he had something to do with this, or completely did it, but because of the times, they did what they did. So that is my opinion about it.
Somewhere in and around the Bundy crime scene, between the sidewalk and the area where the bodies were found.
Well, it's hard to tell whether the Carson Pierce and Ed Palmer are standing on the grass area or in the street, but they're in front of the crime scene, yes.
Yes, as I said, in front of the crime scene. You agree there are 8 people depicted there?
In that total picture, there's 8 people.
Yes. Did you see this scene while you were still there?
This particular scene?
Yes, this particular scene. Okay. Did you see that scene?
I don't recall seeing that scene.
All right. With regard to crime scene preservation, and as an experienced homicide detective, do you try to keep the numbers of people out of the scene, or keep the numbers as small as possible? Keep them tracking up the area?
That's the ultimate yes.
That's the desired result?
Yes.
All the people, the individuals who came on that particular crime scene on that morning, were there gloves available if they wanted to pick up anything at the scene that morning, if you know?
I have no idea. I was not involved in the actual crime scene preparation of any kind with Tom Lang.
Tom Lang. Now, as an experienced homicide investigator, I presume you have some kind of procedures that pertain from whether you're in robbery homicide in West Los Angeles, isn't that correct?
What's that question?
You have some
sir?
kind of procedures that obtain whether or not you're in West Los Angeles or in robbery homicide downtown, isn't that correct?
We have the same systems, yes.
Okay, and you have the same availability of resources generally, don't you?
They can get a lot more resources than we can, but we have the same basic equipment they have.
For instance, if you wanted gloves to sanitize the collection of evidence, would you have that in West Los Angeles?
We have gloves in the trunks of our homicide vehicles.
And would they have that also downtown at robbery homicide?
I would have no idea. I've never worked there.
But you would expect they would have gloves, would you not? If you have it and they have more resources than you do?
I would assume that those homicide detectives have gloves too.
All right, what about booties to wear over one's shoes? Do you have those?
No, sir.
You don't have those at all?
No.
That morning, did you ever see anyone at all videotaping that particular scene from the Los Angeles Police Department? The crime
No.
scene? Just a little more, it might be a good time, and I'll be able to finish shortly after that, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any room. Mr. Hodgman, Mr. Scheck, is there a matter that we need to resolve? Sure.
That's a sidebar, Your Honor.
Well, they don't.
They don't.
Stand on cross-examination. Detective Phillips, you're reminded you're still under oath. And Mr. Cockyan, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. I will be doing that, Your Honor, this very morning. Detective Phillips, a few more questions of you, might. You had mentioned in response to one of Ms. Clark's questions that there was some measure of disappointment when you were taken off this case because you'd gotten up, for, among other things. Would that disappointment have been magnified in any way because the man who worked for you, Detective Furman, had known at least one of the victims in this case at some point prior to that?
Had nothing to do.
Well, it assumes facts not in evidence.
Had investigated, there has been tested. Well, let me state it, Your Honor. Would that
Ask him
level?
if he's aware of that first.
Right. I'll take care of you. With regard to the level of disappointment, I'm asking whether or not it will be magnified by the fact that at some point you learned that Detective Furman had investigated a call, at least in 1985, involving Nicole.
Hearsay, objection, assumes facts, not the evidence, and whether that what's the relevance of what Detective Furman did with this witness's sense of disappointment.
It's sustained at this point on foundational grounds.
All right.
You need to establish if that was in his mind at the time he was told.
At some point, you became aware that Detective Furman had responded to a call back in 1985 at the Simpson residence. Isn't that correct?
After this case, yes, I was aware of that.
And at any point, at any time, was your level of disappointment in having to turn the case over to robbery homicide at all magnified by any contact that any of the officers had had with the parties in this case before that? That's the question.
The disappointment in not handling this case would have been the same disappointment no matter what the case was. It had nothing to do with this case at all. We just had gotten up, we'd gone out to a crime scene. It was our case to investigate. It was taken away from us. There was disappointment that we weren't going to be able to investigate the case. It would have made no difference whose case or what case that was taken away from us.
All right. Okay, now I may have asked you this question, and I apologize if I did. With regard to the crime scene being, were you present when it was washed down, or can you tell us when that scene was washed down?
I was not present, sir.
Do you know when it was washed down?
No, I don't.
When you came back later that day on June 13th, had the blood been washed down at that point?
I never went back to the Bundy location. I was not at the Bundy location when the scene was broken down. I was at my office, and I never went back to the Bundy location that day.
All right. Do you know, or have you seen any records of the shoe sizes of the officers who had been at the Bundy scene? Was there a record kept of the officers' shoe sizes?
No, sir.
Of course, prior to your testimony here, you've not watched these proceedings on television, have you?
No, sir.
Did you ever participate in going back over to Rockingham with the photographer Rokar at all that morning?
No, sir.
It would be fair that the last time you saw him that day on June 13th was when he was at the Bundy location?
I don't recall seeing him anymore after that.
You didn't know. Now, with regard to the movement of evidence, whether intentionally or accidental, that's something that you try not to have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if evidence is moved either accidentally or any other ways, you would tend to write a report and explain that. Isn't that correct? In the case you were handling?
It would depend.
This is irrelevant.
It's relevant, Joe?
Overruled.
Let me answer
It
that.
would depend on the circumstances. It would depend on what was happening at the time. It would depend on what evidence was moved or why it was moved or who was moved. There be a whole litany of things that may have happened or may not have happened that might have wanted you to make a report.
But if you wanted to explain why evidence was moved, wouldn't be the best record would be to write a report as to what had actually happened. Isn't that correct?
If you thought the report was necessary to explain what you had done, yes.
In a perfect scene, a perfect crime scene, you'd want evidence to remain just as it was when you found it. Isn't that correct?
That's the ideal way, yes.
And that's one of the reasons that photographs are taken and pictures are taken almost immediately or soon thereafter, because evidence will tend to dissipate over time. Isn't that correct?
Well, you always take photographs before and after.
And one of the reasons is it not that you want to get the coroner out there, is that there are changes that take place in bodies over time. Isn't that correct?
Well, the body will begin to change, yes.
Yes. In other words, rigor mortis may set in. Is that correct?
That's true.
And you've been at crime scenes, have you not, when the coroner has arrived and taken a liver temperature of a particular body. Isn't that correct?
I've been there when the coroner's taken liver temperatures, yes.
And the liver temperature is one of the ways that the coroner can extrapolate or try and ascertain the time of death. Isn't that correct?
It's one of several ways, yes.
All right, and you're aware of the importance of that. Isn't that correct?
It's a factor that should be considered in, yes.
All right. Were you at that scene when the coroner finally arrived and when liver temperatures were taken in this case?
No, I was not.
Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Clark,
Thank you, Your Honor.
redirect.
Thank you. Detective Phillips, yesterday, Mr. Cochran was asking you questions about this special order number 21. Do you have a copy of it, sir?
Yes.
I'm going to put it up on the Elmo so the jury can see it, too. Okay, first, could you, Jonathan, can you show the top? All right, that's the order we're talking about, is that right?
Yes.
And the subject matter is notifications to the coroner.
Yes.
All right, now dropping down to that first paragraph. Hold still. Okay. Where it says the investigating officer at the scene of a death, which requires notification to the coroner, shall make notification immediately upon determining that the death falls within the purview of the coroner's office. First of all, sir, tell us, does this mean only homicides?
I object to the form of that question. He can tell us what it means, not, it was leading to suggest the way it's written.
Withdrawn,
question.
counsel's right. I'm sorry.
Rephrase the question, thank you.
Can you tell us what it means? What does it refer to?
This refers to any death, any scene of any death that comes under the purview of the coroner's office.
And what does that include, sir?
It includes deaths where doctors do not sign certificates within 20 days. It includes suicides. It includes homicides. It includes accidentals. Whenever an officer goes out and comes across a death,
Whether it's by criminal agency or not?
until we determine whether it is or not, yes.
So in all those cases, there's a requirement to notify the coroner?
Yes.
Now, dropping down to the second part of that paragraph. Actually, let me back up. It says, shall make the notification immediately upon determining that the death falls within the purview of the coroner's office. But then it goes on to say, if the coroner's not immediately needed at the scene.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Well, what this paragraph is telling you is that the investigating officer, who may not always be a detective, the investigating officer at a suicide may not be a detective. It may be a patrol officer who came across an obvious suicide. It may be a natural death that the doctor doesn't want to sign a death certificate. And we don't always have detectives roll on those calls. So the investigating officer at one of those situations would be the patrol officer who's investigating that call or investigating that death scene. And what they're telling you is that under these circumstances, to notify the coroner's office, to have the coroner's office come out and remove the body. And if the coroner's not immediately needed, the investigating officer should advise the coroner of an approximate time when the coroner may be needed.
Okay. And when would it be a situation where the coroner would not immediately be needed?
When the,
The form of that question may be relevant too. It's not a suicide. These other things are nice, but they're
Overruled. You can answer the question.
what was the question again?
Can you give us an example of a situation where the coroner would not immediately be needed?
Well, it may be a suicide that the officers may have to do a small amount of investigation to see that it wasn't or was a suicide or wasn't a suicide. There may be some investigating, talking to family members or trying to get a hold of a doctor to see if a doctor wanted to sign a certificate, if we could find that correct doctor. So not immediately means it may take those patrol officers who are the investigating officers an hour to get that information all put together.
What about the situation where it's a homicide?
A homicide's a different situation altogether,
And why is that?
because a homicide investigation requires the services of a specialized detective, a homicide detective, to come out to that crime scene.
And in that situation, if it is a homicide, is that an example also of where a coroner is not immediately needed?
object to the form of that question, leading and suggestion.
Senator Fred's question.
In the case of a homicide, is that a case where the coroner would be immediately needed?
No.
And why is that?
You have several things you have to do at a crime scene first. You have to, number one, talk to all the officers to find out what you have. You have to examine the crime scene. You have to measure your crime scene off. You have to make a crime scene sketch. You have to have photographs taken of that crime scene. You may have fingerprints needed to be taken at that crime scene. Several things need to be done before you bring a coroner's office in and attempt to move the bodies.
So it says in that event, when a coroner is not immediately needed, that the investigating officer shall advise the coroner of an approximate time when the coroner's deputy can respond. And if no time can be estimated, the investigating officer shall arrange to make second notification to the coroner when the response is appropriate.
That's where we get our first call and second call.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes,
You made first notification at what time?
6:50,
And then you made the second notification to tell them to come straight out at what time?
8:08.
And in the second paragraph, sir, when circumstances indicate that the investigation of the death requires the expertise of a specialized investigator, for example, homicide detective, immediate notification to the coroner shall be made by the concerned.
I'm sorry, reluctant to object. That's spirit of cooperation, but is this a question? We can read the document itself.
It is foundational. By the concerned specialized investigator who responds to the scene of the incident. Can you tell us what is the significance of that passage?
Well, in the first paragraph, they're explaining that this could be any type of death, that even a patrol officer may be investigating. It's natural or whatever. Then they're telling you when the circumstances indicate that it is a homicide and you need the expertise of a homicide detective. They're telling that patrol officer or that officer that's investigating that homicide or traffic collision, whatever it is, do not notify the coroner's office. Let the assigned homicide detective who's in charge of the case make the notifications, because he has all this work to do when he gets there.
So why is it important who makes notification to the coroner? First officer or the homicide detective who eventually is assigned to the case?
It's important because the coroner's office is then not left standing around doing nothing when they could be going to other calls to pick up other deceased. It kind of lets them make their arrangements. As an example, if...
No, sir, the question I'm asking is, so why is it important who makes notification to the coroner, the detective versus the patrol officer who first shows up?
Because the detective, when he shows up, he can evaluate the crime scene. He can tell how long it's going to take him, with his experience and his knowledge, how long it's going to take him to do this crime scene to get it ready for the coroner's office to come. The patrol officer would have no idea how long it's going to take that detective to finish his crime scene investigation. So for him to make an estimate of time would benefit nobody.
So can you tell us, sir, what is the overall purpose of this special order number 21?
Exactly, following that, that is the chief's order. I'm not sure that Detective Phillips, with all his experience, is the best one to give us that. He's not the witness.
Well, this pretty much speak for itself.
Your Honor, what I want to know from this witness is what he understands. He understands what the problem is that's being addressed in this special order, and it doesn't speak for itself in that regard, because it was addressing a specific problem, and that's why it was issued.
It cross-references the manual, which this modifies, which it says it modifies, which has already been told to the jury.
And that does not speak for itself. If I can be permitted to elicit this answer, the court will see.
Briefly.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is the overall purpose for the issuance of this order? What problem was it seeking to address?
Well, I think following that particular question, that's not what you said you were going to prove, because what was in the chief's mind when he issued this order is not relevant in this case.
Overall.
Yeah.
Well, what it attempts to do is to eliminate the downtime of the coroner's office standing around at one crime scene for 4 or 5 hours when they could be doing something else in another area that is ready for them.
Okay, so yeah, during this trial, yes, it is Timu. Yes, and talk about Sheen too. Yes, it's Timu and Sheen, definitely. The thing about this trial is that during the trial, especially in the beginning, there is lots of laughing from the audience, which laughter is the greatest medicine, and it's good to have humor, that we also agreed on. But we do not see laughing going on in courtrooms and trials today that we watch. So I don't know if the judges today would have allowed these things like they do now. So so the laughing, which is I think would be seen as inappropriate, happened. So this, although this judge, I'm not saying he did good or bad. The thing is that back then they seem to let things slide. Maybe that they don't let things slide now. So that was something else that we noticed in this trial. Yes, completely Timu, and with a sheen smirks on their faces in a Timu trial. So yeah, she really was like the war was lost before it even started, so to speak. I will say the defense did, from that perspective, they did very well. Not that it was the right thing or a good thing, but they did well with the tactics they use, for their defense. But also it was the circumstances that they had around them with the riots and the political climate that was going on at the time, the LAPD. So as I said, sometimes it's won or lost before it even starts. But yeah, she was fighting an uphill battle, basically. Yes, it's a joke indeed. And there is lots of smirking coming over from the defense's table and staring down. Yes, yeah, Kmart and Roxy. If in this trial, what I've been using in this trial is Kmart and Sears, because it's at the time period that they this was in. It was when those two stores were open, and I have been using that in this specific trial. So we use Timu, we use Kmart in the place of Timu, and also Sears for Sheen. Although, yeah, it's basically a Kmart Timu trial, but Timu could still be used though, and Sheen, they both could be used. It was a different, it was an interesting theme that I came up with. Yeah, it's a Kmart trial, and with Sears defense. Well, with not Sears defense, with a Sears situation. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Sears. Yeah, I like going to Sears too when I was coming up, but it's not around anymore. Yes, so it's like, for instance, this detective or chief, he got his glasses from Sears. Harbor Freight. Now, I don't know when Harbor Freight opened. I'm sure it's been around for a while. I knew about Harbor Freight from the 2000s, the earlier mid 2000s, but yeah, I don't know when Harbor Freight opened, actually. But still, I'm sure, as I said, it's been around for probably a very long time. Yeah, Dollar Tree. Tractor Supply. Yeah. Yeah, that's certainly what this place is. With this trial is, it's Harbor Freight, it's Tractor Supply. Yeah, it's a Tractor Supply jury. Burlington-ish trial. Yeah, yeah. It's made in China. It's the cheap aisle from Kmart. An uphill battle. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a Dollar General trial and a dollar store jury. You like Harbor Freight? I do too. It's been a while since I've been to Harbor Freight, but I've gotten some stuff from there. Yeah, I remember I got a couple of things from that place. I even got a bullhorn from there. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's the worst possible scenario happened. Oh, your dad loves Harbor Freight. Your dad loves Harbor Freight. Yeah. It's like the Toys R Us of tools for adults. Also, I got a drill from there, too. Many, many years ago. Okay, let's see.
So we don't have bodies and crime scenes being backed up all over the county of Los Angeles by one coroner's office sitting around for 4 or 5 hours at one crime scene where he could be picking up, don't mean to be gross, but picking up 2 or 3 natural deceased and while he's standing around waiting for one crime scene to be done.
Okay. And if a coroner is standing around at one crime scene just waiting to be allowed into it to remove the bodies, what happens to other officers on other homicide scenes who are waiting for the coroner?
Overruled.
Well, then those crime scenes would begin to back up. We'd have officers standing around waiting for coroners to show up, and it would just become a domino effect. This whole idea is so that we have rapid response from the coroner's office. They can do their job, get out, and get to another area where they're needed, where other detectives or other officers are waiting for a coroner to show up at that location.
Now, sir, on the coroner's tape, when you were speaking to Mr. Willis, you told him that it was Mr. Simpson in that conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes?
Why? Why'd you tell him?
Well, because I did, number one, but number two is if I were to tell them that we had a double homicide in the Brentwood area, it's going to cause news media event regardless of who is involved. It's just we don't have double homicides in the Brentwood area very often. And so by telling him what we had and asking him for his cooperation and keeping it quiet, we would eliminate the press for as long as possible. So trying to make a point to him.
To let him know how important it was.
Yes.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Withdrawn. Sir, you indicated, I think, on cross-examination that there's a moonlighting job that you and Detective Furman both did.
Used to do, yes.
Used to do at one time. Were you working together when you did that? You
No.
and he would go to the job together, come home together?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
Okay. It was.
That's 2.
It is too. You know, that's okay. But you would. You didn't see each other then on the job there.
No.
Okay.
Overruled. But I think you covered that as well on the direct.
On direct?
Excuse me, on cross, it was covered on cross. That they worked the same job, they did not work at the same time. What's the job?
I want to do it too. I'm getting very punchy. On.
It's been a lot.
Are there other, yes, have other officers, or do other officers also work that same job, sir?
Yes, I believe there was probably 15 of us that worked that location, different shifts. It was 24 hours around the clock.
What is this? Next in order, Your Honor.
71, Peoples 71.
Thank you. If we could mark this as People 71, Your Honor. Can you see that on the monitor, sir?
Yes?
All right. Do you recognize what's being shown there?
It looks like the rear of 875 South Bundy and the Jeep that was parked in the driveway.
Okay. Now, was there room to walk between the Jeep and the fence?
Yes?
Was there room to park in the alley behind the Jeep?
Yes?
And was there room to park behind the Ferrari in the driveway?
Yes?
Now, you were, Can you cut the feed for this one, please?
I've not seen this photo. But I've not seen it today. I don't know what she's talking about.
I believe this is,
Thank you. This would be marked People's next in order, Your Honor, People 72.
all right, Peoples 72.
Sir, you indicated during cross-examination that you saw a menu. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes, Mr. Cochran showed me something about a Pizza Man menu on a statement written by Detective Furman.
Okay. Now, in that statement that he showed you, has that been marked, Your Honor?
The statement? I don't believe
The
so.
report? Showing you what's been marked as D1023, sir. On the second page, after item number 5, it says,
Can I object to this?
Are you using this to refresh his recollection or just point out something?
I just want to point out something.
Seriously, otherwise he can read it himself.
Have him read it to himself at this point.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay. Now, based on your reading of this, does this refer to one or two items?
2 items
Okay. And one is found where, according to this note?
on an upstairs coffee.
This is reluctant to object. This is improper. She didn't ask him to remove his refresh. You can't just refer to his note. That's hearsay.
No, Your
Correct.
Honor, I'm clearing up what was dealt with on cross-examination.
I hate to do, no.
Let's work it out.
This Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, there's a reference to a note on the upstairs coffee table. Do you know anything about that?
No,
Did you ever see such a note on a coffee table?
no.
Okay, and then down here, there's a reference to a menu, it says pizza menu by female victim's left leg. Did you see that?
Well, I saw a menu by her left leg, and after looking at this, I thought it was a pizza menu, but I remember now that it was an Oriental menu from some Oriental type of restaurant. It wasn't a pizza menu.
And looking at the photograph that's now been marked People 72,
Yes?
do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, that was the Oriental menu that I was referring to, that I inadvertently thought that was referring to.
When you say that, you're referring to D 1023, the passage we were just looking at?
Yes.
Paragraph 5. All right, now, you saw the dog Cato at the Bundy scene, I think you testified earlier.
Yes?
Do you know of any way to check a dog's teeth to see if it had bitten someone 4 hours earlier?
The form of that question, Your Honor, is argumentative, and this calls for science that's outside, without further foundation, it's outside the expertise of the officer.
This was,
I'm sorry?
Are you aware of any way to test a dog's teeth for having bitten somebody recently?
no, I didn't, that wasn't my question, Your Honor. Of course. Can I try again, Your Honor?
I like my question.
Should I answer yours?
Well, I'm not the lawyer. We'll try to, I'd like to try to let the lawyers try their own cases. I'm sorry, Ms. Clark.
Okay, thank you, Your
Ask
Honor.
your question,
I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
much as I'd like to.
Go ahead.
No.
No? Okay.
You do your job.
All right. Do you know of any way to check a dog's teeth to see if it had bitten someone 4 hours earlier?
No.
Did it occur to you to go and check emergency room medical records to see if a person who had just killed 2 people went and checked himself into the emergency room for a dog bite he'd gotten during the killing?
No, I did not.
Now, did you take photographs of the soles of the shoes of the first officers that were on the scene?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have here a series of photographs I've shown to counsel. It'd be photographs, Your Honor, of soles of shoes.
All right, I'm going to have Mrs. Robertson get a black binder so we can put those in there.
Thank you very much.
All right. I take it you want these collectively as People's 73?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. May I approach?
You may.
Showing you the items that have now been collectively marked as People 73. Thank you. Do you recognize?
Yeah, we can put them in single order and then flip through them.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize these photographs?
I took the photographs at West Los Angeles detectives.
At the detective's area?
Yes.
Can you tell us when these Polaroids were taken?
They were taken over a period of several days. All the officers obviously don't work the same shift, the same day, all at the same time, so I left word in the watch commander's office that these particular officers, the next time they reported to work, to come up and see me, and then I came in early to meet them and took the photographs of their shoes. So it was over a period of days.
But was it within a week of the homicides?
Yes.
Is there something that
Can you Elmo them one page at a time? The only problem is the protective covers on those things has a bad reflective. Let's try it. All right. I mean, just, yeah. Better. All right, Ms. Clark, how about if we have Mr. Fairtlow just run through and show them a brief shot of each one of these?
That's good. Thank you, Ron.
All right. All right, let's see the next set.
Page 543.
All right.
Page 544. First half. Page 544, second half. Page 545, second half. Page 546, first half. Page 546, second half. Page 640. First half. Page 640, second half. Page 861. Two prints on it. Page 862. Two prints on it.
Yes.
Sir, have you ever heard of a flavor of ice cream called chocolate chip cookie dough?
Yes.
And did you check the ice cream that you found in the Ben & Jerry's cup inside 875 South Bundy to see if there were clumps of chocolate chip cookie dough in it?
No.
When you went into the Rockingham location, sir, you said you went in through the rear door with
Yes.
Arnell. Did you happen to notice whether she went to punch in an alarm keypad when you first entered?
No, I didn't.
Does that mean she didn't do it?
I didn't
She-
see her do it. I have no idea whether she did it or not.
Could have, you just don't know.
I don't know.
You indicated, I think, sir, that there were like, you counted 28 police officers at the crime scene at 875 South Bundy?
Well, there was
Different names?
28 names on a log that said at some time or another they arrived.
Does that mean that there were 28 officers at that scene at the same time?
Could be. I have no idea. I wasn't keeping track of every single officer's movements and how many were there and at any particular time.
Let me ask you this, sir. Was there a, do you know what I mean by the term shift change?
Yes?
Was there a change of shift from the time that you first went to the location of 875 South Bundy at approximately 2:10 a.m. till 10 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Well,
How's that work?
The morning watch shift gets off at about 7 o'clock in the morning, and the day watch shift comes on, has their roll call at 6:30 in the morning, and usually hits the street between 7 and 7:15 in the morning. So that's when that change would occur at that particular time.
So some officers leave at 7:15, go off duty, and others come on?
Yes?
And that occurred between 2 and 10 in the morning on June the 13th?
It's legally suggested that in this situation, they may not have done, they may have worked overtime, so I appreciate the formal question.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. Then was there a shift change between 2 in the morning and 10 in the morning on June the 13th?
Yes?
I forgot my last question.
I think we're talking about whether or not people checked in and out of the crime scene.
So, yes, when you were counting all of the names on the list, sir, that doesn't necessarily mean they were all there together at the, does that necessarily mean they were all there together at the same time?
No?
One, please.
This is Defense Exhibit
1027, Your Honor? Regarding this photograph, sir, do you recall that there was a palm tree at the front of the residence at 875 South Bundy?
Yes?
Now, the female who is in the white shirt, looking at this photograph, can you tell us whether she's standing out on the sidewalk or out on the grass?
Well, she's either on the sidewalk or the grass, because it appears that she's outside of that planted area that's right in front of her.
Mm-hmm. And the gentleman who's, let me use the laser. I mean, can you see where I'm pointing with the laser, sir? See the gentleman whose shoulder is here?
Yes?
Okay. Can you tell in this photograph whether he's standing on that walkway with the blood on it, or whether he's standing on the sidewalk area?
I can't be positive, but I'd say it looks like he's probably standing on the sidewalk.
Move the strike after that.
overruled.
It looks to you like he's standing on the sidewalk, you said?
I object, that's legal suggestion.
What did you just say, sir?
You can't, that's an answer, Judge.
Overruled. Counsel can ask a clarifying question, especially when the witness is turned away, talking the other direction, which I didn't hear either.
What did you say, sir?
I said it appears as if he's standing on the sidewalk, but from this angle, I can't be sure exactly where he's standing.
This photograph, do you think it's a clear photograph in terms of the perspective of the crime scene?
Object to the form of that, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Criticizing the photograph.
Sustained.
All right. See
Maybe
this
we can have
part?
some expert testimony from our telephoto lenses back here as to distortion by various lenses.
Well, let me ask you this. You were at the crime scene, right?
Yes,
And you know the distances between things, right?
roughly.
Does this comport with your memory of the distances that you saw when you were there between the gate, the sidewalk, the walkway, the palm tree?
You know, that's vague, and that's compound, and that's an unintelligible question.
You know, it is a compound question, and we did have a view of the scene by the jurors. They did view it for a significant period of time from across the street, and I think they know the perspectives. I think they took note of where the palm tree was.
I'd like to elicit some testimony, so I have something in the record, though, Your Honor, that I can refer back to later.
Well, you can refer back to the view of the scene.
But with respect to this particular time, I'd like to be able to ask some questions about this witness's memory, if I may.
That's true. It's also noon.
Can I ask one more question then before we break?
One more.
Thank you. You see these officers down here, sir?
Yes.
Where do they appear to be in relationship to the palm tree?
Again, the depth perception is very bad, but I'd say they were standing in front of the palm tree, probably somewhere around the curb or in the street itself.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Detective Phillips, you're excused. Order to return at 1:30.
Thank you.
All right. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All right. All right, all the parties are again present. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. We've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Detective Ronald Phillips is still on the witness stand. Good afternoon, Detective Phillips.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath, and Ms. Clark, you may conclude your redirect.
Where was that picture? You recall we were talking about this photograph that was shown to you by the defense marked, I think, D1027?
Yes.
All right, I think when you left off, you were indicating that the police officer is shown in the right hand of the...
May I get down, Your Honor?
Yes. You were indicating that these police officers, I'm indicating with the laser light, you believe were standing either on the street or on the curb in front of the location?
Well, with depth perception, I think that mistakes it. I think you can tell us what you say. Recapitulating after lunch.
Overruled.
I think with the depth perception, it's very difficult to tell exactly where they're standing, but in relationship to the palm tree, I'd say they're either on the curb or possibly in the street, at least on this side of the walkway for sure.
And you indicated, let me ask you then, and this was the person that you indicated was where?
Well, I would say that person's on the other side of the palm tree, probably on the sidewalk area, but again, depth perception, I don't know if he's standing in the grass or on the sidewalk.
Hard to tell in this photograph, is it?
It's impossible to tell.
And this person here, you indicated, I think, on the cross-examination was the photographer Rokar?
Yes.
And can you tell where he is? Whether he's in the shrubbery or on the sidewalk?
I can't tell where he's standing.
Now, this person is the photographer that took pictures at the crime scene?
Yes.
And does a photographer have to get walk into the crime scene in order to take photographs of the evidence?
Object to the form of that question, what do you have to do? That's conclusion, speculation.
Sustain.
How does a photographer get into a crime scene how does a photographer get to take pictures of the evidence?
Well, as the evidence is presented, the detective in charge of the investigation will ask him to take certain photographs as the investigation is taking place. He'll stand in the area or stand outside the area until some evidence or something that the investigating officer wants to be photographed comes along, and then he'll call him in to photograph that particular piece of evidence or item, and then he'll back off again. So he's ready to take photographs all along the crime scene.
Okay. So is this a person that has authority to be in the crime scene?
At the direction of the investigating officer, yes.
Okay. And then the person here that you indicated and here that you indicated are coroner's investigators?
Yes.
What do coroner investigators have to do with respect to the bodies?
Well, they have to prepare the bodies to be moved from the location.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to be in the area.
Mm-hmm. So do they have authority to be inside the crime scene?
Yes.
And what about this person here? You indicated Dennis Fung, the criminalist.
Yes.
What does the criminalist do at a crime scene?
Collect and book, prepare evidence that's at a crime scene under the direction of an investigating officer or under his own direction as he goes along through the crime scene.
And does he have to be allowed into the crime scene in order to do that?
Yes.
So the four people that we see here, the photographer, the criminalist, the coroner's investigators that appear to be in the crime scene, all generally have authority to be there.
Yes, at the proper time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, have a seat. Now, who's permitted to touch the body or do anything associated closely with the body of a homicide victim?
Well, the coroner's office is the only one allowed to touch the body and actually go through the pockets of the body and pull anything out of the pockets or off the body of the deceased. Homicide detectives don't do that. We don't move the bodies until the coroner's office arrives, and they actually do the moving of the body.
And they're the only ones allowed to move the body, are they?
Yes.
Your Honor, can you cut this is the People's 46. People's.
Now, you see this scene as you've identified it before, is that right, sir?
Yes.
See the palm tree there?
Yes.
And that palm tree, does that appear to be in the same location as the one shown in the earlier photograph?
Yes.
So someone... That's all. Now let me ask you something, sir. You were shown a picture of a speed dialer inside of Nicole Brown's condominium, on which was marked Daddy.
Yes. Yes.
Could you tell if that Daddy referred to her father or the children's father?
If you can tell from the photograph. If he can tell from the photograph, but he said he'd never seen it before.
That's right, so it's
Right, so, no, it's all right. If he can tell from the photograph. Can you tell from the photograph who Daddy is?
No, sir.
If you had known that that was Mr. Simpson's phone number, would you have dialed it?
No,
Why not?
because I wanted to try and make the notification in person.
Sir, when you went to Rockingham, how long did you intend to spend there?
Yeah, I think that's
This is foundational, Your Honor.
Or
As short a time as possible. I mean, we went there.
He hasn't...
sustain? He asked him this question.
And you went there, why? Now, do you happen to know in this particular case whether the coroner's representatives stayed around after the bodies of Ron and Nicole were moved?
No, I don't.
Do you know the photograph shown to you by defense counsel D-1027? Do you recall that photograph, the one I...
Distance whatsoever. I needed to have his children picked up at West LA Station. I was going to offer him that service. I was also going to ask him, or at least try to make efforts that he did not go to the Bundy location to see that scene.
Was it your intention to return to the Bundy scene?
After Rockingham?
Yes.
No.
Now, do you happen to know in this particular case whether the coroner's representatives stayed around after the bodies of Ron and Nicole were moved?
No, I don't.
Do you know the photograph shown to you by defense counsel D-1027? Do you recall that photograph, the one I just showed you before the last one?
Yes?
Do you know what time that picture was taken?
No, I don't.
All right, you indicated that you spoke to Kathy Randa on the telephone, sir?
I spoke to a Kathy. I don't know her last name.
Before you spoke to her, when you asked Arnell where her father was, and she told you that she didn't know, was that... This is what he's already testified to, based upon his subsequent actions. He testified to it on direct and cross, Your Honor.
After he spoke to Arnell, what's the question?
I haven't been able to finish it.
What's the question? After he spoke to Arnell, what?
After you spoke to Arnell, and after you asked Arnell where her father was, and she told you she didn't know, did you go...
After he spoke to Arnell.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a subject matter he's testified to on direct and on cross before.
I realize that, but there's an objection at this point. He spoke to Arnell. Then
What did Arnell tell you about where her father was? This explains subsequent conduct.
Overruled.
Arnell never told me where her father was.
What did she indicate to you?
Are you talking outside the house?
Yes,
or
sir.
after we came inside the house?
Outside the house.
I asked her if she knew where her father was, and she made some gesture towards the house and said, "Isn't he in the house, or isn't he there?" I don't exactly recall what she said. And at that time, Phil Van Adder began talking to her, and I did not talk to her anymore.
Okay. And then inside the house, did you have further conversation with her about where her father was?
I asked her if she could find out where her father was at, and she told me that Kathy, his secretary, would know where her father was at, and that she would call her.
And then she made a phone call?
Yes?
And then you spoke to Kathy, is that what you testified to earlier?
Yes?
When you spoke to Kathy, did you tell her the defendant's ex-wife had been killed?
I believe I mentioned, not to Kathy, no.
All right, and then you indicated that you called the defendant in Chicago.
Yes?
Now, after you advised him that his ex-wife had been killed, you indicated on cross-examination that he said, "What do you mean she's been killed? Oh my God, Nicole is dead." You recall that testimony?
Yes?
Was there any pause between his question, "What do you mean she's been killed?" and "Oh my God, Nicole is dead"?
Object to the form of that question. Pause. You've already described this for us. I object to the form of this question. It's improper.
Your Honor, I object to counsel speaking objections.
Overruled.
He became upset, made that statement, and then he continued to be upset and continued to talk on the telephone to himself. And it took me several seconds to get him to talk to me again, to have him listen to me. He seemed very, very upset.
Was there any pause after the question, after this statement, what do you mean she's been killed?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to offer any information or interject?
Object to the form of that question.
No.
And did he ever repeat, what do you mean she's been killed after that one time?
No, he just kept repeating over and over again that Nicole had been killed.
Did he ever ask about the children before you brought up that subject, about where they were?
No, eventually when I got his attention again is when I mentioned the children, and you have to remember this conversation took place very quickly. He was talking and I was talking and everybody was a little bit excited.
Mm-hmm. But you were the one who brought up the children first.
Well, I told him, I says, Mr. Simpson, try to get a hold of yourself. I have your children at the police station.
Okay. And at that point, he asked you, why are they at the station?
Yes.
And was it after that point that he told you he'd take the next flight?
Yes.
And you then, at some point you offered him your pager number. Yes, you testified. When was that?
That was towards the end of the conversation when I said, if you need something, take my pager number down and my office number down and give me a call if I can do anything for you. And then when I got back to the station later on that day, there was a message that he had called.
So he did take your pager number down when you gave it to him?
I'll take that, sure. That assumes the fact that I didn't.
Sustain.
But after you gave the pager number, he did in fact page you?
As I said, I gave him my pager number and my office number. He did not page me. He called me at the office, left a message through the desk personnel at the office, and that's the pink slip I got as a message that Mr. Simpson had called. He did not call me on my pager.
Okay. And was it after... And did his request to speak to Arnell conclude your conversation?
Yes, I did not talk to him again.
Now, counsel was showing you your report. I'm going to show you... Let's see. I believe Mr. Cochran ended at the end of page 1. Let's go on to page 2. At the end of their report, ask you to read that.
To himself.
Yes. As he's doing.
Yes. I didn't do that.
All right. At the end of your report, sir, what did you put down?
Object, Your Honor. Please read the report and testify.
Sustain.
What necessary properly.
It's hearsay. Sustain.
It's also been asked and answered. It's also
It has not been
No.
asked and answered, Your
I've
Honor.
already sustained it.
When you informed the defendant that his ex-wife had been killed, did you say she had been murdered?
No, I said she'd been killed.
Did he ask you if it was in a traffic accident?
Object, this has been covered in the direct examination, it's improper redirect examination, and it's irrelevant material we asked about traffic accident. And this is improper, redirect examination.
Overruled.
No.
And did you find that to be unusual, sir?
Object to that, Your Honor, that's unusual. Object to that, there's no standard.
Sustain.
All right. Have you made any notifications to next
Excuse me, counsel, we're getting a little sloppy on the speaking objections on both sides here. So no, trust me, on both sides. So at this point, make your objection, state one of 12 recognized legal grounds to object. I'll rule. If I need an explanation, I'll ask for it. Thank you. Proceed.
How many notifications of death have you made to next of kin in your years as a police officer and detective?
I don't know, far too many, I'm sure. A couple hundred.
And was it common in your experience for next of kin to ask questions about how the homicide had occurred?
Object to the form of the question. So what? Object to the form of that question, Your Honor. And I would be glad to embellish it.
Overruled. You can answer that question, yes or no.
The question again, please?
Is it common in your experience for the next of kin to ask questions as to how the death occurred?
It usually occurs that way, yes.
And so did you find the defendant's response to be unusual in your experience?
I object to the form of that question, Your Honor.
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
His belief about his own...
Let me just talk to you briefly without the reporter.
Still a sidebar.
I know.
Sidebar, Your Honor.
I know. Thank you.
Sir, did anyone, while you were at Rockingham that morning, did anyone tell you what time the defendant actually left for the airport?
No.
I think you testified earlier that Kathy told you that he took a red-eye flight.
That's correct.
And that was when you were on the telephone,
Yes.
but no specific time was mentioned to you?
No, she just said he took a red-eye to Chicago that night before.
Did she tell you what airline?
I don't believe she did.
Now, after she told you that, did you go out and tell somebody that the defendant had taken a red-eye flight to Chicago?
Didn't tell him that she'd taken a red-eye flight, no.
What did you say?
Just said I'd made contact and talked to Mr. Simpson in Chicago.
Now, sometime after that telephone conversation, you stated that you were in the breakfast room of the location and that Detective Mark Furman came to see you?
Yes.
How long after the telephone conversation was that?
Five minutes, no more than 10 minutes, somewhere in that area.
Okay. Was he anywhere near you when you were having the telephone conversation?
No.
He came walking in from the outside. Was that what you testified to?
Yes.
When you made contact with him, did you tell him that you just heard the defendant took a red-eye flight to Chicago?
No.
What was your conversation with him when you saw him in the breakfast room?
He wanted to talk to me. He wanted to show me something, so I went with him and he showed me what he wanted to show me. It was basically his conversation explaining to me what he had found.
Mm-hmm. And did you tell him anything about your conversation with Kathy?
I may have mentioned to him that I made contact with Mr. Simpson. I suppose that might have happened, but that would have just been in passing.
Mm-hmm. Just that you talked to him?
I'm sure I told everybody there at some time or another that I'd made contact with him.
And, sir, did you make note in your report of the defendant's reaction to the notification call you made to the defendant in Chicago?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Phillips, with regard to the photographs of the shoes that we saw of the various detectives, were your shoes also photographed?
No,
And were Detective Furman's shoes photographed?
no,
Were Phillips or Van Adder's shoes photographed?
no.
And I believe I asked you this, but did you have the shoe sizes of any of these officers at all?
No, sir.
And these shoes were photographed at West LA Station?
Yes, it was done in an interview room in West LA Station, and most of them were done with the officer wearing the shoe and just putting his foot up onto a table.
Do you have a log indicating what days those shoes were photographed on?
No, as I said, it occurred over several days, 3 or 4 days, because the officers have days off, and there were several officers to do, so I just put a list down in the watch commander's office that when you come to work, come see Detective Phillips.
Is it true that most officers have at least 2 pair of shoes?
I have no idea.
How many? You didn't wear uniforms very much back then, but when you last wore a uniform, did you have more than 2 pairs of department-issue shoes?
No, I've only had 1 pair of uniform shoes at a time.
All right. If one of the officers who testified here, for instance, Risky, indicated he had 2 pairs of shoes, was there any memo ever given to the officers to take a picture of the shoes you were wearing on June 12th or June 13th?
I asked every officer that came up if they had the shoes on that they wore on June 12th to June 13th, and I believe every one of them had the same shoes on.
But these officers had continued, as far as you know, had continued to wear these shoes for whatever period of time before they took the photographs, which we saw. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, they weren't all taken the same day. Some were taken within a week. Is that correct?
Over a period of 3, 4 days, 5 days, maybe even.
Now, you said that in response to one of Ms. Clark's questions that it is unusual to have a double homicide in the Brentwood area. Is that correct?
I think it is, yes.
And in the time you've been out there working in homicide, you've had obviously a number of homicides out in that area also, have you not?
Yes.
And you've had some double homicides out there also, have you not?
I don't recall. Well, we've had murder-suicides where one person kills somebody and then kills themselves, and that would be a murder-suicide, but that's...
You've had cases where you've had 2 bodies, and you had to investigate it and make a determination, right?
Yeah, murder-suicide.
Okay, that'd be 2 bodies, right?
Yes, sir.
At least 2.
That would
All
not
right.
be a double homicide.
All right. And in that connection, when you talked to the coroner's office, there was nothing which prohibited you from saying, we have a double homicide, I'm going to call you back later, all I want to do is get some numbers and give you the first call. You didn't have to say, we have a double homicide in Brentwood and it involves O.J. Simpson, did you?
Well, they asked me what I had, and I told them I had a double homicide, and because I would have told them if I hadn't had a double homicide, I would have told them I had a murder-suicide.
All right. But the point I was asking you, there was no requirement in your regulations for you to say that you had a double homicide involving O.J. Simpson's ex-wife, was it?
There is nothing.
That's something you volunteered, isn't that correct?
Yes, yes it is.
And would you agree with me by your saying that that tended to exacerbate the interest in this case, at least in behalf of Mr. Willis, who you shared this information with?
Well, it was a two-edged sword. It was going to come back to haunt me either way.
Right? But we don't know how it would have been if you hadn't told him, do we?
No, we don't.
Because you told him, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, on this job that these officers work in West Los Angeles, we're not going to ask you the job, but this was a moonlighting job that a number of officers worked on in West Los Angeles. Is that correct?
No,
Well, some officers worked on it.
just Mark Furman and myself, I believe, were the only ones from West Los Angeles that worked up there.
There are other officers who worked there, though?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other LAPD officers, I mean.
I believe they're LAPD, I believe they're LASO,
Sheriffs.
I believe there's some retired from other jurisdictions also,
How'd you find out about that job?
through a mutual friend.
All right. And then you went, did you go first, or did Detective Furman go first?
I believe that the individual who got us the job took over a situation that already existed, and there was several of us all hired at the same time, maybe 10 or 15 of us all hired at the same time, the same night, as far as going to an orientation, and then we started our shifts. So I think we all started at the same time, and I'm not positive Mark Furman was in that initial group, but he probably could have been.
If he was not in the initial group, did you tell him about this particular position?
No, he also knows the same individual.
All right, so you both knew about it, and you both started working on this job, and you worked for approximately a year on that job at least, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, it's true, is it not, sir, that pursuant to the Los Angeles Police Department homicide manual, evidence should be booked as soon as possible, and under no circumstances should evidence be retained by a particular detective in the course of that investigation. Isn't that true?
Well, I wouldn't know what circumstances you were talking about. Each detective handles his own cases his own way.
Well, you wouldn't want to, and you're, as an experienced LAPD detective, you wouldn't carry evidence home, would you, that you picked up at a scene?
Cede to scope. Cede to scope or redirect.
I would ask the court to allow me just for this one question to ask that question, Your Honor. Counsel opened with regard to the shoes.
Sustain.
Now, with regard to, you were asked some questions about Special Order Number 21. And again, you've never had occasion to speak with Chief Willie Williams about that particular order, have you?
No, I have not.
And the background or his reason for issuing it?
No, I have not.
And in that order, in several places, it talks about the coroner being immediately notified, does it not?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that for the coroner to arrive at a scene 9 hours after discovery of bodies, that is not immediate under any stretch of the imagination?
Objection, that's argument.
Oral. He can answer.
It would depend on the circumstances that led up to that, sir. Each homicide case has its own set of circumstances which dictate time, dictate what we do and how things are done. Each case is a story of its own.
I understand
They're
that.
not all the same.
I understand that. Would you agree with me that 9 hours is not immediate? Would you agree with that?
9 hours is not immediate as far as taking the bodies away from a crime scene, no.
All right, thank you. You have no recollection at all of whether or not the ice cream in this cup you saw on that banister was vanilla or strawberry or chocolate chip cookie dough, do you?
I have no idea what that ice cream was, sir.
And you've never seen a picture of it, do you? Have you?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to just a question or two regarding Defendant's 1027. Put that right there. In Defendant's 1027, you're not able to see in Defendant's 1027 where that yellow tape is, can you?
No, sir.
And as I understand it, were you able to identify this person? Pick it there, you can step down if you can. Were you able to identify that lady, that appears to be a lady there in the foreground with a white blouse or shirt on?
I do not know who that person is.
Do you know the name of an LAPD trainee criminalist by the name of Mazzola, M-A-Z-Z-O-L-A?
I don't believe I've ever met that person, sir.
Did you see a female by the name of Mazzola at that scene that morning with Fung?
Objection. Just say you never.
I'm asking if he saw a female. Let me
He
ask
said
this
by
way.
the name of Mazzola.
Well, let me
Yes, he
strike
did.
by the name of Mazzola.
All right.
Did you see a female accompanying Fung at the scene that morning, either at Rockingham or at Bundy?
No.
Now, lest we give coroners a bad name, the coroner's office is not just a body removal service for the police department, are they?
No, they're not.
In fact, the Los Angeles County coroner has an independent obligation to conduct their own investigation regarding the time of death. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we are dealing with specially trained individuals who have an expertise in seeking to determine the time of death with regard to bodies. Isn't that correct? No,
Overruled.
isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the coroner's office, in your 28 years, you know that the coroner's office can assist in determining the time of death, and generally coroners do come to court and testify. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
They also assist in determining the cause of death. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
They also assist in determining the type of weapons, the number of weapons used in a particular incident. Isn't that correct? Just a few more questions, Your
I'm
Honor.
going to allow a little leeway here.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in the course of their investigation, they can also assist in the identity of perpetrators on occasion. Is that correct?
They can help to assist in that, yes.
And in addition to the coroner's office, the criminalists also play a vital role in retrieving evidence quickly before it starts to break down or degrade and become any way affected by the elements. Isn't that correct?
I'm not a criminalist, sir.
All right, but you've used criminalists throughout your career. have you
Yes.
not? And you know it's important to get the criminalists out there early to collect the evidence. Isn't that right?
Get a criminalist out there to collect the evidence is why we bring them out, yes.
That's right. And that's what presumably Fung is doing there in Defendants 1027. Isn't that correct?
I would assume that's what he's doing.
And with regard to 1027 and those photographs, you're not an expert in photographs, are you?
No, sir.
And when you were being asked all those questions about where people were standing, you're just giving us your best estimate. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the final analysis, that photograph speaks for itself. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Well, that's probably correct, Your Honor. I'll withdraw it.
Thank you.
But our guess is as good as yours regarding that photograph. Isn't that correct? Where people were standing?
Sustained. That's argumentative as well.
All right, Your Honor.
Maybe we'll have one of our experts from the back row tell us what that is.
You generally want the criminalists on the scene quickly to ensure that no evidence has been moved. Isn't that correct?
You want the criminalists on the scene as soon as you're ready for them to conduct whatever the job is you're asking them to do.
As soon as possible, right?
As soon as you want them on, as soon as possible.
And in this case, the criminalists came after the coroners came, right?
As I previously stated, sir, I don't know when the criminalists came.
Yeah, I
But
think
okay.
we're beyond the scope.
You may be right, Your Honor, in that regard. Now, lastly, with regard to the phone conversation to Mr. Simpson in Chicago, that was the reason why you went over to his house. Is that correct?
Yes.
This was a phone conversation of no more than 1 minute. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't go there to make a phone conversation. I
Well,
went
to
there to
make
make a notification, yes.
To him, right?
Yes.
And in the course of this, you've described for us that Mr. Simpson said to you, "What do you mean she's killed?" Recall that?
Yes.
And in the course of that, you've described for us that Mr. Simpson was very upset. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
That you had to try as best you could to try and calm him down and get him back to where he was, where he could be coherent on the phone. Isn't that correct?
So we could continue a conversation, yes.
Because you were trying to give him information. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you're not sure, as you sit here now, at what point you actually mentioned the kids or his children. Isn't that correct?
When I got him back on track and told him that I needed to talk to him and to calm down, that's when I told him, I says, "We have your kids at the police station."
All right, and after you got him to calm down so that you could make your statement, he then said, "What about my kids? Why are they at a police station?" Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
No. He responded to what you asked about the children. Isn't that correct?
He asked me why we had his children at the police station.
And it was shortly after that, was it not, that he then asked to speak to his daughter, and arrangements were made to pick up those children. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you never asked him to come back to Los Angeles. He volunteered to come back on his own. Isn't that correct?
Told me he was coming back on his own, yes.
And you described for us, I think graphically, that this was a short conversation. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And everybody was very excited. Isn't that correct?
Well, yeah, I think so.
And you were excited?
I think so.
Mr. Simpson was excited?
I think so.
Arnell was excited?
Yes.
Well, objection, not excited.
states the evidence are no, not part of the conversation.
Oh,
Arnell was excited?
Well, I could tell she was upset.
She was crying.
Behind me, she was talking to Detective Lang.
Thank you very much.
Excited, or,
Thank you. You will not be upset if I don't ask you any more questions?
no, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark?
Detective Phillips, why were there no photographs taken of the shoes of the 4 detectives? That is yourself, Detective Furman, Van Adder, and Lang.
Because the request I received from Detective Lang was to take photographs of officers that arrived at that location that had gone around that crime scene location before the detective showed up.
By the time you got there, you saw the bloody shoe prints, they were already there?
Yes.
Here comes 3.
Let me see if my eminent partner can talk me out of it. 1 second.
Anything as to shoe prints, shoe photos?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective Phillips, for name, showing on call.
Yes. All right, Detective Phillips, I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon, however, you remain subject to recall. All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. All right, Ms. Clark, your next witness, please.
Yes, the people call Detective Tom Lang.
All right, Mr. Lang. Ms. Clark, your next witness, please.
Yes, the people call Detective Tom Lang.
All right, Mr. Lang.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the trial counsel meeting before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. Your witness stand and state spell your first and last names for the record.
Tom Lang, T-O-M-L-A-N-G-E, also known as Frederick, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K.
Do people also call you Frederick?
That's one of my names, yes.
I never knew. All right, sir, if you would, please tell us, what is your current assignment?
I'm a police detective for the City of Los Angeles, assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special Section.
Can you tell us how long you've been so assigned?
I've been with Robbery Homicide Division since November of 1978. I've been a police officer since 1967, October.
And how many years have you been a detective?
Been a detective approximately 21 years.
Now, you're currently a detective, aren't you?
Yes.
But you're a detective with the Robbery Homicide Division. Were you previously a detective before you were at the Robbery Homicide Division?
Yes.
What kind of detective were you?
I was a juvenile detective, a robbery detective, and a homicide detective.
And how long were you a robbery detective?
Approximately 1 year.
And how long were you a homicide detective before you went to Robbery Homicide Division?
Approximately 3 years.
Now, is Robbery Homicide Division a different kind of set of detectives than the regular homicide detective you were before?
Yes, robbery, homicide special unit that I'm assigned to takes usually high priority cases or cases that consume a great deal of time, very involved cases such as serial killings, high publicity type cases.
Now, can you tell us, sir, then what are your duties specifically in the robbery homicide division as a detective?
Well, I'm a homicide detective. I investigate homicides, generally of a high priority nature, high profile nature, serial killings. Additionally, we back up the 18 geographical divisions in the city when their workload becomes such that they can't handle it.
And when you say can't handle it, what do you mean by that?
Well, when they become inundated with a great number of homicides, if one particular division were to have and what might be considered an inordinate number of homicides in one weekend, say 8, 10, or 12, and they just didn't have the people to handle those properly, then we would probably be called in to take some of those.
Now, at what point were you assigned to this particular case?
I was notified at home at 3 a.m., approximately 3 a.m. on June 13th.
And at what time did you arrive at 875 South Bundy?
At approximately 4:25 a.m.
Can you tell us where exactly at that location you parked your car?
Yes, I parked on Bundy, on the east side of Bundy, south of Dorothy.
Your Honor, exhibit number 49. Please.
All right, so do you see the location in the photograph on the monitor right now?
Yes.
Do you recognize that location?
Yes, it appears to be looking in a northwesterly direction from Dorothy to the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
Can you locate the position in which you parked your car?
Stipulate that he parked at Dorothy and Bundy, and we can move on.
May I please examine the witness? Thank
Just
you.
out of curiosity, is where he parked his car important?
The location of all of the officers, I think, is going to be important, Your Honor.
All right, proceed.
Thank you. Can you locate where you parked your car in this photograph, sir?
Yes, it would be to the left of the photograph on Bundy. Off of the picture. You can't see it in this particular photograph.
Do you have another one?
People's exhibit number 50.
Can you tell us the location we're looking at in this photograph, Your Honor? Your Honor. Detective. Oh, the court's been there, maybe.
I've been there, I could tell you.
You can tell us.
This is looking north on Bundy, and the directly in the middle here, I guess, would be Dorothy from left to right, and this photograph appears to be taken from the south side of Dorothy.
And is it on Bundy?
It's on Bundy, yes.
Would you have parked your car to the left of, to the right of this photograph as you face it?
Yes.
Now, you can see the crime scene tape in that photograph, sir?
Yes.
Did you find it in that manner when you arrived at the scene at 4:25?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you examined the crime scene tape as it was placed when you arrived at the scene?
If I examine the tape?
Yeah, not with a magnifying glass, but the placement of the tape when you arrived there.
I observed the placement, yes.
Can you tell us if you made any determination as to whether you were pleased with the way it was placed?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, that's relevant, Chair.
Oh,
I was satisfied in my mind that the crime scene was indeed secured by what I saw, yes.
So after you parked your car, what'd you do?
I approached the intersection, walking through the intersection to the vicinity of the black and white that you see in the center of the photograph, where I was met by Lieutenant Rogers, my officer in charge of my unit, and Detective Van Adder, Detective Phillips, and Detective Furman.
Did you have a conversation with them, sir?
Yes, I did.
And what was the first thing that you did when you got there?
Well, after approaching Detective Van Adder, I was introduced to Detective Phillips and Detective Furman. Detective Van Adder stated to me that...
Sustained.
You said you were introduced to Detectives Phillips and Furman?
Yes,
You'd never met them before?
that's correct.
Did you have a conversation then with Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
And based on that conversation you had with him, what did you do?
I proceeded with Detective Phillips to the southbound on Bundy to Dorothy, westbound on Dorothy to the alleyway behind 875 South Bundy. We entered the alleyway and approached the rear of the location. Detective Phillips is going to give me a walkthrough of the crime scene.
People's Exhibit number 38.
Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph, sir?
Yes, that's the alleyway looking north from Dorothy towards 875 Bundy, which would be on the right side, the rear of that location.
And you see the crime scene tape in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that the manner in which you found it when you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anyone guarding that crime scene tape, that perimeter boundary?
Yes, there was a uniformed officer at the alleyway.
When you got to that crime scene tape with Detective Phillips, did you have any conversation with that officer that was guarding the perimeter?
No, I believe we displayed our identification and leaned underneath the tape and proceeded up the alley.
Okay. And before you did that, though, you showed your identification to him?
Yes.
All right, then what did you do?
We approached the rear of the location, Detective Phillips and I, and began to enter the garage that was open at the rear of that location. As we did so, Detective Phillips pointed out a black Jeep, a vehicle that was parked in the driveway, and mentioning something to the effect that the vehicle belonged to one of the victims who lived at the location.
People's Exhibit number 71.
Sir, do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, it appears to be the black Jeep that I spoke of.
Okay. And then you indicated there was another car?
Yes, there was a Ferrari, white Ferrari parked inside the garage.
Okay. And you see that in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
Is this the position in which you found these vehicles when you arrived at the scene at approximately 4:25?
Yes.
You want to make this next photograph be marked People's Next in order, People's number 73?
May I see it?
Oh.
May I see this photograph?
Yes.
Excuse me.
74.
Make it lighter? Anybody make it lighter? Let's put it on the Elmo.
One, please.
Can you tell us if you recognize what you see in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that's the white Ferrari I mentioned, parked in the garage, and that's the rear entrance, rear door of the location to the rear of 875 South Bundy, and that's looking in a easterly direction.
Okay. Is this the path that well, did you go into the condominium through the garage, sir?
Yes, this is the pathway that I entered with Detective Phillips and entered the rear.
And at the front end of the Ferrari, what is that? Is that a doorway?
That's the doorway that leads into the rear of the residence.
Is that the one you walked through, sir?
Yes.
I see stairs now that we're getting a close-up view. Are there stairs when you first walk in?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw when you went in through that door, sir, went up the stairs.
I entered up the stairs, and to the left was a banister on which I observed a Ben & Jerry's ice cream cup. It was pointed out to me by Detective Phillips. To me, it appeared to be melted or melting. I asked Detective Phillips if that had been observed earlier. He stated
Hearsay.
Sustained.
He gave you some information about the observations of the first officer on the scene?
yes.
Did you observe what kind of ice cream that was?
No.
Have you since attempted to determine what kind of ice cream that was?
Yes.
Did you?
I believe I have.
Hearsay, not a further foundation.
Overruled at this point. What's the next question?
That was it.
I believe I have. All right, thank you.
All right, did you ask, did you try to determine whether or not that observation had been written down or documented in any way?
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard, sir?
I requested of Detective Phillips that he have the officer who originally observed the ice cream to document what he'd observed in his report.
What'd you do next?
I proceeded up the stairs behind Detective Phillips to the first level, where we proceeded east through the kitchen area, through the dinette area, to a point where I was at the front door of the residence. As I began to go through the front door, I was stopped by Detective Phillips, who stated to me to...
Hearsay. It's non-responsive, it's also hearsay.
All right, next question.
Did Detective Phillips tell you something, sir?
Yes.
Okay, based on what he told you, what did you do?
I stepped through the doorway behind him and proceeded east along a walkway to a point above the two bodies of the victims.
Now, before you did that, sir, did you walk through the kitchen area?
Yes.
Did you notice anything, did anything draw your attention in the kitchen area?
Yes, I observed a kitchen knife on a counter, kitchen counter.
And at some point, did you cause photographs to be taken of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I display that photograph may be marked People's next in order, People's number 75.
It had been shown to counsel.
People 75.
You recognize what you see here, sir?
Yes. That appears to be the knife.
That you were just describing to us?
Yes.
And is that in the location and condition in which you found it?
Yes.
Close up.
Your Honor, may I display a photo, it may be marked People's Next Door to People 76.
People 76.
Again, sir, can you tell us if you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's a close-up photograph of that knife.
And is that the condition and the position in which you found it?
Yes.
Can you tell us whether the knife looked bloody to you?
Did not.
How did it look?
It looked clean.
Now, as of the area of the kitchen, the portion of the house that you walked through at that point, did you see any evidence of ransacking
No.
or disturbance?
None.
Struggle?
None.
Did you see any blood?
I think that the objection that...
Objection to speaking objections, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Objection, and I would be glad to embellish.
Just overruled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you see any blood in the condominium, sir, at that point?
No.
Or bloody shoe prints?
No.
As you walked out of the kitchen, did you make any observation of the living room?
Yes.
And what was that?
What was that?
What was the observation you made of the living room?
The living room was to the east of the entrance, and I observed several candles on the living room table burning. Off to the right, the living room kind of sinks down off to the east of the location.
And then where did you go?
Proceeded through the front door with behind Detective Phillips.
Was the front door open or closed when you got to it?
It was wide open.
Did you receive any information from Detective Phillips as to what position the door was found by the first officer on the scene?
Yes.
Correct. Did you receive that information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next question.
Now, before you actually stepped outside, did you have a conversation with Detective Phillips?
Yes.
And before you stepped outside, did Detective Phillips point anything out to you?
Yes, he did.
What was it he pointed out to you before you stepped outside the door?
He stopped me as I was going through the door and said, "Be very careful."
Just a moment. Seriously, non-responsive.
Non-responsive.
That's not hearsay, though.
No, it's non-responsive. It's what he pointed out, not what he told me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He pointed out what appeared to me to be bloody shoe prints.
Okay. And did he tell you something with respect to those bloody shoe prints?
Yes, he said that.
Just a moment. Yes, is the answer.
Correct.
What did he tell you?
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not going to be offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
What's the relevant material then?
Sounds like hearsay to me, unless you want to embellish at the sidebar.
No.
Wait. Let me...
Based upon counsel's representation, I'll withdraw the objection to the question, so we don't have to have a sidebar.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
What did Detective Phillips say to you, sir?
Detective Phillips stated to me that there were bloody shoe prints on the walkway, along with blood droplets, to be very careful where I stepped. And at that point, he pointed towards them from right to left.
And were you using your flashlights at that point, sir?
There was a porch light on right above the front entrance. At that point, no, I had my flashlight with me, but there was sufficient light at the doorway where I didn't need one.
So was there enough light for you to be able to see to avoid the evidence?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I proceeded behind Detective Phillips, eastbound on the walkway to a point on the stoop just above the two victims.
Now, first of all, when you walked east, did you just say that you saw bloody shoe prints?
I observed what I believed to be, what appeared to be bloody shoe prints, and I observed two separate, what appeared to be blood drops.
Now, in what location was that with respect to the relationship between the front door and the bodies of the victims?
In regards to the blood droplets,
Right.
as one proceeds east along the walkway, there are, I believe, two steps going down just east of the doorway, and there was a droplet more or less in the center of the walkway, just east of those two steps. And as one would proceed east, there was an additional droplet that appeared on the walkway just north of the northeast corner of the residence.
Okay.
You understand?
I think so. Okay. Let's.
Your Honor, can you cut the feed for this photo? This is People's Exhibit number 35.
Okay, you saw then, were these two blood droplets separate, sir?
Yes.
All right. And you saw a bloody shoe print? Where in relationship to those two blood drops did you see the bloody shoe print you've indicated?
I saw what appeared to be bloody shoe prints moving westerly. The blood droplets were to the south or towards the building of the shoe prints.
Then did you walk to one side of that evidence, sir?
Ms. Levy, you can tell us where you are. That's leaving.
Mildly bleeding.
Okay.
How did you walk?
Okay. Where did you walk?
I walked to the right as you're going east, or to the south side of those shoe prints.
And did you stop at some point?
Yes, I stopped at a point on the landing above the two victims.
Now, was that your first view of the crime scene, sir?
Yes,
Was Detective Phillips with you?
yes.
Did he point out anything with respect to one of the victims?
Yes, he did.
Now, did you receive some information concerning the identity of one of the victims?
Yes.
And what was that information?
That the victim was believed to be Nicole Brown Simpson, the former wife of O.J. Simpson.
All right, now, Jonathan, can you please cut the feed, Your Honor?
People's Exhibit number
35. Can you tell us if you recognize what you're seeing here, sir?
Yes.
And tell us how.
This is a photograph looking down from my approximate position that I testified to in a northeasterly direction towards the victim, Simpson.
And is this the view that you had from approximately from the top of the landing where you stood with Detective Phillips?
Yes.
Can you tell us, sir, is that the position in which you saw her, Ms. Nicole Brown, when you appeared at the scene?
Yes.
And from that position, were you also able to see the body of Ron Goldman?
Yes.
Were you able to see any evidence from that position, sir?
Yes.
And what were you able to see?
I observed a white envelope in the dirt between the two victims. I observed what appeared to be a dark brown or black leather-appearing glove and appeared to be a blue knit cap in the dirt area near the feet of victim Goldman.
Now, the lighting in that particular area where you saw that evidence of the glove and the cap, can you describe it for us?
There was no direct lighting on that particular area. There was basically indirect lighting.
Was it dark in that area?
Yes.
Without the aid of your, well, let me ask you this. Were you using your flashlight to see the glove and the cap, sir?
Yes.
Without the aid of your flashlight, were you able to see that evidence?
I could probably make out a form, but I perhaps couldn't identify what it was.
Was there a plant near that evidence, sir?
Yes.
And where was it in relationship to that plant, the evidence?
The glove and the knit cap were beneath the leaves of the plant.
Okay, what did you do next?
I proceeded with Detective Phillips west on the walkway, observing other, what I believe to be bloody shoe prints moving in a westerly direction, back west towards the front door, to a point just before the front door where it appeared to me that the bloody shoe prints did a bit of a turnaround back east. I continued walking westerly on the walkway, observing the bloody shoe prints through a small gate that led to a stairwell. The shoe prints led down the stairwell. Along the way, I observed two other, what I believe to be blood droplets to the left of or the south of those shoe prints. I continued to proceed west on the walkway to a rear gate where I observed what appeared to me to be additional blood. Proceeded through that gate that led out into the carport area of the rear alley of the residence, where I observed an additional, what appeared to be a blood droplet on the driveway just east of the alley, and that would be just north of the black Jeep that I mentioned earlier.
Now, you said that you saw the bloody shoe prints at one point before you get to the front door, as they proceeded towards the rear alley. Do what appeared to be almost a turnaround. Did they turn completely to the east?
I don't recall it appearing to be a complete turnaround. It appeared to be a partial.
And was it in front of the front door, sir?
No, I believe it was east of the front door.
So it was some point before you get to the front door, if you're proceeding from the bodies to the rear alley.
That's my recollection, yes.
And were there any bloody shoe prints that were angled in towards the front door?
No.
At the area of the front door, did you see any bloody shoe prints at all?
The only shoe prints I saw there appeared to walk right by the door, going westerly on the walkway.
Going
West, right by the front door, yes.
And towards the rear gate?
Yes.
All right, when you got to the rear gate, was it open or closed, sir?
It was partially opened, I'd say perhaps halfway or so.
Can you recall at this point at what point the shoe prints faded out?
To me, they appeared to fade out as they reached the bottom steps of the stairwell that I mentioned, which is approximately midway between the front and rear gates.
When you got to the rear gate, did Detective Phillips point anything out to you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Pointed out what appeared to be a blood transfer or smear on the upper rung of the gate, and what appeared to be two droplets of blood on the lower inside rung of the rear gate.
And you were able to see those, were you, sir?
Yes.
All right. And when you got out to the rear driveway, you indicated that you saw the blood droplets and the change in the rear driveway.
I don't believe I indicated change. I did observe coins at that location, however, in the vicinity of what appeared to be a blood droplet.
Okay. And who pointed that out to you, or did you see that on your own?
Detective Phillips pointed it out.
Now, why was it that you were going with Detective Phillips? Why didn't you just walk there yourself?
There was evidence throughout, and I certainly didn't want to destroy evidence or walk in the wrong place. These things needed to be pointed out to me so that I would know where to step as he guided me on a walkthrough.
Is that common procedure, sir?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I have here a box that appears to be sealed at this time. For the record, I'm going to break the seal for the purpose of having Detective Lang identify some evidence for us.
All right. You want a knife or a scissor?
Knife.
Okay. We're quitting at 3, did you say?
As far as the jury is concerned, yes.
There's probably a need to discuss something with the court regarding this
All right.
as soon as possible, I think, Your Honor.
All right, let me,
Before we do that, I'd like to mark the evidence and show it to the witness, and then we can have a discussion at sidebar, if you don't mind.
I think that there may be a need to talk to you just before that's done, Your Honor.
all right, let me see you over here at sidebar.
Your Honor, why is counsel trying to stop us from introducing the evidence?
Wait.
This is already-
Wait. Come on over here. With the court reporter, please.
envelope that is a manila envelope from a sealed plastic bag, which contains slides. The cardboard items are slides. And this brown bag, which is currently sealed. And I'm not going to remove the item at this time. Oh, I need plastic gloves.
Mrs. Robertson, as usual, is prepared. Let me have Deirdre get some gloves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we've been through this before. And we now have bags as well. Do you want to mark that larger manila envelope and its contents?
Yes, Your Honor. The larger manila envelope contains a brown bag, which contains a blue cap. What I'd like to do is place the cap into a plastic bag and the glove into a plastic bag, if it pleases the court.
All right, Mrs. Robertson, do we have some clear plastic bags?
Detective Lang, I'm showing you now.
Yes, you may.
And out of that, I'll ask you to mark people's next in order, people 74? 77.
People 77?
I'm removing it from the brown bag, showing it to you now, without touching it, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize the item that I've just shown to you marked as people 77?
It appears to be the glove that I observed at the foot of Mr. Goldman, yes.
I'm going to ask that the bag in which it came be placed in a separate plastic container, Your Honor, and that it go as people 77A.
All right, 77A. Plastic bag containing the brown paper bag.
Sir, do you recognize what's shown to you there?
Yes, that also appears to be the, yes.
I'd ask that this be marked people 78.
All right, people 78.
And a separate bag, the brown bag that we found it in.
All right, 78A will be the brown paper bag.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I can move into another area, or what's the court's pleasure?
All right, do you need any of the other items that we have here? Are you going to show any of those things to Detective Lang at this time?
Not right away.
All right, then we're going to take our recess at this point, but hold on just a second. Let me see counsel with the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand in recess for the weekend at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations on the matter till it has finally been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. All right, we'll see you back here, as I'm sure the bailiffs have told you, and if you recollect that Monday is a court holiday, President's Day, and we'll see you back here on Tuesday.
With respect to that, I just want to indicate cap is going back into 78A. And into whatever container it likes. The glove was initially in, the glove that is 77 was initially in the bag contained in 77A,
All right.
which has the number 37 written on it.
All right, the court noting for the record that the authorities dealing with biological evidence indicate that the placing in plastic containers is not the appropriate packaging material for biological evidence.
Let the record reflect also, though, that none of these bags have been sealed.
Noted.
And I'm handing it all over to Mr. Clark.
Make a request that
Mr. Scheck?
gloves, they be placed back in the original packaging, and that the plastic bags that contain each item also be
All right.
Preserved.
Included in the packaging, certainly.
I hope I don't have to be packaged, Your Honor.
I'm handing Mr. Clark a pair of rubber gloves, Your Honor.
All right,
And I have
noted.
here also the plastic bag out of which we took the bag containing the ski cap, item number 37, still contains the slides of the hair and fiber that were examined by the defense and the prosecution. I'm going to ask leading the court to place that back into the manila envelope that has the number 38 on it, and replace this item, this manila envelope, back into the box from which it was removed.
All right.
I would request that we reseal that and initial it and date it. Oh, yes, and if it might be okay, could we just show it to the defendant?
Sure.
Just show it to the defendant before you reseal it. And I would ask that when Mr. Clark repackages the items, that he changes gloves each time and when he handles each item.
No objection. All right. Now, is there anything else we need to put on the record? And Mr. Blazier or Mr. Scheck, you're going to submit to the court a removal order.
I have it right here.
Who's going to refill the box, by the way?
The box will be returned to the clerk after the items have been exhibited to the defendant, and then the clerk will reseal the box.
We would ask that one of us remain to watch as...
Oh, I'm going to order that all of you stay here till it's done.
Oh, not me.
Not us, Your Honor.
All of you.
You let Mr. Cochran and Mr. Shapiro go.
They were ordered by the supervising judge to appear in his courtroom.
Me too.
No.
Well, he probably does want to see us too when you think about it.
All right, I'm going to order that the Mr. Clark, Mr. Hodgman, Mr. Blazer, and Mr. Scheck remain for the DNA or biological evidence materials. Anything else we need to take up on the record, Mr. Hodgman? All right, Mr. Darden, Ms. Clark, you're excused. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's-
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bailey?
I'd like to take us to 1335 now, the affidavit's coming in as we speak.
All right, well, let me finish with the DNA problems first.
Right.
All right, Mr. Hodgman?
Well, we have one miscellaneous matter, Your Honor, that I would like to bring to the court's attention, and I'll provide counsel with some copies, and if I may, I'll approach the
Please.
clerk with some copies of an item as well.
Madam Reporter, how are you doing? Thank you.
To the court a document which bears the heading, amongst other things, subpoena for appearance of witness, and it appears to be addressed to one Jill Shively, and in the box marked special instruction to witness on-call status Cato investigation. I'm here, this particular item was faxed to our office, and I want to tell this court, and I want to tell all who may be listening, that This subpoena is not an officially authorized subpoena from our office. It was not sent by our office. There is no such Cato investigation. This was never sent by our office to Ms. Shively. We are conducting an investigation to find out how in the world someone got a hold of a subpoena such as this and appeared to have doctored it in order to create the document before you. This has been brought out in the media, I am led to believe, and I want this court to be aware that this is not an official document of any sort. It was not issued by our office, and I'm letting the defense know that as well.
Interesting, the facsimile date on it and location.
One from Orange County and two from West LA.
So, to the extent that that is of concern to anyone, it need no longer be a concern. We do have the matters regarding the transportation.
Back on the witness list, I take.
We still have the matters regarding the movement of certain property items, and if we could approach,
Sure.
we'd be happy to address that. And then there's one additional matter I need
Have
to
we
take up.
resolved most of those items?
I believe so. We'd like to approach with the people who've been in touch with that and handling that particular aspect of the case, but I think we can assure the court that something I've described as being akin to the logistics involved with the Normandy invasion, well, it's apparently we're landing, all boats are landing, and it appears to be working.
Okay, we'll give it a code name, Operation Overlord.
Very well.
All right.
There is a matter that I need to address with the court and counsel in chambers with the reporter.
All right. All right, is there anything else we need to do? Let's take I guess we can do that matter as well, Mr. Bailey. All right, anything else?
With regard, Your Honor, to the change in the bags to their original state,
Yes.
District Attorney Investigator Mike Stevens has been asked by me to perform that task.
All right, and I'll allow counsel to observe that while we do that. Although my recollection is we are also going to exhibit these items first to the defendant before we repackage them.
Very good.
All right, then we'll stand in recess. I'll allow that to happen here in open court. And then counsel, when I'm going to give the court reporter a 10-minute recess. When you're done with this, let me know, and we'll take up those other matters in chambers. All right, we'll stand in recess, 9 o'clock, Tuesday, the 21st. Thank you, counsel. Morning, counsel. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to address before we resume with the jury?
Yes, I think we have a couple of things, Your Honor.
Mr. Cochran.
Just 1 second.
I see Mr. Jones is here, too.
Mr. Bailey will lead out on this while we get Mr. Shepard.
All right, good morning, Mr. Bailey.
Please, the court, subsequent to our conference on Friday on this same subject, a new affidavit has been executed and I believe served on counsel in the court.
I have received that.
Adding an essential fact, in addition to that, because there's been so much controversy, I asked Mr. Jones to come in this morning and address the court. I know it's been alleged that he was quoted as saying there was no problem, and I think we could get that cleared up on the record.
All right, Mr. Jones. All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I am representing Mrs. Lopez. Early on, I submitted a letter to all parties expressing my concern and apprehension that she might not remain available because of her concern about losing her privacy at home and losing her employment because of the publicity. About a week ago, I received a third-hand message that she had left Los Angeles for El Salvador, and I relayed that to all parties. As it turns out, she had not left. She was only seeking some privacy and comfort from the publicity. But That ended when Channel 34 found her location and broadcast it everywhere. I met with her last Friday. I was present when she reviewed the affidavit and signed it that Mr. Bailey referred to. I know that at that time she reluctantly agreed to remain for another week. I know on Saturday she called me. She was very upset, threatening to leave Los Angeles. Last night she called me at home and said, Channel 7 is out in front of the house. I'm thinking of leaving before the end of the week. And I offer that to the court for whatever it's worth. I know that the defense has asked to either take her out of order or to do a conditional exam. She's available for either one of those. We're going almost week to week on her situation.
All right, to your knowledge, Mr. Jones, has she actually purchased any airline tickets yet?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, because most people, I think there's some advantage to making your reservations a week or 2 weeks in advance, and my recollection is Continental only flies there every other day or something to that effect.
I understand, and I would agree in the normal situation where there are credit cards and things of that nature, but my impression is that this lady who is working as a live-in housekeeper does not have access to those items and would probably make a last-minute purchase or just simply disappear within Los Angeles. I lost her for a week. I just simply could not find her.
All right, to your knowledge, has she been subpoenaed by either side?
On Friday, she acknowledged that she had been subpoenaed by the defense.
For what date?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Any guess?
I believe that it was approximately a month or two off.
I think it's that second week in March that we've agreed on. All right. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Mr. Darden?
I'm in trial in Department 8 if I'm needed further. Department 108.
All right, let me see if Mr. Darden has any questions or comments regarding your comments to the court. My apologies to the other court for delaying you. Good morning, Mr. Darden.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Jones's comments this morning are in stark contrast, I believe, to what Rosa Lopez apparently told KMEX, Channel 34, just this past Friday. And she told a reporter from that television station that she did not want to return to El Salvador, that she feared persecution in El Salvador, and that she had lost 2 sons in the Civil War there, and that she didn't want to go to El Salvador. She didn't indicate that she wanted to leave the city of Los Angeles. She indicated only that she wanted her privacy. She told KMEX that she wanted to testify, that she would testify in court if required to do so, and that she would accept a subpoena to testify in court. I don't know where Mr. Jones gets this new account, this new version from Ms. Lopez that perhaps she might leave the country, but that is in stark contrast to what she told KMEX. Also significant.
Do you have any videotape of this interview?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I have a copy for the court, and I will present it to the court. But something else that was interesting in terms of what she apparently told this
Let me ask you one other question before we proceed. Just an informational question. Mr. Darden, was that, I take it that interview by KMEX was done in Spanish?
It is in Spanish, and Ms. Lopez is not live on the tape. The reporter apparently spent 2 hours with her and came out and spoke on camera. Okay, so this is the reporter's account of what she had just been told by Rosa Lopez.
So we have a double hearsay?
Yeah, we have a double hearsay issue here. But something else that the reporter indicated on Channel 34 was that Rosa Lopez told her that Mr. Jones had been encouraging her to return to El Salvador and had repeated to her often and constantly that she could return to El Salvador at any time she wanted, which raises some questions in the minds of the prosecution, Your Honor, and that is, why would they come here and file these affidavits repeatedly, claiming that she's about to leave the country when it appears, or at least there is some indication, that they are encouraging her to leave the country? I don't think that the court should accept Rosa Lopez's affidavit or declaration in this matter. I think that what is necessary is the court, if the court is inclined to do so, I think what the court should do is require Rosa Lopez to appear here under oath, and let's get to the bottom of this.
Well, if you recall, the procedure, I think, under 1335 indicates that during the course of the examination, if the court makes a finding that the threat to the witness or the travel plans are not imminent, then the court can cancel at that time any conditional examination. But, Mr. Darden, I think you're sort of in a, have to make a tactical decision whether or not you would want to have a conditional examination, probably in this case on videotape, subject to, of course, the 240 unavailability finding at the time that the defense wants to present that testimony, versus the ability to cross-examine that person live in front of the jury, although out of order. So that's a tactical decision that I think, have you contemplated?
Your Honor, we have no interest in allowing the defense to call this person out of order. We don't think they've provided sufficient grounds for the court to conclude that she's about to leave the country and that a conditional examination ought to be allowed. She has said that she is willing to testify, and she has indicated that she is not planning to leave the country. She should wait and testify in the defense case if that's what they want her to do. We don't consider her to be credible. They do. They think she's a material witness, a critical witness in their case. We're looking forward to hearing her testify in front of the jury.
All right, let me ask you this then, Mr. Darden. Knowing what you know about Ms. Lopez, what would your time estimate be for a conditional examination? Hour? 2 hours? I ask you this merely for scheduling purposes.
3 hours.
All right.
I'd also like to indicate, if I may, Your Honor, that if Ms. Lopez is claiming that she's been harassed, she has not been harassed by the prosecution. We have made no attempt to contact her directly at all.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Darden. All right, Mr. Bailey, do you want to respond to any of the comments by Mr. Darden?
I do, Your Honor. I think you ought to totally disregard the second-hand reports by a news person who allegedly interviewed Ms. Lopez. That person could have come in here and told you what was said, if in fact it was said, or it may be just a giant embellishment in order to get a story. But all that aside, I sat with Mr. Cochran and her counsel in Mr. Cochran's office Friday night after we left you. And I heard what she said then, and it is true. Her son was killed in the Civil War because he was a pilot. And she talked to me about that. But I think her position is she would like to get away from the harassment at any level, and it continues. Channel 7 was out there, as Mr. Jones has told you. And in the balancing involved, as against the possible consumption of a few hours to create a videotape, which meets the criteria to have evidentiary status before this jury if the witness disappears, as against the calamitous problem that occurs if everybody guesses wrong, you deny the examination, and she does go, and you have no means to get her back, and we can't find her to depose her down there. It seems to me that the balance in the scales of justice is very heavily weighted toward ensuring the bet. There is so little to lose on the one hand, and so much to lose on the other. Now, the focal point of this witness testimony, as I'm sure Your Honor understands, is presently opposed by a dog. A dog has announced that murder was occurring at 10:15, if I understand the prosecution's opening and its evidence so far. This witness says at 10:15, this man's automobile, which is cast as an instrument of murder in this case, and they're locked in. They can't separate O.J. Simpson and that Bronco in their evidence. It's too late. That car was where it is usually parked when it's at home, and that is right outside the Rockingham entrance. And she saw it there as she routinely walked a pet. That's pretty simple evidence. Furthermore, the prosecution, which is quick to say now that they don't believe her, have never talked to her except through the person of Mark Furman, who talked to her that morning. And she told him she heard strange things. And he said, I'll send someone back to interview. And to this day, no one has ever come back to interview her. Now, this woman's story needs to be perpetuated. I don't think she wants to go to El Salvador, and we are not encouraging her. Mr. Jones is not a member of the defense team. He's her lawyer. But she does desperately want to stop having people shove a microphone in her face every time she walks out the door. Now, she's moved several times to try to avoid that and has been unsuccessful.
Mr. Bailey, what is your time estimate for the conditional examination?
Direct examination, 30 minutes tops.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
If I might, I would encourage the court to have the reporters who spoke to Rosa Lopez this past Friday appear here in court and provide the court with their account of what Rosa Lopez told her.
Well, Mr. Darden, let me suggest this, and forgive me for interrupting you. Let me suggest this. The statute does say that the court can examine whether or not the claim that they're going to leave is bona fide made at the time of the conditional examination. I can visit this issue. And if I find that it's a subterfuge or something else, then I can cancel the conditional examination and just order the witness to appear on a date certain. I can do that. What I would suggest we do, now that I have the time estimate, I'm going to set the code says that if an affidavit supporting the allegation that's a necessary witness or a material witness is going to leave, then I am required to set a date for a conditional examination. 3 days. 3 days from. It's a good thing they didn't have 3. Three days from today will be Friday, as is indicated by the code. I'm going to set this for 9 a.m. Friday morning, and we'll take it up. And if you think you have a witness who will testify to that issue, have that person here. All right, Mr. Jones, you will have your client here 9 a.m. Friday, please.
I will, Your Honor, and although I don't really feel a need to address Mr. Darden's comments on my credibility, I would like to indicate to the court that
well, Mr. Jones, you're speaking to me, and I understand the situation which is going on here. You and I are well acquainted with each other. I'm always happy to see you come into my court, Mr. Jones. You know that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, and not once have I encouraged Mrs. Lopez to leave. What I have said is when she asked me why did they arrest Mary Ann Gerches, I told her she would not be arrested. She was a citizen. She was free to come and go. If she stayed here, she would not be arrested. If she left, she would not be arrested. That was the extent of my conversation with her. It's the height of stupidity for anybody to think that I would urge Mrs. Lopez to leave the country and deprive the defense of this witness. I don't understand why they are fighting against taking her out of order and prefer to roll the dice that she will leave and deprive everybody of her testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
That is not for you to understand, Mr. Jones. Your Honor, while Mr. Jones is here, would you ask Mr. Jones to remain for one moment, please? Mr. Jones, when can we interview your client, if at all?
He asked that off the record, Your Honor. You can ask that. That's floor show.
No, this isn't for floor show.
Mr. Cochran. Mr. Jones, will your witness be available for the prosecution to be interviewed?
Your Honor, upon their request and giving me a time and place, I will relay that to her and make every effort to have her available.
All right.
This is grandstanding. I don't need it, and I really don't have time.
All right, Mr. Jones, I'll coordinate any meetings through the court clerk. Thank you very much, sir.
Anytime, any place, tomorrow, the day after, Your Honor, will be fine with us.
All right.
Apparently, the prosecution expects to defame the witness on the one hand and get a friendly interview on the other.
Mr. Bailey, thank you. All right, Mr. Scheck, is there something we need to address on the DNA, other scientific testing?
I just was conferring with Mr. Hodgman, and he'll be down at the morning break. One thing before I address the substantive matter, I just want to say for the court that I think everything went very, very well, and that there was a great deal of professionalism on the part of the Los Angeles Police Department, Mr. Raquel, the SID person who went, Robert Horn from the New York State Police, and James Kennedy, and everybody was working till 2, 3 in the morning, and I felt remiss unless I was very cooperative, very professional on the part of Mr. Clark and Mr. Hodgman, and so we're grateful for that.
Well, I was pleased nobody was calling me at home over the weekend.
Right, I figured you might be. The one point I wanted to make before we began the proceedings today was a proposal for the court with respect to the evidence and how it came in, and maybe just a statement to the jury, because my recollection is that after Ms. Clark took the glove and the watch cap out of its original packaging and then put it into two separate plastic bags, and at that point we raised an objection that it should not be packaged that way. Ms. Clark agreed not to have it packaged that way, at which point the glove and the watch cap was then put back into the original paper bags, and then two separate plastic envelopes were created that contained, as it turns out, trace evidence from both objects. Excuse me for 1 second. So I think that would be important to explain to the jury, and I think it should come from the court, exactly what transpired, and that since they left, these objects are now in the packaging that they are, and the events that led to them doing it in a simple, factual, descriptive way.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scheck. Ms. Clark, any comment on Mr. Scheck's proposal to advise the jury regarding the repackaging of those two items? And what is their, Mr. Scheck, what is their current status right now? Are they still, those two items still being examined and tested?
Oh, well, the terms is that those items were just items that we could look at and examine.
Right.
With respect to...
No, I'm just curious as to where they are at this moment.
Oh, I think they're here, aren't they? No. Well, everything that... what's back? Nothing. They were supposed to be on a courier and be here this morning, so...
All right.
I'd have to ask Mr. Hodgman about that, but I know that they flew it out yesterday afternoon.
All right. Ms. Clark, how do you intend to proceed with this evidence this morning?
I'm sorry.
How do you intend on proceeding this morning with that evidence, since the courier has not returned it?
Well, I'd like to obviously have it back for the balance of Detective Lang's testimony. There's going to be quite a bit more testimony about what he did at the crime scene.
Okay.
So that's a problem. The other thing is that I have no objection to the jury being informed that in order to preserve trace and biological evidence on the items, they were repackaged, because it's just a better procedure. But the problem I have in the repackaging, Your Honor, is that the jury's not going to be able to see the evidence. It's going to be in a brown paper bag.
Well, no, at the appropriate time, they'll be allowed to look at it in an appropriate manner.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's going to have to...
But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, they've seen enough photographs of it that they don't need to see it up close and personal to know what it is at this point.
Okay.
So I take it you can proceed this morning, however, using photographs of those two items. Is that correct?
Yes, and I will. As
right.
I understand it now, I've just been informed that the items are now at SID, and they'll be back in court as soon as possible.
All right, they're being logged back in and then returned
Exactly.
to court. Fine, okay.
Exactly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scheck. Thank you,
There
Ms.
is
Clark.
also, however, another item, there are a couple of other items that have not been returned yet that I was going to get to later on in the testimony. If I could confer with Mr. Scheck briefly, find out
Certainly.
where they're at.
The sidebar with the court reporter before we get started with the jury. Order to return. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Please resume the witness stand. All right, good morning, Detective Lang. You're reminded that you are still under oath, sir. Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe when we left off, Detective Lang, you had indicated that there was a reason why you did the walkthrough with Detective Phillips when you went to the crime scene at 875 South Bundy.
Yes.
And the reason that you indicated was?
So that Detective Phillips could point out to me the evidence at the crime scene and caution me against disturbing any of that evidence.
Now, prior to that night, sir, had you met Detective Ron Phillips or Detective Mark Furman ever before? No, it has not.
Overruled.
No, I've never met either man.
All right, Detective Lang, would you just sort of pull that microphone up a little bit closer to you there? I think you can pull it in, too. There you go. Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. All right, I think you indicated that at the rear of the location, back by the alley, did you notice a car there parked in the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of car was that?
It was a Jeep, a Grand Cherokee Jeep.
What color was it?
It was black in color.
Notice anything unusual about that Jeep?
I noticed that the right front passenger door was cracked. As in open, not damaged at all.
Mm-hmm. Now, at some point, did you go inside the house?
Yes.
Again, you already indicated, I think, to us that you went in once, briefly.
Yes, initially when we arrived at the rear, we did a walkthrough to the outside, then west down the walkway, and then re-entered the house through the garage.
Now, when you re-entered the house through the garage, where did you go?
We went to the second level.
And on the second level, what did you find?
I observed what appeared to be the master bedroom towards the front of the house on the second level, and I entered the bedroom and made some observations in there.
What did you see?
I observed that the television was on. The bed appeared to be made but rumpled. There were 2 or 3 candles, I believe, lit in the bedroom. There were lights on upstairs. I walked into the bathroom and observed 2 or 3 other candles to be lit around the tub.
Did you say there were lights on in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you see lights on in the bathroom?
Yes.
In the master bedroom, sir, did you see any evidence of ransacking?
No.
See drawers pulled out?
No.
Did you see any jewelry spilled on the floor?
No.
See any shelves removed?
No.
Any clothing in the closet seem to be disturbed or thrown about?
No.
Any signs of a struggle, like dents in the wall?
No.
Blood on the floor?
No.
Blood on the walls?
No.
Bloody shoe prints on the ground, on the carpet?
No.
And what about in the master bathroom? Did you notice any evidence of a struggle in there? Any evidence of blood?
I noticed some staining, reddish staining on the throw rug in the bathroom. Aside from that, no.
Did you later request that that staining be tested for the presence or absence of blood?
Yes.
And the result was negative?
That's correct.
Did you notice anything disturbed in the bathroom in the way of drawers pulled out?
No.
Items thrown on the floor?
No.
Any bloody shoe prints on the floor in the bathroom?
No.
All right, and you saw candles in the bathroom as well?
That's correct.
Had you earlier seen any candles in any other portion of the house?
Earlier, I observed candles in the living room area of the house, the first level.
Those were also lit?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a discussion with anyone acquainted or related to Nicole Brown concerning a habit of lighting candles in the house?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
Sustained.
And after you looked in the master bathroom, what did you do next?
I proceeded back down the stairs and out the rear of the location.
Did you look into any other rooms upstairs? Other than
Yes, upstairs I did look into what appeared to be the kids' rooms that were west of the main bedroom. Looked in both of those rooms, an adjacent bathroom, and there was a sun deck up on a third level that I looked at.
What did you see in the children's rooms?
Nothing remarkable.
Any evidence of ransacking?
No.
Signs of a struggle?
No.
Or blood?
No.
Drawers pulled out?
No.
Items thrown around?
No.
Bloody shoe prints?
No.
Did you notice any leaves on the floor that were similar to the leaves you saw outside the residence?
Inside the house?
Right, inside
No.
the house. And you said you went up to a sunroom on the third level?
Yes.
What is that? Can you describe it?
There was a small, what I describe as a sun deck with, I believe, a chaise lounge.
That's all?
I believe there was a telephone up there.
Anything else?
I don't recall anything else being up there.
Did that appear to be part of the roof, or was it a separate floor?
There was a stairwell going up to it, and I suppose it could be construed as part of a roof.
See any evidence of a disturbance there?
No.
Then what did you do, sir, after you went to that third level?
At that time, I proceeded down the stairs to the ground level where I exited through the rear and out to the alley, down the alley, and then around to the front of the residence where I met my partner.
So you went out through the garage, sir?
Yes.
Where was it you met up with your partner?
It was in the street in front of the location.
Around Bundy and Dorothy?
In that vicinity, yes.
Your partner was?
Detective Philip Van Adder.
And was he alone out there in the street when you met him?
No, he was with Detective Furman.
What happened next?
I discussed with Detective Van Adder and Phillips, who was there, Detective Phillips and Furman, what we would do in relation to the crime scene. And I was informed that...
That's what you're saying.
Sustained.
You were, who talked to you? You were informed of something by who?
Detective Van Adder.
And based on what he told you, did you do something?
Yes.
What did you do?
We decided to go to Mr. Simpson's residence where we would attempt to make a death notification.
Okay.
And
So what, let me interrupt you, I'm sorry, sir, but what did Detective Van Adder tell you? I think it goes to explain subsequent conduct, Your Honor.
I don't think we have an offer of proof on this here. May I speak with counsel?
Yes.
with the witness. Subject matter to which the witness would testify would constitute hearsay, but we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're only offering it for the effect on the listener to explain subsequent conduct.
Right. It's limited for that purpose. Probably no hearsay, but for that purpose, we will withdraw the objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence that you're about to hear, the statement that was made to Detective Lang, is offered to you only for the purpose of then explaining what Detective Lang did in response to receiving that information, and should be considered by you only for that limited purpose. Ms. Clark.
Detective Lang, you indicated that Detective Van Adder told you something after you came out of the condominium and met with him in the street.
Yes.
And what was it he told you?
He stated that the Commander Bushy had spoke with Detective Phillips and wished the detectives to make a personal notification to Mr. Simpson regarding the death.
So Commander Bushy had ordered that a personal notification be made to Defendant Simpson, and you discussed that with Detective Van Adder?
That was part of the discussion, yes.
What was the other part of the discussion?
That we would want to speak with Mr. Simpson, get some type of an initial statement from Mr. Simpson in regards to our investigation, to meet him, to see that his children had been picked up or cared for, and to probably leave Furman and Phillips with Mr. Simpson and return to the crime scene to do the investigation.
Okay, now why did you want to go and talk to Mr. Simpson? What do you think, what were you hoping to get from that interview?
Well, initially we don't know. One of the most important things in a murder investigation is to talk to people. And we certainly weren't talking to anyone else at that point. We knew that Mr. Simpson had been estranged from Mrs. Simpson. He may have information and could assist us at the crime scene, doing the crime scene investigation. I think it was important that we meet Mr. Simpson, that he should know who we are, because we certainly would be working with him in the future.
And by working with him, you mean?
In an attempt to get background information, perhaps on his ex-wife. Again, we don't know until we talk to him, to get any information we could regarding his ex-wife.
For example?
For example, associates.
You mean friends of hers?
Friends, associates. Any problems she may have been experiencing in the recent past. Any threats she may have received. We really don't know until we sit down and speak with someone what they have to say.
You mean threats that she may have received from someone else?
Yes.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer to you there? Yeah, twist it up if you can. There you go. Don't just speak right into it. I'm getting high signs from the jurors that they're having a hard time hearing some of this. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Now, is that commonly done in your experience as an investigating officer with the next of kin?
Yes.
At that particular time, sir, were you aware of what other next of kin you might have been able to contact?
I had none.
And was there any indication as to the identification of the male victim that we now know as Ron Goldman?
No.
Did you have any information as to the whereabouts in terms of the residence of Mr. Simpson with relation to where you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And what was that information?
That he lived a short distance away, and that was only a few minutes drive time.
Did that play any part in your decision to go and make notification personally?
Yes.
And why?
Because of the time involved, it was a short period of time that we would be gone. We did want to get back to the crime scene and conduct that investigation.
Can you tell us, sir, who is Commander Bushy?
Commander Bush is a commander of police of the West Bureau, LAPD.
Where is he placed in terms of the hierarchy in the LAPD?
Well, a commander, we have 4 bureaus in the LAPD, and a commander would be one of 2 commanders who would be the number 2 man or number 2 person within that bureau, so he'd be right below a deputy chief.
So you have Chief Williams, a deputy chief, and then commander?
Essentially, there's a few people in between, but yes.
All right, after you made the determination to go and speak to Mr. Simpson and give notification, what happened next?
Detective Furman got information, stated he could get information on how to get to the location. I had asked Furman and Phillips to get in their car and that we would follow them in our car up to the location.
And did Detective Furman go and attempt to locate an address for the defendant?
Yes.
What happened next?
Shortly after, Furman and Phillips got into their police car, and Van Adder and I got into ours, and we proceeded to the Rockingham location.
All right, now, can you tell us why all 4 of you went to that location?
Once again, it was my intent, if Mr. Simpson were home, to get some type of an initial interview with him, along with the notifications, and to care for the children. And it was my intent to leave Phillips and Furman behind with Mr. Simpson to assist him in any notifications or anything else that he needed, and for Van Adder and I to return to the crime scene to conduct the investigation.
Okay. So at the time you left for 360 Rockingham, what was your intent in terms of how long you were going to spend there at Rockingham?
As short a time as possible, just to meet Mr. Simpson, get some type of an initial rapport with him, any information he might have, and to return to the Bundy location.
Okay, why do you want to establish a rapport? I mean, why do you need to do that?
I think it's very important to establish a rapport, especially with persons who are close to the victim, to get information. They need to know you. They need to have confidence in you so they can share information with you. Once again, the only way you're going to learn anything is by talking to people.
And I think you indicated earlier that the next of kin is somebody you'd be working with. Can I finish the question?
Yes.
The next of kin is somebody that you intended you would be working with throughout the case. And how does that work? Why would that be?
Or will
It would be important to work with that family member to get background information on the victim, to get other information as to friends and acquaintances, any personal problems that that victim might have had in the past. Again, you really don't know until you sit down with that person and talk to them.
Okay. Is it typical that you maintain an involvement with the next of kin throughout a case?
Yes.
Excuse me, counsel, would you approach without the court reporter, please? Mr. Cocker, Mr. Clark. All right, Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, thank you. All right, so you drove to Rockingham, is that right?
Yes,
About how long did that drive take you, sir?
approximately 5 minutes.
Can you tell us what route you took?
My recollection is northbound on Bundy to, I believe, Sunset, westbound on Sunset to Rockingham, and then northbound on Rockingham.
Now, when you drove northbound on Rockingham, what did you see?
We drove approximately 2 blocks. Van Etter and I were behind Phillips and Furman, and as we approached the location, I observed a white Ford Bronco parked at the curb near what I later found to be the Rockingham gate.
Anything particular draw your attention to that Bronco?
Yes, it appeared to be stuck out in the street somewhat. The rear end of it appeared to be stuck out in the street just a bit.
I'm sorry, you indicated...
Yes, the rear end of the Bronco appeared to be...
Wait, hold on.
Out of curiosity, what is that? What is it, a calculator, or? Is it turned off?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, sir, I did not hear your answer about what drew your attention to the Bronco.
It appeared to be somewhat, the rear end appeared to be somewhat out on the street, and it was parked by itself. There were no other vehicles around it.
And where did you go after seeing you? Did you drive past the Bronco?
Yes, we drove past the Bronco to Ashford. We followed Phillips and Furman turning eastbound on Ashford, where they pulled to the curb just west of the Ashford gate. My partner and I pulled behind them and parked at the curb.
People's Exhibit number 64.
All right, showing you People 64, sir, can you tell us if you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, that's the, I turned the Ashford gate at 360 North Rockingham.
That's the Ashford Gate, you said?
Yes.
And where in relation to the Ashford Gate did you park?
To the right of that location, at the curb.
As shown in this photograph?
Yes.
So it'd be to the right as we face it?
Yes.
Now, if you can, tell us, sir, about what time it was when you got there.
Approximately 5:05 a.m.
Now, do you see a car parked just to the east of the Ashford Gate in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
On Ashford?
Yes.
And did you see that car parked in that position there that night?
Yes.
Did you determine whose car that was?
Yes.
Whose?
The vehicle was registered to Cato Kalin.
It appears to be a black vehicle in this photograph. Were you able to determine what kind it is?
I don't recall. It was a Thunderbird, I believe.
After you parked your cars, what'd you do next?
I proceeded towards the Ashford Gate behind Phillips and Furman, and I observed, I believe initially it was Detective Phillips, walked to appeared to be an intercom on the gate, the left of the gate, as you're looking at this photograph, in an attempt to rouse someone inside the residence through the intercom.
And after they rang for the first time, was there any response?
No, there were 2 or 3 attempts by Phillips, and I believe Furman may have made an attempt also.
And was there any response to any of those attempts?
No.
So how many times did they try to raise somebody by pushing the buzzer at the gate?
I think at least 3, perhaps more.
Did you happen to observe whether there were any cars in the driveway?
There appeared to be a vehicle parked on the other side of the driveway, which would have been facing, heading to the west towards the Rockingham gate.
And did you notice whether there were any lights on in the house?
There was one light on that I could see that appeared to be emanating from somewhere between the first and the second level, out through the first and second level windows.
Did you notice anything else outside the gate that drew your attention?
Outside the gate?
Outside the gate. Let me direct your attention, sir, if you can, I don't know.
Also want to say shout out to Moki. You are in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you for everything you have done and do for us. Okay, now resuming.
I don't know if you can see on the screen where I'm pointing to. If you could look up at the screen.
Referring to the Westex sign?
I am.
Yes.
Is that a Westex sign?
Yes.
Did you notice it there that night?
Yes.
And what is Westex, sir?
Westech is a security service, a residential, I believe primarily a residential security service in the Brentwood area.
Did one of you have a cell phone that night?
Yes, Detective Phillips.
And did he attempt to use it to contact Westech?
Yes, I believe he first attempted to contact the watch commander at West Los Angeles Division in an attempt for him to contact Westech.
And do you happen to know what time he called the watch commander for that purpose?
I believe it must have been approximately at 5:10 a.m.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Are you familiar with the phone number for the private line to the watch commander at West LA?
If I saw it, I'd probably know it. So I believe that's the private number of the watch commander.
At West LA Division?
Yes.
So what happened next?
Detective Phillips was attempting to contact Westech. After he'd finished, he mentioned something to the effect that
Sustained.
I was informed that
Hold on, Detective Lang. Ms. Clark,
Hold on.
ask another question, please.
Detective Phillips, did he inform you of something, sir?
yes.
And did that something cause you to do something else?
Well, yes.
I'd ask that it be admitted to explain subsequent conduct, Your Honor.
What did you do after you received this information?
Basically, I did nothing after the initial information that led to something.
Ms. Clark, next question.
All right. You received some information, did you, from Detective Phillips, sir?
Yes.
And after you received that information, what happened next?
I observed a West-Tech patrol vehicle southbound on Rockingham approaching Ashford. And I observed Detective Phillips wave the vehicle down in the street and walk over to the vehicle and talk with the driver, the security guard.
And did that West Tech unit then remain there?
Yes.
Now, while that was occurring, while Detective Phillips was making phone calls on his cell phone and the West Tech unit arrived, did you observe any other activity by one of the detectives occurring?
Yes, I observed Detective Furman walk south on Rockingham towards the Bronco that I had alluded to earlier and approach the driver's side where I saw him looking at the vehicle. For a few moments and then walked back towards my location, which at the time was in the intersection of Rockingham and Ashford.
Yeah, where were you positioned as you made the observations concerning Detective Phillips and Detective Furman?
I was in the, like I said, in the intersection around Ashford, the intersection of Ashford and Rockingham.
This is People's Exhibit number 63.
People 63.
All right, showing you, sir, People 63. Can you tell us if you recognize the location shown there?
Yes, that's looking in a almost a westerly, almost a southerly direction towards the Rockingham location.
All right, the street that is coming to that disappears into the left-hand lower corner of the photograph, what street is that?
That's Ashford.
And the street that it intersects with, that actually dead ends, excuse me. Let me re-ask that question. The street on which you see a car parked that disappears into the left-hand side of the photograph as you face it is what street?
It's Ashford Street.
All right. And the street that it intersects with that disappears into the lower left-hand corner as you face the photograph is what?
Rockingham.
Do you see the corner of the defendant's property that is in the sort of to the right-hand side of the photograph as you look at it?
Yes.
Is that where you were?
Yes.
There seems to be a white object at the right side of the photograph as you face it.
Yes.
A piece of something white?
Yes.
And what is that?
I believe that's the white Bronco.
Is this a photograph that depicts the location on June the 13th?
Yes.
Where were you positioned, if you can tell us, based on this photograph?
Based on this photograph, more or less in the intersection towards the parkway, I guess perhaps in the middle right third of this photograph in the street.
Middle right third. How about if we have our trusty point maker? If you can guide the arrow, sir, indicate where you were.
Okay, more to the right. Probably that's a little too much. Back right about there, maybe down a bit, somewhere in that general vicinity right there.
All right, can we put an X there? Well, okay. Is that about right?
Approximately that area.
If we could put TL, thank you. And if this could be now people's...
63A.
All right, so from that vantage point, what were you able to see in terms of the activity by the detectives on Ashford and on Rockingham?
Oh, well,
Your Honor, state correction, this would be 63C.
C.
63C.
Thank you.
It's compound.
Observed Detective Furman down near the white Bronco on the right of the photo. The West Tech vehicle was probably just this side of the X, facing southbound. Detective Phillips was somewhere between there and the Ashford Gate. I believe Detective Van Adder was in my vicinity also.
And were you able to also observe what Detective Furman was doing?
Yes.
What was he doing?
I observed him looking at the white Bronco.
What happened next?
Furman walked up the street north on Rockingham towards me and mentioned that he...
That's what he mentions here, sir.
Sustained.
I asked him to be admitted to explain subsequent conduct.
You're still here, sir. You tell us what you would after that.
Does this have to do with something observed on the Bronco?
That's right.
All right, the objection will be overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, however, this statement comes in only to explain what Detective Lang did in response to hearing this information. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. And what did Detective Furman tell you?
Detective Furman stated that he believed there was blood on the door of the Bronco.
And what did you do after you heard that?
I proceeded to the Bronco with Furman, and he pointed to a reddish stain above the door handle on the driver's side.
Your Honor, People 62. Two, please. 62A. 62B. 62C.
Okay, if we could stop here. Did you see the Bronco that you've described, sir, parked at the Rockingham gate on June the 13th in these photographs?
Yes.
Is that the one you described?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing the blood, that little spot that's being shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that appears to be the same spot.
62D. Oops. 62D. 62E. 62F.
Going back to 62E for a moment. And then 62F.
62F.
Did you happen to make observations concerning what was inside the rear cargo area of the Bronco?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
I observed a package with a label on it, I believe O.J. Simpson Enterprises from the Dan Marino Foundation, and I believe there was a shovel in the back.
After making those observations, sir, what did you do next?
Recall walking back towards the Ashford gate and talking to Van Adder and Phillips. It was at that time I was told something about who may or may not be in the residence. That was, I'm sorry.
It's okay, but hold on a second.
People's Exhibit 64.
You went back to the Ashford gate, sir?
I was in that vicinity.
Okay. And who was it you had a conversation with?
It wasn't necessarily a conversation. Phillips had walked towards me and Van Adder and had made a statement.
Was that statement concerning a maid inside the house?
Yes,
And what did you learn?
that there should have been a maid on the premises.
And what happened next?
Phillips had been in contact with West LA Division and had received a phone number of the residents, I believe, through West Tech. And Phillips attempted to phone the residents with a cellular phone.
And after Detective Phillips called the defendant's home phone number, what happened?
I could hear the phone ringing from the street. Phillips stated to me that the...
Sustained.
Did you learn whether or not there was any response? Anyone picked up the phone?
No one picked up the phone.
What happened next?
I discussed with Phillips and Van Adder and Furman what we had, and that we didn't know Mr. Simpson's whereabouts. There was supposedly a housekeeper or a maid that was supposed to be on the premises. We had a light on in the house. We had, at this time, observed 2 vehicles in the driveway. We had what appeared to be blood on a vehicle parked, in my opinion, at a funny angle in the street. We had just left the crime scene. We discussed a certain exigency that we might have felt existed. I felt that someone inside that house may be the victim of a crime, may be bleeding or worse. We could raise no one at the location, so we decided to go in.
What happened next?
I looked at the gate, appeared to be a hydraulic gate. Furman was standing closest to the left side of the gate. He said, "I can go over the wall." I said, "Okay, go." He at this time went over the wall, stepped to his right, and manually pulled the hydraulic gate open.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What were your choices? What were your options in terms of what to do in terms of let me try and do that again. Well, how could... Me too.
Ms. Clark.
In light of all that you knew at that point in time, what were your choices? What could you do?
We could either enter the grounds and attempt to find possible victims for Mr. Simpson, or we could leave and go back and conduct a crime scene investigation.
That's not objection. Those aren't all the alternatives.
Well, counsel, there's cross-examination. I'm sure you'll tell him some others.
All right, I have to wait. Okay.
It's the way it normally works.
Nah.
All right, Ms. Clark.
So you could either stay or go back to Bundy? And
Sustained.
I haven't finished the question.
He just told us that.
Did you... Okay, you made the choice to stay there.
Yes. It was a mutual choice with my partner and myself.
Okay. What happened next?
I entered the location with Phillips and Van Adder, and with the four of us walked towards the front door. We observed a dog lying in the driveway. He didn't appear to be threatening. We walked past the dog to the front door, and I believe it was Phillips or Van Adder who knocked on the front door several times. We got no response. We moved to the east of the entrance to a walkway that led us to the rear of the location.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to indicate on a board for the jury where you went after you entered the property. And the decision to enter the property at that time was made by who?
By myself and my partner,
Detective
simultaneously. Yeah, Van Adder, yes.
And so Detective Furman went over the wall at your request?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 66.
Would you step down, sir, with your pointer? First, let me ask you this. In terms of the four detectives there, who was the most senior, if you know? I mean, if you know now, today.
The department would be, there's two types of seniority, those who get promoted before others and those who have more tenure. As far as tenure, it'd be Detective Phillips. As far as senior in rank, who was promoted first would be Van Adder.
Who was the most junior detective there?
Furman.
Did you know that night?
No,
Who was the youngest one there?
probably Furman.
Did you know that night?
It appeared to be that way, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Could you please show us the path you took after you entered the property?
We entered here at the Ashford Gate, before us walked down the driveway, this direction going south into this front entrance area where the front door is. This is where the knocking occurred. There was no response, so the four of us walked back out and around to this walkway, which is just, I believe, north of the residence, and walked to the rear of the location. And this walkway, coming into this rear porch area, just a couple of steps up the porch, walked across the porch, down into this patio area, down into this vicinity here. I observed glass door, I believe it was this one here. I walked up to this door and rapped on the door, attempting to raise someone inside. We got no response.
So at this point, after you've knocked on the front door and the back door with getting no response, where did you go?
I stepped back towards Phillips, Van Adder, and Furman, who had walked towards this location here that appeared to be guest houses or bungalows. And I would believe I was behind Phillips and Furman walking down the steps to this front room labeled Kalen's room.
And when you got to Kalen's room, what happened?
I believe it was Furman who knocked on the door and stated there appeared to be somebody inside. He knocked again, and Mr. Kalen opened the door.
And where were you at the time?
I was to the rear of Phillips and Furman, probably on this walkway right here.
Were all four of you detectives pretty much standing together, or were you spread out? Where was everyone?
Van Adder was up in this area still behind us. And this is a fairly narrow walkway, and My recollection is that Phillips and Furman were in front of me and I was standing behind.
And after Mr. Kalin answered the door, can you tell us if you made any observations of his condition?
He appeared to have just woken up. He had a disheveled appearance, appeared to be pretty groggy.
Did someone ask who he was?
Yes, Furman asked who he was and if he lived there, something to this effect.
You go ahead, have a seat. You can take it down. Thank you. All right.
Excuse me. All right, we're going to take a brief recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. We're going to take a 15-minute recess for All right, are we missing Mr. Scheck? All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter, all counsel are again present. Counsel, is there something we need to discuss about the testing protocol?
Your Honor,
Other matters?
I don't know what your timing is, but I think that it's complicated, and I don't know if you would want to do it right now. I don't know if there's any...
Well, is time of the essence since we have a witness on the stand, or is there something we can do once we...
I think we can take this up later.
Yeah. It's going to take a while to discuss.
May Marshall and I have a moment with these gentlemen?
And I understand that they have some long-range plans. I don't know what they are. So but 1:30.
I think what needs to happen, Your Honor, is that counsel are going to need to talk to Your Honor in chambers at some point. And so we can continue the evidence, and we can do it either at lunchtime or have the jury come back a little bit later this afternoon. We can save some time by speaking with you and work this issue out. But it has to have, you need to carve out some time, I think, for it.
It won't be resolved in 15 minutes, I don't think.
You want to tell me specifically what it is we're talking about at this point?
I've been as specific as I can be. It's really the defense that has not put into writing yet what items they are about to request.
Should we approach the bench, or do you want...
Why don't you just tell me right now?
Yeah, I think that there's issues with respect to items that we have examined already that I anticipate they would be putting into evidence soon because observations were made Different pieces of trace evidence were secured from those items and segregated since we weren't allowed to test anything, but just examine it for further comparison and potentially testing. Then there's the logistics of working out arrangements to examine other items that the prosecution is anticipating put into evidence. And as the court knows, that's a longer discussion. My suggestion is that we probably could deal with this in chambers at the end of the day, because it again is going to involve what the prosecution intends to introduce and when they intend to introduce it, so that we can look at it before they do that, where that would take place, when that would take place, and what the timing of it is.
All right, Ms. Clark, then can you proceed with your direct examination with Detective Lang for the remainder of the morning without any need to address any of these issues?
Yes, I believe I can, Your Honor. I do want to have the opportunity to fully address the court concerning this most recent request by the defense. I don't know how many times they want to look at all of this evidence, and at the 11th hour, as they have, my understanding that everything has been examined by them, and so we come to a point...
Well, the agreement was that they could examine it but not test it. That was the agreement over the weekend.
Mm-hmm. But we keep sending evidence out, and, I mean, you know, throwing it all over the country, this is not...
Let me ask you, Ms. Clark, will you be able to proceed and conclude the court day this afternoon without any difficulties regarding the presentation of the physical evidence?
That I don't know. That's the problem. If I could assure the court of that, I wouldn't take time to do this now.
All right, let's do this then. Let's conclude the morning session. Over the lunch hour, I'll ask counsel to confer. When we come back at 1:30, if there's anything that needs to be resolved, we'll take it up at that point.
Okay.
All right. And if I could ask Mr. Scheck, Mr. Blazer, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Harmon, if you could, and Mr. Hodgman and Mr. Yokelson, perhaps if you gentlemen could confer while court is in session with the jury on other matters, perhaps we can narrow down the areas of inquiry. I see nods. All right. All right, let's have the jury, please. Detective Tom Lang, you're reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Lang, I believe you indicated that you just made contact with Cato Kalin, and that someone had asked who he was, and he gave his identity, his name to you.
Yes, that was Detective Furman that was speaking with Kalin.
Now, at that time, did any of you ask him where the defendant was?
I believe Phillips asked something to that effect. And Cato didn't really have a response. He really didn't know. Didn't appear to know.
Did Cato ask you why you were there?
I don't recall him asking.
Did you tell him why you were there?
No.
Why not?
I didn't know who Kalin was. The other detectives didn't know who he was. He was not a family member. We just didn't have him identified properly. We knew his name, but we didn't have him identified.
And so not having had him identified, why would you not want to tell him why you were there?
He's a possible suspect.
What happened next?
Furman spoke with Kalin and asked him if he was wearing, where the shoes were he was wearing last night, something to that effect, if he could look at them. And Kalin stated something to the effect that he didn't have a problem with that. At that time, I believe it was Phillips who asked if there was anyone else in the area, and Kalin stated that Arnell was next door, indicating that that was Mr. Simpson's daughter.
So Cato let Detective Furman look at his shoes?
Yes.
And so did Detective Furman step into the room with Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
At that point, what did the three of you do?
I was still out on the walkway. Phillips proceeded down the walkway to the next room over, and I was behind him. And Phillips had knocked on that door. And a short time later, Arnell Simpson appeared.
Now, during that time, Detective Furman was where?
He was in Kalin's room.
And was there a conversation that took place between Arnell Simpson and one of the detectives?
Yes, I believe initially with Phillips, and then Van Adder shortly after.
All right, now at that point, did Arnell Simpson ask you any questions?
Yes, she wanted to know what we were doing there, if there was any problems. She seemed to me to be concerned because of our presence.
Okay. Did Detective Van Adder ask her any questions?
Yes.
What was that?
Asked if her father, Mr. Simpson, was inside the house.
And what was her response?
Something to the effect of, "Isn't he here?"
She asked him,
Yes.
Isn't he here?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
We moved towards the rear after asking Arnell if she had a key to the location. She said she did. I believe she returned to her room briefly and got the key and came back out. We then proceeded to the rear door of the residence where she unlocked the door and we entered.
Now, did you tell her at that point why you were there?
Not at that point.
Why not?
Well, we didn't really know what we had at that point. I think it was important for her to maintain herself emotionally before we told her anything, because we may need her cooperation at a future time.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Need her cooperation at a future time?
Well, we didn't want her to. We wanted her to have it together enough to talk to us regarding the whereabouts of her father. Certainly, we didn't know if he was a victim, and I felt by telling her that her ex-stepmother was now deceased might be a real problem with her, when in fact we did know the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson at that time.
And what did you think she could assist you with if you wanted to maintain her calm and cooperative? What did you think she would help you with?
Locating her father.
Anything else?
Basically in locating her father and other relatives if need be.
By the way, were you aware that there were two small children being held at the West LA Police Station?
Yes.
And did you think she might help you in that regard?
Sustained.
Were you concerned about the welfare of those children?
Certainly.
Did you have any thought about who might help you with them?
Overruled.
Certainly I felt that Arnell Simpson or someone she knew could help us with that, yes.
All right, when you got into the house with her, did you ask a question of her?
I asked if there was a housekeeper on the premises,
Why'd you ask that?
because we had information that there was in fact a housekeeper on the premises, or should have been a housekeeper on the premises, and I wanted to know.
Were you concerned for some reason in that regard?
I was concerned that the housekeeper may be some type of a victim. I didn't know.
What happened next? When you asked Arnell, if there was a housekeeper on the premises?
She stated that she didn't know, but that there was a housekeeper.
She said she didn't know if there was a housekeeper?
She didn't know if there was one on the premises. I asked her where the housekeeper's room would be. She pointed out a location to the rear of the kitchen. And at some point, I proceeded over there and walked into that room, the room that she stated belonged to the housekeeper.
Did you ask to see the room?
Yes, I asked where it was.
And was that the first room that you went to look into in the house?
No, I walked through the rear area, I guess the rear den area, and through a formal dining room, and through the kitchen, down a short hallway, and to the left of that was the housemaid's room.
Now, was Arnell leading you through the house?
She was with me, more or less in the front. Initially, when I asked the location of the housemaid room, she more or less walked in front of me and pointed out the way.
Did you then immediately go and look in the room?
Yes.
What did you see?
The bed was made, nothing looked disturbed, nothing looked out of place, and no housemaid.
No housemaid?
That's correct.
While you looked into the maid's bedroom, where was Arnell?
I believe Arnell was in the vicinity of the kitchen.
And was there someone with her?
Detective Phillips was there, and I believe Van Etter.
What happened next?
Detective Phillips was engaged in a conversation with Arnell regarding contacting, I believe, Mr. Simpson's secretary, Kathy Randa. And Arnell got a phone number for Kathy Randa and phoned her.
Now, during this period of time, sir, did you happen to see Caitlin?
Not at that particular time. I believe he was in the rear with a firm in the rear of the residence.
What?
Oh, well.
When you say the rear of the residence, what do you mean?
In the vicinity of the bar.
And where was Detective Van Etter?
People were moving about quite a bit. I believe he was somewhere between the bar and the kitchen.
Now, while you were standing downstairs there, in the downstairs area, did you engage in a search of the location?
No.
Did you look around in any manner? Were you making any observations?
I looked around to see if anything might have been disturbed or if anyone was in need of anything.
Did you open closets?
No.
Open drawers?
No.
Look in shelves?
No.
Check under couches or under tables?
No.
What were you doing?
We were trying to contact Mr. Simpson. At that point, excuse me, we'd had information that he was probably out of town. After checking the maid's quarters, there didn't appear to be any problem in there, so I didn't feel that the maid was necessarily on the premises.
All right, did you ever go upstairs to look for the defendant?
No.
Why not?
Again, we'd received information the defendant was in Chicago.
Did you get that information shortly after you entered the house?
Yes.
All right, now, you said that a phone call was made by, what was it, by Arnell?
I believe Arnell phoned Kathy Randa, yes.
Okay. And after she made that phone call, what happened next?
I believe Detective Phillips then took the phone and had a conversation with Kathy Randa.
And what happened next?
He ascertained a location, which was Chicago, and I believe a phone number.
Now, at that time, did you see where Detective Van Adder went, or where he was?
Detective Van Adder, some of that time was back with Furman and Kalin near the bar area.
They appear to be having a conversation?
Yes.
At the point that Detective Phillips made the phone call to Chicago, what did you do?
I more or less walked with Arnell, attempted to escort her away from the phone out towards the sunroom in the front of the house.
Why?
I had determined at that point that I was going to tell her what had happened. She was very inquisitive and becoming more and more upset. I knew that Phillips was going to be talking to Mr. Simpson, explain to him what had happened, and I felt this was the time that I should make this notification about the death of Nicole Simpson.
So, did you notify Arnell Simpson?
Yes.
What happened next?
She became extremely upset. Extremely upset. She calmed down after a little bit to the point where she asked if she could call her dad's best friend and have him come over to the house, Mr. A.C. Cowlings, and if she could make that call to Mr. Cowlings from her room. And I stated yes, and go ahead and do that.
Did you ask her for any information, sir?
Not at that time, I don't believe.
Did you ever attempt to ascertain who other next of kin might be for Nicole Brown?
Subsequent to that, I did. I asked if she would have any names or telephone numbers and any relatives of Nicole Brown Simpson.
And when was that in relation to when she went to call A.C. Cowlings?
I may be mistaken. I think it might have been after, or I don't recall. It was before, right around that area.
I'm
right
sorry.
around that time. I don't recall. There were a lot of things going on. There were a lot of emotions, people moving in and out. I don't recall exactly when that was. It was just before she made the call to Cowlings or just after.
Okay, but right in that time, either just before or just after?
Within a matter of minutes, I believe, yes.
Okay. And so when you asked for some identification of some other next of kin for Nicole Brown, did she give you some information?
Yes, she stated that the Brown family, Nicole's family, resided in, I believe, Dana Point, and that she had a phone number.
And did you?
I'm sorry?
Did you take it?
Yes.
Now, at that point, did you have any identification yet on the other victim at the crime scene, Ron Goldman?
No.
How far was Dana Point from where you were located at that time in Brentwood?
Dana Point was, in my estimation, probably at least 70, 80 miles away.
So what did you do?
I phoned the Brown residence.
And for what purpose did you phone them?
To make a notification of the death of Nicole Simpson.
And what phone did you use to do that from?
I used the kitchen phone.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you telephone records, sir, for GTE. First of all, do you recognize the phone number that is shown as the number for which this bill is issued?
Yes, that appears to be Mr. Simpson's phone number on the morning of June 13th.
All right, so it's his phone bill.
Yes.
And directing your attention now to the entry for June the 13th at 6:21 a.m. Do you recognize the phone number that follows there?
Yes, that appears to be the Brown family residence in Dana Point.
And the call lasted for 8 minutes?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that call, sir, first of all, what is the policy for LAPD with respect to the preferred method of notification of next of kin when a homicide has occurred or a death has occurred?
For the investigating detective to notify in person.
But you didn't do that with the Browns?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I felt that in the very near future there would be immense media attention, and that once the information were to get out that Nicole Brown Simpson was a victim of a murder, that they could find out through the media what had happened. And while the way I did it was insensitive, it would have been much more insensitive for them to find out their daughter was murdered over the television.
And so, when you called, who did you speak to?
I spoke to Mr. Lou Brown, victim's father.
Was anyone else on the phone?
Shortly after I began to speak to Mr. Brown, Denise Brown, I got on apparently another phone.
What did you tell them?
I told them who I was and something to the effect that I apologized for having to do this way, but that their daughter had been killed.
What happened next?
Denise Brown began to... Denise Brown began to scream over the phone, what I believed to be hysterically.
Next question.
And what did she say?
Your Honor, may I have a look at the counsel?
Yes.
Perhaps say a visit to San Juan.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Mr. Honor, may I have one moment, please?
Certainly.
It was about this time that Detective Furman approached me in the kitchen area and stated that
Sustained at this point. He was approached by Detective Furman.
Yes. Did he ask you to do something?
yes,
What?
he asked me to accompany him outside into the rear of the bungalow at the location.
So, where did he take you?
We walked out through the sunroom that's adjacent to the kitchen, out on the front driveway, walked around the garage to a walkway that borders the south side of the property, and we proceeded eastbound down the walkway to a point that appeared to be behind and south of the guest room of Cato Kalin.
Okay. Can you describe the location as it appeared on June the 13th of 1994?
Describe it as a narrow cement walkway with a hurricane-type fence on one side, which would be the south side, and the residence on the north side. There were bushes and trees growing up along the fence. And again, it appeared to be fairly narrow.
People 68A.
Do you recognize what's shown in People 68A, sir?
Yes, that appears to be the walkway.
Now, you you see leaves on the ground here,
Yes,
and is that the way it looked to you on June the 13th?
yes.
How about the lighting in that area?
It was light outside, but the direct area was more or less shrouded with the shadows of the shrubbery and the building.
So what was the lighting like?
Well, again, it was light outside, but I wouldn't call it excellent lighting. Certainly you could see, but it wasn't really good.
Fairly dark?
It was beginning to get light about the time that I was there, and it was darker than normal, I guess, if it were in the middle of the day.
So where did Detective Furman take you on that south side path?
It took me down to a point just as indicated in the photograph here. Appears to be a wall air conditioner coming out of the left side of the wall. That particular area is the rear of Cato Kalin's guest room. He took me to a point just this side of the air conditioner.
People 68B.
All right, you indicated a location just this side of the air conditioner. Do you mean by that just west of the air conditioner?
Yes.
Okay. And the photograph that you're looking at now, 68B? B. Do you recognize that location?
It's a photograph looking down that walkway in an easterly direction towards the air conditioner.
People 68C.
Do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, that's appeared to be a dark brown or black leather glove that was pointed out to me by Furman.
How close did you get to the glove before you were able to see it?
Approximately 6 feet.
Now, do you recall... Strike that. Let me ask you something else. The glove that's shown in this photograph, 68C, is that the position and the condition in which you saw it?
Yes.
And you got within 6 feet of it before you were able to see it?
I had been told what we were going to look for, what we were going to look at, and it was probably 6 or 8, maybe 10 feet before I could actually distinguish what it was.
And you were actively looking for it at that time, I take it?
Yes.
Now, in order to get back to what was the closest you got to it?
Again, I think it must have been approximately 6 feet.
In order to get back on that south side of the property, sir, did you have to pass through any doors or gates?
There was a gate that appeared to be dilapidated and not necessarily in working order just west of there.
How many gates were there to get back to the area of the air conditioner where the glove was?
There were no gates there were gates to walk through, but none of them that we had to open.
And how many of those were there? Open gates?
I think there might have been 2.
And they were both open when you walked back there?
Yes.
After you saw the glove, sir, what did you do?
walked back to the front of the location where I met with my partner, Detective Van Adder.
Where was it that you met with him?
Seems to me it was in the driveway in front of the location.
And did you have a conversation with him there?
Yes,
Did he tell you to do something?
No.
What did you discuss?
Sustained.
What was the topic of your conversation?
Sustained.
You had a discussion with Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
Was anyone else present?
I don't believe so.
Based on your conversation, what did you do?
I returned to the Bundy location in a black and white patrol vehicle.
Where were Detective Furman and Detective Phillips when you left Rockingham to go back to Bundy?
Prior to that conversation, Van Adder had sent them back to the Bundy location.
So before you left, Detective Van Adder had already sent Detective Furman and Phillips back to Bundy?
That's correct.
And you left, if you know, how long after them did you leave?
Probably a matter of minutes.
How did you go back, since you and Phil came in one car? I didn't hear it.
That's what he said.
Black and white, yes.
It's true. Okay. Now, do you know whether or not, do you know what Detective Furman and Detective Phillips were supposed to do back at Bundy?
Sustained.
I'm asking if he knows.
It's not the way the question started out. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you know whether Detective Furman and Detective Phillips, what they were supposed to do back at Bundy?
Yes, yes.
And what was that?
Overruled. Overruled. Overruled.
They were going to compare the appearance of the glove at Bundy to the appearance of the glove at Rockingham to see if, in fact, it may be a match.
So when you left in the black and white to go to Bundy, what did Detective Van Adder do?
No, it says when he left, which I assume means as he is leaving, he can tell us what.
That seems like the future to me. What did he do? But I'll defer to your judgment.
Well, thank you.
He remained at the location.
About what time was it when you left in the black and white?
Approximately 6:45 a.m.
All right, when you arrived back at 875 South Bundy, sir, did you see Detective Phillips or Detective Furman there?
Yes.
And where were they?
They were in the front of the location.
Did you have some contact with them?
Yes.
Who did you contact?
Detective Phillips.
And for what purpose, sir?
I asked Detective Phillips to contact the LA County Coroner's Office to make a first call notification.
So that was that right away after you got back to Bundy?
Overruled.
Yes.
What do you mean by first notification?
First notification to the coroner's office indicates basically what we have in the field as far as number of victims, a general rundown on any information we have, and a possible time estimate on when we'd require them to be at the location.
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose of that is to allow the coroner's office to have personnel available when they're needed.
What do you mean? Why wouldn't they be?
The per-
Coroner's budget is not relevant in this case.
Let's narrow it down. Can you narrow down your question? That could be a jillion things.
I agree. No, I just couldn't hear, Your Honor.
Can you narrow it down a little?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question. Thank you.
Yes. You indicated, I think, to minimize delay in the response of the coroner's office?
Well, that may be one of the reasons. They need to deploy their people properly. I don't think they could send out they need time to properly have people available, have equipment available to respond to homicides. If we were to wait till the last moment and, okay, we need you now, there's the possibility that we couldn't get anyone to respond because they'd be tied up elsewhere. They need to be concerned with their deployment.
Okay, what's your concern? Why do you make first notification and not tell them to come straight out to the scene?
Because I am certainly concerned for their deployment also. However, I don't tell them to come to the scene because I have work to do.
What work is that?
Investigating the crime scene prior to the removal of the bodies.
Why don't you want the bodies removed? What are you going to do with the bodies?
Well, prior to them being removed, I need to photograph and measure the bodies in position relevant to the other evidence at the crime scene. I need to examine the bodies without touching them. I need to basically do a crime scene investigation, firstly with the bodies in position.
And so how do you preserve or document the position of all the evidence and the bodies before the coroner comes?
Document observations, take photographs, measurements.
Okay, you've seen the photographs taken in this case, is that right?
Yes.
In some photographs we see numbered tags by each of the items of evidence, and in other photographs we don't. Can you tell us why that is?
The photographs that do not have tags were taken with the bodies in position. The photographs with the tags are taken under the direction of the criminalist with the photographer subsequent to the removal of the bodies in most cases.
Now, in this case, sir, if you know, when you first got to the scene at Bundy at about 4:30 in the morning, was the photographer already there?
Yes.
If you know, were any photographs taken before your arrival?
Yes.
Did he remain there at the Bundy location, the photographer that is? Did he remain there when the four of you left to go to Rockingham at about 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Now, when you got back to Bundy, did you have any further involvement with the photographer at Bundy?
Yes, I directed the photographer to take some shots of the crime scene.
And where did you direct him to go?
In the immediate vicinity of the bodies.
Did you direct his attention to any particular pieces of evidence or locations of the crime scene?
Directed his attention to pieces of evidence within the crime scene, the bodies themselves, positioning of the bodies, evidence that I observed on the bodies, their relative overall distances to other objects at the scene.
Where did you begin with your observations and the directing of the photography, if you recall?
At the bodies.
Okay. Do you remember which one you began with?
Yes, I began with Nicole Brown Simpson.
Now, on the date of June the 13th, when you were conducting the investigation, sir, can you tell us what was the visibility of the body of Nicole Brown from the street area?
Once it became light, it was very visible.
When you first responded to the location at 4:30 in the morning, was it light?
No.
And what was the visibility of her body from the street area at that time when you first came at the scene at 4:30?
Not good at all.
When you say not good at all, could you amplify a little bit?
Unless you knew what you were looking for, you might have a hard time.
Without a further foundation, speculative. There's no foundation.
Go ahead.
Unless one knew what they were looking for, it may be very difficult to just see the body from the street to the sidewalk.
Now, is the location of 875 South Bundy, in terms of the foliage, any different now and on the date of the jury walkthrough on February 12th than it was on the night of June the 13th?
I'm exactly following that question. I need you to answer.
Certainly. Thank you. You can answer the question.
The foliage appears to be lighter now than it was back in June. There doesn't appear to be as much of it.
In any specific area you have in mind?
It's the area directly to the north of the walkway at the location.
Okay. Jonathan, can you give me... Mark, all right, so do you recognize the location being shown here?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the front of 875 South Bundy.
All right, Ms. Clark, I'm going to allow the video feed of this.
Yeah, this one's okay.
Looking in a westerly direction.
Mm-hmm. And does this depict the way the location looked on June the 13th?
Yes.
Now, you were saying that some of the foliage was heavier then than it is now?
Yes.
Can you tell us, direct the pointer to the area that you're referring to?
To the right, up. This foliage in this entire area here, if you'd circle that arrow in that entire area, and appears to be lighter today than back then.
Is that the area you are referring to, sir?
Well, actually, larger, that whole area there, yes.
Okay, if you could direct the person to...
Are you talking about that whole tree that appears to be there?
Yes, Your Honor, that general area, it's still there, it just appears to be thinner than today than it was back then.
Ms. Clark, are you going to show us as the next photo on or about the date of the jury view?
We will, but we don't have it ready today.
All right.
So if we could circle, is it the left hand, as we face the photograph, Detective Lang, is it the left side of that tree?
Well, Ms. Clark, forgive me for interrupting you, and I don't mean to try your case for you, but if we do that, we'll obscure some of the detail of the tree itself. Perhaps if it's just the tree or the foliage between the palm tree and what appears to be a street standard, if we can agree that's what he's talking about. So we don't obscure the detail of what's there.
Yes. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor. Would that be an accurate description, sir?
I'm sure it would.
The area of the tree between the palm tree and the street lamp. Is that the area?
Yes, basically. It appears to be more thinned out, yes.
Today than it was then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, did you direct the photographer to begin with the photographs of the body of Nicole Brown?
Yes.
And after he completed those photographs, what did you do?
I continued to make observations, document observations of the body.
And what observations did you make?
I observed the victim to be lying on her left side, appeared to be in what I would term a semi-fetal position. The head was in a north by northeasterly direction. The right arm appeared to be beneath the body. The left arm and hand were extended from beneath the body in what I would term a so-called death grip or cadaveric spasm.
Can you spell that?
C-A-D-E-R-V-E-R-I-C, I believe.
Now, did you observe whether she had any jewelry on her?
Yes.
What did she have?
Observed appeared to be a thumb ring on the left thumb and the grip of her hand that I just described. There was a wristwatch, earrings.
Were those... Did you happen to notice whether she was wearing any shoes?
She had no shoes on her feet.
Did you happen to notice the bottom of her feet at all as to whether there was blood on them?
The bottom of her feet were clean. There didn't appear to be any blood.
And could you tell us what the position of her legs, the position of... Strike that. I need lunch. May I just complete this last question and then...
Ms. Clark.
You indicated that there was... let me use a picture instead. In the front of the location of Bundy, I think you indicated that there's a fenced portion on the south side of the walkway that leads from the sidewalk up to the front steps. And that, I'm sorry?
There's a stationary gate at that location.
Right. Where was Nicole Brown's body placed in relationship to that stationary gate that is to the south of the front walkway?
The body position, for the most part, was to the north of that location on the walkway. However, the legs were beneath the lower rung of that gate.
May I allow the witness to finish his answer before we approach?
All right. Did you finish your answer, Detective?
Well, I'm just going to say the legs were beneath the lower rung and the feet were in a more or less a southerly direction.
A southerly direction?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Is this a good time to break?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. And counsel, I'll see you back here at 1:30. All right? And let me see counsel without with the reporter, please.
physically.
The menu into evidence?
That is a possibility. However, I'm precluded from making that choice because it's not here, nor is the ring, which I do need. I do need and will need very, very soon. I understand that it will
All right,
not.
these 4 items?
Yeah.
All right. Let me hear what Mr. Blazier and Mr. Scheck has to say.
Yes, Your Honor. It's my understanding that these are the items that we looked at probably first, and they were ready to come back first. We had everything ready to come back because we wanted to get it back in time, and I think it's just a matter of multiple couriers being used, and I'm not sure what order they decided to bring things back in, but we were done with this stage of our process on Monday.
All right, when will these things be back, Mr. Blazier?
They should be on their way now. We turned them back to the couriers yesterday. It's my understanding.
It's my understanding that these are going to be due back tonight, Your Honor, with the latest shipment. I don't know how the couriers decided to parcel this out. It was my understanding that whatever was available first, they put it on the plane and brought it back. So I'm not so sure these things were available. Everybody was certainly aware that we needed these things. And it's our point, one, that this stuff should have been looked at, could have been looked at 6 months ago, and that we wanted to advise.
Without that comment, which has now been made today 4 times, my question is, when is it going to be back today?
We are told that it is due back tonight, early this evening.
All right, in the meantime, we have photographs of all these items, correct?
Right, Your Honor, but that doesn't address the problem. We have photographs of everything, of course, but why put in the physical items of evidence at all?
Well, right now, all you need to do is say, Detective, is this a photograph of the ring? Yes, it is.
Well, I
and
know.
then you can ask me to instruct the jurors that when that item is physically available, I'll tell them it's presently someplace else, not in the courtroom, and it'll be presented to them when it's here.
I think
unless you want to suggest we just stop the trial at this point.
Not particularly, no.
No, see, I mean, what's the alternative?
I think...
Now, if you have an alternative to stopping the trial, tell me what it is.
If I had one, I certainly would, Your Honor.
Okay.
I wouldn't keep it a secret.
All right.
I think we simply wanted to make the court aware of the problems here because this is something that could reoccur. I understand there are some other items that are going to have to be examined, and we will be vehemently objecting at that time to these items leaving Los Angeles. Hopefully we can work out an alternative to what we went through this weekend.
Okay.
Because this is what we talked about and this has happened.
That's the purpose of the comment. Let me just note that the court had suggested an inventory with each box, and there was no inventory prepared outside of the box. We finished with these items first because we knew exactly what was going to happen in terms of them coming back. Our people had no dealings with the couriers from the district attorney's office. Mr. Raquel was watching the entire process. It's really their responsibility to bring it back, and if they didn't do it with the first courier, knowing what was coming next, I don't really think it's fair to say that that is somehow our fault.
Well, counsel, I'm not assigning fault to anybody over anything at this point. The issue for the court is, can we proceed with the trial, with the jury? The answer to that question is yes, we can. So we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back on the record then in the Simpson matter, if I haven't already said that. All the counsel are present. Deputy Magnero, let's have the jury, please. You're reminded you're still under oath.
Sure.
Ms. Clark, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. When we left off, Detective Lang, you were describing the position of Nicole Brown with her legs under the gate. I'd like to ask Mark next in order, People's 80?
People's 80?
People's 80.
Your Honor, you might want to cut the feed to this.
I've got it.
Two, please.
Can you tell us if you recognize that, sir?
Yes, those appear to be the lower right leg and foot and left foot of Nicole Simpson.
And the stationary gait that you described, is that what her legs are under?
Yes,
Now, did you examine the bottom of her feet, sir?
yes.
And what did you find?
Nothing, they were clean.
I'm sorry?
Nothing, they appeared to be clean to me.
No blood?
No.
Was that important to you?
Yes.
Why?
It would indicate to me that the victim was more than likely struck before there was any blood that flowed and perhaps went down initially before the fight really ensued with the other victim, and obviously didn't walk through the blood during the struggle.
Now, you said you made observations. She herself, however, the upper part of her, was lying in quite a lot of blood.
Yes.
Keep the feed cut, Your Honor.
P 42, Your Honor.
And is that the position in which you found her?
Yes, it was looking westerly.
And did you happen to observe, now we're on your return to Bundy, when you came back at approximately 6:45
Approximately 6:45, somewhere in there.
a.m. Did you make a more detailed observation of the front walkway that leads from the sidewalk of Bundy to the front steps of the location?
Yes.
You're going to cut the feed on this one. It's P43B.
All right. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the front walkway I've just described to you?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us what you observed there?
Yes, I observed what appeared to me to be a runoff of blood from that victim flowing down the sidewalk, which was at a slight angle eastwardly.
P43A, Your Honor. Again.
Do you see anything that looks like paw prints to you in this photograph, sir?
Yes, it appeared to me to be some type of bloody paw prints.
Now, did you observe any shoe prints in that front walkway?
No.
On your return to Bundy, did you make closer observations of Ron Goldman's body?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is P59. Again, we need to cut the feed.
I assume it's kept cut at this point, Your Honor? Is
Yes.
that okay? Can you tell us, is that the body of Ron Goldman, sir?
Yes, that photograph is looking downward and towards the north by northwest.
And is that the position in which you found him?
Yes.
Now, what were you able to observe on your return to Bundy at approximately 6:45 when you examined him more closely?
I observed that his head appeared to be in a westerly direction. As you see it here, the eyes were open. The body appeared to be curled around a stump with the feet kind of in a south by southeasterly direction. The pantaloon shirt that the victim was wearing had somehow been pulled up around the upper back. I observed what appeared to be possible defense wounds to, I believe it was the outside of the left hand. The left leg appeared to have been cut. There's quite a bit of blood coming down the left trouser leg. There was scrape marks and blood running across the face.
Now, did you make any observations with respect to, you see the shoes that he was wearing depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
The one that we can see most fully, which appears to be the right foot, they appear to be white.
Yes.
On any portion of those boots, was there any discoloration?
Yes, I observed what appeared to be blood on the bottoms of the soles of the feet of the shoes.
And what about the tops, the toes of either of the shoes? Did you observe blood there?
I believe there was some spattering.
P54A.
And do you recognize what's shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that's the left foot, partial left foot of the victim, Mr. Goldman.
It appears to be red, sir.
Yes.
And yet, you just identified those boots, those shoes or boots as being white in the earlier photograph. Did you observe this toe portion of the left boot to be the color depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And what did it look like to you?
It looked like it had, like it appears as red.
The items of evidence that are shown under the plant, sir, did you cause these photographs to be taken?
Yes.
And are these as found as are these depicted in this photograph as they were found?
Yes.
Do you see anything resembling a bloody shoe print in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you would you like to step down, sir, and perhaps indicate that shoe print? You know how to use this?
We'll see.
Okay. For the record, I'm having him use the point maker, Your Honor.
This area right here appeared to me to be a bloody shoe print impression.
All right. If you could please mark that. Do you know how to? Great. Okay. And for the record, the witness has done so, has circled the area of the heel.
Well, we don't know that.
Or what appears to be, I'm sorry,
Sustain, rephrase the question.
what appears to be the heel of a bloody shoe print.
Appears to be a pattern mark on the sidewalk in blood, is what it appears to be.
And would you please put your initials in the upper left-hand corner, sir?
Out in here?
No, up. Not that far.
Right in here?
That's good, yeah. Okay.
Your Honor, may the print of this photograph be marked 54A1?
54A1.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, I need to change a ribbon on the color printer.
Did you make any other observations with respect to blood found around the bodies of the victims in that location?
Yes, there appeared to be other possible bloody shoe impressions between the two bodies.
Now, when you returned to the scene at Bundy at 6:45, sir, did you make any observations? When you returned to the scene, you already had seen the bloody shoe prints before you left for the first time.
That's correct.
Okay. When you came back and you made the observations of the body of Ron Goldman, did you look for any other shoe prints or shoe impressions?
I looked for possible impressions in the dirt area around Mr. Goldman.
And did you see any?
No.
Any observations concerning the condition of the dirt on which Ron Goldman's body was lying?
Yes,
And what was that observation?
appeared to be loose dirt.
Was there any, what did the dirt appear around his body? Did you make any specific observations of its condition?
Some of the my mind, the dirt had soiled his clothing during the struggle.
Mm-hmm. Did you make measurements, sir, of the distance between Ron Goldman's back and the fence behind him, and that is the fence to the north of him as well as the fence to the east of him?
Yes.
And what were those, what did you measure?
The measurement from the backside of Mr. Goldman to the lower rung of the fence north was, I believe, 1 foot 2 inches. And I believe it was the same to the east.
People's Exhibit 56D, Your Honor. Please.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, that's 1 foot 2 inches. If you can describe to us, can you see on this photograph the area that you measured and you've just described to us?
I can see the area to the right, which would be to the east.
All right, you measured from what point to what point with respect to the east fence on this photograph?
Well, it was the bottom side of Mr. Goldman. If I had my schematic, I suppose I could tell you exactly, but...
Would it refresh your memory, sir, if you had that?
Yes.
Could you make a copy of that schematic for me?
Yes.
Yes, it's in the murder book. You made a copy for both of us, didn't you?
I believe I turned over 3 copies.
All right, well, no. My question was, would it help if I had the law clerks make a photocopy for you, me, and the detective? All right? Ms. Moran, would you make some photocopies for us, please? Mrs.
These were part of Detective Lang's notes that were turned over a long time ago.
Counsel, I understand. I assume it's just a matter of fishing through the notebooks.
It's not true. One was from yesterday.
Well, counsel,
Look, counsel has it right
wait,
here.
wait. Thank you. Ms. Clark. With G. Thank you. You may proceed.
What appears to be a Xerox copy of a schematic. And can you tell us if you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes.
And can you tell us approximately when you did this, you filled in the distances on this schematic?
The distances were done at the morning of June 13th with the bodies in place.
Okay, and when did you fill in this particular schematic?
This particular schematic was done probably several weeks ago.
And this is the one that shows the bodies of the two victims?
Yes.
And did you turn over copies of this one that you did several weeks ago to the DA's office?
Yes,
And did you make extra copies for the defense as well?
I did.
And there's another schematic here showing some circles and shapes and some numbers. Can you tell us when you did that schematic?
That schematic was done on November 4th, 1994.
And did you turn over that with additional copies for the defense back in November of '94?
Yes.
Now, there's a last one that was, last one that shows some kind of irregular shape with two distances or three distances measured on it. Can you tell us when was that one done?
That was done yesterday.
And what is that a schematic of?
This schematic of the dirt alcove area where Mr. Goldman was found and of the tree in the middle of it.
That shows the measurements of a tree?
Yes.
All right, now the schematic you were referring to, the schematic you were referring to that you wanted to refresh your memory with, is that the one with the two bodies in it that has been turned over several weeks ago?
Yes.
And if you would, sir, go ahead and refresh your memory with respect to that.
Okay.
And did you measure the distances between Ron Goldman's body, some point on Ron Goldman's body, and the east fence that is depicted at the right-hand side of the photograph as we face it, marked Peoples
56G.
56G?
Yes.
And what was the distance, sir?
1 feet 2 inches.
Equals 59, Your Honor. Again, you will need to cut the feet for this photo. Sure.
And did you measure the distance between some point on Ron Goldman's body and the fence depicted at the top of the photograph as we face it?
Yes, that's looking to the north from the same position in the lower back of Mr. Goldman. I measured it to the north fence.
As?
1 feet 2 inches.
And did you measure the distance between any point nearer on Ron Goldman's body and the edge of the dirt walkway that is shown at the bottom of this photograph where the white object, the envelope is?
Yes, may I look at the schematic?
Yes.
Equals 54A.
So I believe it's the left foot, the end of the left foot, the toes were 8 inches from the edge of the walkway where the dirt meets the walkway.
Equals 54A, Your Honor.
Okay. So the distance between that toe depicted in that photograph and the edge of the walkway was?
8 inches.
8 inches.
This is exhibit, Your Honor. This is
54? A. 54A. Perspective again.
equals 59, Your Honor.
All right. Did you measure any distances from an area nearer to the center of Ron Goldman's body to the edge of the walkway?
From the center of his body?
What other distances did you measure in this area of where Ron Goldman was found?
Measured the left heel to the east fence,
And the left heel to the east fence was?
2 inches.
Do we have
And I measured the distance from the forehead of Mr. Goldman to the top of the head of victim Simpson.
that? And what was the distance between the forehead of Ron Goldman and the top of the head of Ms. Brown?
4 feet 10 inches.
Can you describe whether or not Ron Goldman's body was found on top of any object, or was it lying flat on the dirt?
He appeared to be lying on his right side on top of a stump, a wood stump.
Your Honor, may this next photograph be marked People's next in order, People's 81?
People's 81.
All right, if you could describe for us, sir, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of the area where Mr. Goldman had been lying once he was removed. It's looking north by northwesterly. It shows, appears to be 2 stumps.
All right, Ms. Clark, I'm
Can
going to
you-
release the feed on this.
Okay.
Let me know if there's something else that's coming up, Mr. Fogle.
All right, can you indicate your point? If you could direct the arrow, sir, to what you're talking about as to where those stumps are.
Okay, if you bring it to the right a little bit, down right below, there's a stump right up a little. Well, if you go up to the card, right below that area should be 1 stump. It's a little difficult for me to see here.
It's pretty dark. You believe that's the general area?
That looks like the general area, yes.
Okay. Leave an arrow there. And
The other one is down a little lower to the left. Left. A little more down. Down. Right at that area there is a second stump.
All right. And then you have, can you tell us where the body of Ron Goldman was in relation to these 2 stumps?
The front portion of the body was lying just to the rear of or behind the forward stump, and I believe some part of his back was lying across the smaller stump to the top of the photograph.
Kind of in between those 2 points then?
More or less.
Okay. Did you take any measurements from the lower and upper stump to the edge of the walkway or that stairway wall that you see in the left-hand portion of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. That white cement-looking area in the lower left-hand portion of the photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the stairwell wall that is to the north side of the stairwell leading up to the front of the residence.
All right, if you could tell us, first of all, what is the measurement that you made of the north stump that would be the one up at the top of the photograph to the edge of the walkway? What was that distance?
I haven't committed those measurements to memory. If I could see a schematic.
Please, refresh your memory.
I don't have it with me.
Oh, that's not on that?
No, these aren't the stump measurements.
May the print to the screen image be marked People's 81A?
81A.
First of all, with respect to the north stump, that at the top of the photograph that's now being shown, can you tell us what measurement you made?
Yes, the north stump was 3 feet 8 inches south to the walkway.
So from that lower stump to the edge of the walkway was 3 feet 8 inches?
Yes.
And what measurement did you make, if any, of the south stump to the edge of the walkway?
The south stump was 1 feet 11 inches to the edge of the walkway.
Did you make an area, a measurement of the distance between the stairway wall, that white block-like object in the lower left-hand corner of the photograph, and any of the fences, either the north or the east fence?
Yes, I made a measurement from the walkway to the north fence.
To the north fence, and what was that?
5 feet 8 inches.
I would agree with that's from where the 5 feet 8 inches.
You want to repeat the answer? Thought it was from the edge of the walkway to the edge of the fence, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what about did you measure from the stairway wall to the fence?
Stairwell wall to the fence is the same, 5 feet 8
No,
inches.
I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. Excuse me. From the stairway wall in the lower left-hand corner across to the east fence, did you measure that?
Yes, that was 3 feet 3 inches.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
3 feet 3 inches.
This next photograph you marked people's next in order, people's 82.
All right, people's 82.
All right, sir, can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, that's a close-up photograph of the stump that I previously mentioned. That was beneath, I believe, beneath Mr. Goldman.
And is that the north or the south stump?
That's the north stump.
Your Honor, may this be marked people's next in order, people's 83.
People's 83.
Ms. Clark. People's 83, Your Honor.
Hello, Moki. Welcome to the chat. Also want to say condolences for your loss. Aaron came and told us earlier about what happened. And you are in our thoughts and prayers, and thank you, Moki. We are glad to have you here. So, Yeah, we've been watching OJ, and it's been pretty entertaining, and we're glad to have you here with the distraction. So, they were going over the scene with the OJ murder, the murder scene, with one of the detectives. He's been on the stand for a while, and then there was some fighting between the state and the defense. That's been happening. So that's what's going on in this trial at the moment. So now we will continue.
You recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that's a photograph looking north to the north fence, as described earlier. And there's a pager that appears about the middle of the frame.
Okay, now this photograph, as well as the one previously shown to you, were these taken before or after the bodies were removed?
After.
Okay. Can you describe for us what's depicted in this photograph and what you saw in this area at the time after the bodies were removed?
Yes, I observed the pager. The item there in the center is a pager that was in the dirt, lying 4 inches the other side of or to the north of the lower rung of that fence. Additionally, there's in the center of the picture, a small tree that's supported by a piece of wood.
That stick that's in the approximately the center, just a little to the right of the center of the photograph, what did that look like to you?
The stick, the vertical stick, is there to support what appeared to be a small tree.
Okay. There appears to be a red substance on it. Did that look like blood to you?
Yes.
Was Mr. Goldman's body in contact with that item before the body was moved?
Well, it appeared that it may have been, yes.
There seems to be some hole there next to that, or just behind that stick. Can you tell us if that's the way it looked to you?
Yes, it is.
Was it very deep?
No.
And the rungs of this is the north gate we're facing? The north fence, I mean?
That's correct.
You see where there seems to be some red on those?
Yes.
Did that appear to be blood to you?
Yes, there appeared to be transfers on the horizontal and perpendicular rungs of the fence.
Can you describe for us, sir, were there any other woody items like that stick that you've described for us to the right of the center of this photograph, in that location that Ron Goldman's body was found?
Woody items?
Yeah, wood, trees, sticks.
There was a large tree to the left of this photograph, which had come in contact with the top of the head of Mr. Goldman.
What else is in that area?
There are leaves.
Were there any other plants in the area?
Not in that immediate area. They were in the lower right-hand corner of the photograph. There was a small plant near the glove.
Mm-hmm. Now, you indicated that pager. Was that the location in which you found it, sir, where it's shown in this photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have here a small manila envelope that is appeared to be resealed with a yellow evidence tag dated February 17th, 1995, and another dated February 18th, 1995. I'm going to open this envelope and show the contents to Detective Lang. This has been previously marked as People's 31A.
Yes.
Can you tell us if you recognize what's being shown here, sir?
May I touch it?
Yes.
It appears to be the pager I observed.
Now, after the bodies were removed, did you go up and more closely examine the pager, sir?
Yes.
Prior to the body being removed from that location, did you examine the pager?
I observed it. I don't recall specifically examining it.
People's Exhibit 54-1.
People's 54.
Do you recognize what's shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a white envelope that I observed at the crime scene on the dirt adjacent to and just to the north of the walkway that contained what I believe to be prescription glasses.
Your Honor, I have here a plastic envelope that has been sealed with a yellow seal dated February 18th, 1995. I'm going to open the seal.
Do we need to
I just didn't
take
like
that
the
out?
letter. I
Can
can
you
ziplock it.
can you see it through the bag there, Detective?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's another envelope there.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is, sir?
That appears to be the envelope depicted in the photograph with the glasses.
Now, when you were at the scene, were you able to tell what was inside the envelope?
Yes.
And how was that?
As you note on the upper left-hand corner of the photograph, there's an open area where the envelope was parted just enough for one could peer inside and see that there were apparently glasses.
Were you able to make that observation without picking it up?
Yes.
And showing you, looking inside the envelope now, as I'm holding the plastic bag without lifting out the envelope, can you see what's inside?
Yes.
And what's inside?
Appears to be prescription glasses.
So those like the ones that you saw on the morning of June 13th inside that envelope?
Yes.
Your Honor, People's, you want the reference of People's 54A.
All right, People's 54A.
You might need to cut feet for this one.
All right, you recall the glove in this photograph that you described as having seen at 875 South Bundy, sir?
Yes.
I'm showing you what is now contained in a manila envelope and a paper bag, a brown paper bag. And the manila envelope now contains some paper bindles. I'd ask that you look inside the bag, sir, and tell us if you recognize what you see. Would the court like to explain, to tell the jury why they're repackaged.
Yes, in a second. Mr. Carpenter, why don't you step around so that the jury can see? Ladies and gentlemen, if you recall from Friday, these items were placed into a plastic bag. However, it was determined it was a better packaging with regards to biological evidence to have it in a paper bag rather than a plastic bag. So that's why it's repackaged at this time.
That appears to be the glove in the photograph that I observed.
The item was previously marked as 77 and 77A respectively, the glove in the bag.
Noted.
And now showing you, sir, an item that has been marked as 78 and 78A has also been repackaged. Ask you to look inside the brown paper bag. Tell us if you recognize what you see in that photograph, in that bag.
Yes, that appears to be the dark blue net ski cap in the photograph that I observed at the scene.
Now, did you direct anyone to... Did you ultimately direct that these items be collected?
Yes.
At the time that you made your observations of these items, sir, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
What kind of gloves were you wearing?
They were a plastic glove. Thin
And why were you-
plastic glove.
I'm sorry?
Thin plastic glove.
And why were you
Rubber.
wearing gloves at that time?
Generally, when I am working a crime scene of that nature, there might come a time when I might have to touch something. So it is to prevent contamination to evidence as well as to protect myself.
Were you wearing booties, sir?
No.
Over your shoes?
No.
Why not?
I have only worn booties at the coroner's office for self-protection. I've never worn them at a crime scene.
Have you ever seen a detective?
Oh, well,
Have you yourself ever worn booties at a crime scene?
No.
Have you ever seen any detective you've ever worked with or seen at a crime scene wear booties?
No.
Can you think of... Strike that. Does anyone at a crime scene wear booties, sir?
Yes. I've seen some technicians wear them at times.
Criminalists or coroners? Investigators?
I don't recall coroners people, criminalists, print people. In fact, I believe the print people were wearing booties at this location.
Mm-hmm. And what is the purpose of wearing booties?
For self-protection against contamination.
Contamination of...
outside sources, perhaps from blood. When there's a bloody crime scene, there's always a possibility one could contact some type of a virus, and consequently, some people wear those.
Okay. So is it to protect the person who's wearing the booties?
Yes.
Speculation, Your Honor, as to why somebody else is wearing booties. There's a multitude of...
Objection, Your Honor. What?
just overruled. Speaking objection. It's one explanation. I'm sure there'll be others. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. Sir, did you direct the photographer to take this picture? Did you ask that this area be photographed?
Earlier I did. Not this particular picture. This was obviously done with the criminalist.
Is there something significant about the hole that you described for us earlier that's shown in this photograph?
The significant thing to me at the time was that it appeared to be freshly dug out.
So what did that mean to you?
Taking into account the scene, it would mean to me that there was probably a struggle in that immediate area, and perhaps this was done with the flailing of feet or movement within that area between the suspect and the victim.
See what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a close-up of a set of keys found on the ground just to the east of Mr. Goldman's left foot as depicted in the foreground.
And did you want this particular item photographed?
Yes.
Why?
To show the relationship, firstly to show where it was located, and then the relationship to Mr. Goldman.
And were the finding of those keys near the foot of Mr. Goldman important to you?
They were to me.
Why?
Because of the location and the fact that Mr. Goldman had pockets in his pants, it appeared that he may very well have had those keys in his hand at the time he was attacked.
Which indicates what? To him? To this detective?
Let me see over the sidebar. Thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may lay some additional foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Lang, how many homicides have you investigated, sir?
Either directly or indirectly, approximately 250 to 300.
And that's over how many years?
20 years of homicide.
And can you tell us, sir, then you indicated that the fact that Ron Goldman's pants contained pockets and that you found the keys on the ground was important to you.
Yes.
And why was it important to you?
Because it would show to me that perhaps Mr. Goldman had those keys in his hand and had just perhaps stopped by for a short time.
And and what did that...
Overruled.
And then finding the keys on the ground indicated what to you if he was carrying them in his hand at the time of the attack?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If he was carrying the keys in his hand at the time of the attack, what did that indicate to you about the nature of the attack, if anything?
Sustained. No, what would that's the nature attack. What is that? If he was carrying the keys in his hands, what would that indicate to you, Detective?
Perhaps that he was surprised.
Next question.
Now, in the photographs that you've previously seen, the gate that faces Bundy, the gate to the front of the house that you would walk up to from the sidewalk.
Yes.
In what condition did you find it? What position?
It was wide open.
Yes.
This is People's 45B, Your Honor.
All right, do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes.
And were you interested in having this particular area photographed?
Yes.
Why?
It shows a top view looking down on the back of victim Nicole Brown, as well as the great deal of what appears to be blood on the first step of the stairwell.
Was that important to you?
Yes.
Why?
That would indicate to me that there's a good possibility that's where she was injured initially.
And then you have, is there anything else in this photograph that was significant to you?
There's an envelope, the envelope we discussed earlier in the upper right-hand corner.
And on the stairs?
There is what appears to be, the heavy blood stain that I described.
And above that?
What are possibly some type of drag marks or transfers on the second stair.
Okay. Do you see any bloody shoe prints in this photograph?
I believe there are down on the walkway. This photograph isn't that clear. I believe there's also one on the step.
There's also one. Did you see any on the step when you were there that day?
Yes.
If you can you see the screen from where you're sitting, sir? If you look up, is that visible to you? Can you see the red dot, the area I'm circling?
Yes.
What does that look like to you?
Appears to be a bloody shoe print transfer of some type.
Okay. And over here at the lower left-hand corner?
The same.
All right. Do you recall seeing those bloody shoe prints in those locations when you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
This is People's Exhibit 45C, Your Honor.
And do you see anything significant in these photographs, sir?
Yes, that also appears to be bloody shoe print impressions.
And if you would, can you look at the screen, sir, and tell me where you see them?
Where you had the red dot, and then in the lower right-hand portion of the photograph, as well as the lower left, more or less lower left portion. Yes.
All right, and those shoe prints, sir, can you tell us if you trace their direction and path?
To me, they appear to be going in a westerly direction down the walkway.
Now, in the area of the front door, did you see any bloody shoe prints in that area?
Yes.
Okay, were they angled in towards the front door?
No, at the front door, they appeared to be going directly westerly.
Past the front door?
Correct.
At some point, did they angle in towards the condominium?
Just prior or east of the front door, on the walkway, they did appear to do some type of a turnaround.
And that was east of the front door?
Yes.
Okay. And after they continued past the front door, at some point did they fade out?
Yes.
And when was that?
They continued to a stairwell through a small gate and down the stairwell to a point at the bottom of the stairwell.
After which, did you see any more of them?
No.
All right, now to the left of, I think you indicated earlier in your testimony that you saw blood drops to the left of those shoe prints?
Yes.
I haven't even asked the question.
Overruled.
We've heard this, I've heard this question this week.
Overruled.
Can you describe the appearance of those blood drops, sir?
Yes, the blood drops appeared to tail westerly in conjunction with the bloody shoe prints.
Your Honor, Peoples 45A.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's 43A.
43A.
All right, sir, can you describe for us, first of all, what is shown in the photograph and how the items depicted in the photograph appeared to you when you were at the scene?
Excuse me. This is an overall photograph looking westerly on the walkway with two of the what appear to be blood spots indicated by the two cards, one on the lower left and one on the center of the photograph.
And those cards are depicting what?
The location of the blood spots.
Are you able to see any bloody shoe prints in this photograph?
It appears in the lower center there may be one in this particular photograph.
If you could look at the screen for a moment, sir, and tell us if I've located that with the red dot circling the area.
Yes, that's the one I just described.
Does it appear to you, sir, that there's a big distance between this, in this photograph, between this bloody shoe print and the blood drop denoted as photo ID number 112?
Kind of a vague question.
It is. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me ask a better one. Does this photograph depict the distance between the shoe print and the blood drop identified as photo ID 112 in the same manner you recall seeing it when you were at the scene on June 13th?
Yes.
Overruled. Do we know the measurement of the tiles?
I'm just going to get to that. You read my mind.
Never mind.
What was the last answer? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Did you measure the size of these tiles, Detective?
Yes.
And how large are they?
They were 11 1/2 by 11 1/2 inches square.
Was there anything that you made particular note of about the blood drops?
Yes, I noted that they appeared to tail or tentacle in a westerly direction in conjunction with the bloody shoe prints.
What do you mean by tail?
By tailing, if you would view a blood droplet up closely, the tentacles, perhaps if a tentacle's in a certain direction, tentacles out, it would indicate that when the...
I'm not sure you tell us about tentacles of blood drops.
Sustained.
Mm-hmm. Have you received any training in blood spatter analysis, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Blood spatter analysis?
Yes.
It's a study of blood spatters, basically, how blood appears when it strikes different surfaces from different distances or at different speeds.
And where did you receive that training?
I received training in the police academy, in college, and investigator school, homicide school. I received informational training from other experts in the field. I reviewed texts on the subject and have viewed blood spatters at many crime scenes over the years.
And have you ever testified concerning your observations of blood spatters in the cases that you've handled?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Gosh, I would have no idea. Maybe 100.
And with respect to these particular blood drops then, sir, you made an observation concerning their angle? You said tailing?
Tailing. A blood droplet will tail, or it'll appear that there are tentacles coming out from it depending on the angle that it strikes the target. If, as an example, we had a blood spot that tentacled or tailed out, as in this case, in what I believe a westerly direction, it would indicate that the source was going in a westerly direction at the time that blood droplet struck the target.
Okay. And the shoe prints appeared to be going in what direction?
A westerly direction.
How many blood drops were there between the bodies of the victims? Blood drops going in that westerly direction did you find between the bodies of the victims and the rear alley?
There were 5, the last one being in the carport area.
When you got to the rear gate, sir, did you observe any other blood at the rear gate area?
Yes, I observed what appeared to be a transfer or smear on the middle top rung.
People's Exhibit 53A.
And what else did you see, sir?
And what appeared to be 2 droplets on the inner lower rung.
People's Exhibit 53B.
Do those appear to be the blood droplets that you're describing, sir?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 53C. People's Exhibit 53D. People's Exhibit 53E.
Okay. Do you recall seeing seeing any blood in the area that you see the the ID marker on this item in the rear gate area?
Not on that particular day.
Let me ask you this, sir. Did you at some point have contact with a criminalist by the name of Dennis Fung?
Yes.
And when you did you ask him, did you brief him on what was at the crime scene?
Yes.
Did you make certain requests of him in terms of what to collect?
Yes.
Did you point out the rear gate area to him
Yes.
and ask him to collect blood from that area?
Yes.
At some point after June the 13th, did you return to the Bundy area for a walkthrough?
Yes.
And when you did so, did you make some observations concerning the rear gate area that you've just seen, the area that you've just seen in these past several photographs?
Yes, I did.
And what observation was that?
Object without further foundation. When did you come back? 3 weeks later? What was it?
Sustained.
Yes, tell it. What date was it that you returned?
July 3rd, 1994.
And what observation did you make?
I observed the same thing that I observed back on June 13th.
Which was?
The blood smear transfer in the upper rung, the blood on the lower rung, and this particular item on the outside of the gate.
Item 117?
Yes.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I inquired of the criminalist
object as to what he did, because I was,
Thank you.
I required of the criminalist if he had checked the gate as I had requested on June 13th. He stated he had not.
I object to what the criminal said. That's hearsay.
Sustained. Answer stricken. Juries to disregard.
And when you asked the criminalist whether he'd collected the blood on the rear gate as you requested, he made a response to you?
Yes.
And based on what he told you, what did you do?
Overruled.
I had him at that time take samples from the gate, check the entire gate.
And the gate was then photographed?
Yes. Yes.
And what did you direct them to do?
I directed the print people to print the entire outside area, fence area, around the crime scene, the railing along the walkway, the rear gate area, the vehicles in the back, one in the garage, one in the driveway. Directed them to print the front door of the residence inside and out. I directed them to print the inside of the residence, the moldings around doors, all of the telephones, the television set upstairs, items in the bathroom, the bedroom. Eventually, I requested that they print the kitchen knife that was on the kitchen counter, the first level room bathroom near the kitchen, the railing, the hand railing going from the first to the second level, that's basically it.
In order, People's 84.
Ms. Robertson, 84? 84.
All right, sir, do you see what's depicted in this photograph? Who's depicted in this photograph?
Those are two of LAPD's print technicians. This photograph is looking down the stairwell in a westerly direction along the walkway.
Okay. And she's pointing to the handrail?
Yes.
Is that one of the items that you asked be photographed, dusted for prints?
Yes.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit number 75.
Now, you indicated also that you saw a knife on the counter. You saw that when you first walked into the house at your first visit to Bundy at about 4:30 a.m., right?
Yes.
And is that the position in which you found it, sir?
Yes.
People's Exhibit number 76.
Did you direct that something be done with this knife, sir?
Yes.
First of all, is that the location and condition in which you found it?
Yes.
And what did you direct be done with it?
I directed that the criminalist visually inspect it for any possible blood stains. Subsequent to that, the print people printed.
Okay, well, are you supposed to let print people print an item if there's blood on it?
No, it's preferable that the blood be dealt with in some type of testing method first.
And was that done?
A visual inspection was made. There were no tests done on the knife.
And was it then printed as well?
Yes.
What else was printed inside the house other than the molding areas and around the door frames that you've indicated?
What else was printed?
Yes, was. Inside.
I believe it stated the telephones, the television upstairs. There was a pack of, I believe, Marlboro cigarettes in the upstairs bathroom that was printed. I believe the nightstand in the bedroom. And they had general instructions to print anything that they felt they would have latitude to print anything else that appeared to be, it might contain prints.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for the court reporter at this time, so we can many operations till the All right, all parties are present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Your Honor, before they come back, I was going to ask the court, I meant to talk to counsel about this. I need to mark the phone bill that that this witness identified and then identify the phone call he made there. This phone bill was also used with Detective Phillips. I know that counsel has
I thought we had marked that previously.
Right, but the entire phone record isn't. I thought just that one call.
Are both calls on the chart? No. All right, then the entire phone record, what was the chart, Mrs. Robertson?
Well, there are probably phone numbers on it that I would like not to have to be.
Well, what we'll do at this point is we'll just use that one page. All right, let's make this 65A.
Your Honor, I was indicating to counsel that there may be phone numbers on there that should be blocked out before this exhibit is given to the jury. And
Well, I'm not so worried about giving it to the jury as releasing it to the public.
To the public.
Yeah.
that's exactly as well. So before that happens, counsel and I need to sit down and figure out.
All right, but for identification purposes, the full list, full phone bill will be 65A.
67A?
65 is the cellular phone.
Yeah, 65 is the cellular phone.
67A.
Right.
All right, 67A. All right, anything else, Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark?
I'm sorry.
Anything else? That's it? Of our jury, Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand under oath. Good afternoon again, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, sir, at some point, did the coroner's investigator arrive at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And who was that, sir?
The coroner's investigator's name was Claudine Ratcliffe.
What time did she get there?
She arrived at approximately 9:10 a.m.
Now, prior to that, sir, had you directed Detective Phillips to make it a second call to the coroner's office?
Yes.
And when did you direct him to make that call?
I believe it was approximately 8:10 a.m.
After Investigator Ratcliffe arrived, what did she do?
She requested a brief rundown, synopsis of what I had at the scene.
By the time she arrived at about 9, what did you say, 9:05, 9:10?
I believe it was about 9:10.
Okay. By the time she arrived, was the first officer on the scene, Officer Risky, still there?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your memory, sir, if you were to see the crime scene log?
Yes. According to the log.
Just correct. We're just refreshing recollection here.
Have you refreshed your recollection as to when Officer Risky left
Yes.
the scene?
The question is, does that record refresh his recollection? Not that automatically does.
I asked.
It's a matter of semantics. He's looked at the document. He's indicated it's the professor's personal recollection. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. And is your memory refreshed, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell us what time Officer Risky left the scene?
Yes, at 7:15 a.m.
And so he was gone by the time Claudine Ratcliffe got there?
Yes.
Who is allowed to touch the body of the victims at a homicide scene, sir?
The coroner's investigator or coroner's helper?
Are you allowed to touch the bodies of the victims?
No.
So when Claudine Ratcliffe got there, where did you meet with her?
Initially, I met with her in the street in the Parkway area in front of the location.
Do you have a conversation with her?
Yes.
What was that about?
It's a brief conversation to tell her basically what I had at the scene.
And why'd you do that?
To give her an idea what we had and what she would need and how to proceed.
Who is it that is required? Does she need to identify who the victims are when she comes out to the scene?
That's part of her duties, yes.
Do you assist her in that?
If we can,
And did you in this case?
yes.
And how did you do that?
As to victim Nicole Brown Simpson, I entered the residence with Claudine Ratcliffe, and we proceeded to the bedroom, the main bedroom, where I observed a purse belonging to Nicole Brown, and in the purse was identification with her picture, description, and name. And this I shared with Ratcliffe.
What, if anything, were you able to do to assist her to identify the other body, the body of Ron Goldman?
When Mr. Goldman's body had been removed from the position that I first observed it, his pockets were checked, and a California driver's license was found in one of his pockets.
Your Honor, may this photograph be marked Peoples next in order, Peoples 85.
People's 85.
See People's 85, sir.
Yes.
And you recognize them?
Yes.
Are these the items you just described that were pulled out of the pocket of Ron Goldman?
Yes.
And who pulled them out of his pocket?
Coroner's investigator Ratcliffe.
And that card that's Union Bank, did you see that item, sir?
Yes.
Was that a credit card?
Yes.
Now, where did you take Ms. Ratcliffe when you took her up to Nicole Brown's bedroom? Did you go in through the front or through the rear?
I believe prior to that she observed.
Sustained.
After you met with Claudine Ratcliffe in the street, where did you go with her? Or did you go anywhere with her?
Proceeded to the location of the bodies.
And how did you do that?
Across the sidewalk to the south of the entrance, across the area just to the south of the walkway, and we angled up towards the northwest, towards the stairs.
Did you walk with her up that front walkway where the blood was?
No.
And by that front walkway, I mean the one that intersects with the sidewalk in front of the location.
Yes, no, we didn't walk up that way.
How did you walk up?
Again, it was the knoll area, the area just to the south of the walkway.
Okay. That grassy area, if you were looking at a photograph of it, be to the left of the walkway?
Yes.
And then you walked, did you step over the body of Nicole Brown? with her, with Claudine?
I don't recall if I stepped directly over her.
How did you get to the top step?
At that time, I don't recall at that time, we may have stepped over at that location because she got to the top stoop.
Okay. Do you recall if Claudine Ratcliffe got to the top stoop by walking up the front way or in through the garage?
I believe it was the front way.
Okay. Were there areas on the landing area around the body of Nicole Brown and on the steps above her that were free of blood?
Yes.
And were those areas large enough for you to step in to gain access to the top landing?
Yes.
Did you step in those areas?
Yes.
And did you direct Ms. Ratcliffe to do the same?
That's correct.
And after you got to that top landing area above the bodies and the evidence, what happened next?
I pointed out to Investigator Ratcliffe the various pieces of evidence that I've observed while there.
Why did you do that?
It was important to me that she know where the evidence was so that it wouldn't be trampled or disturbed in any other way.
Okay. And after you did that, then what?
There was some discussion about blood on the bodies.
Were you pointing something out to her?
Yes.
What was that?
I pointed out some blood that I was interested in on the back of Nicole Brown Simpson.
And did you explain to her how the body of Nicole Brown was found? What were the circumstances that led to the discovery of her body?
I think it's leading to just details of each other.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, why was it important for you to tell her that?
Because
Overruled.
as part of her investigation, she would want to know the circumstances under which the victims were discovered.
And then you indicated, I believe, that at some point you and Ms. Ratcliffe went into the condominium
Yes.
and retrieved the identification of Nicole Brown. Is that right?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
I believe again it was after that we came downstairs to the locations of the bodies. And again, visually examined where evidence was pointed out to Ratcliffe. And she first went to victim Simpson and made a closer examination and began to remove the victim from the location.
So, was Ms. Brown's body removed first?
Yes.
Now, prior to Ms. Ratcliffe removing the body of Ms. Brown, were you outside with her? Did you both exit the condominium together?
No, I believe she remained in the room to check for further identification, and I returned downstairs to complete what I was doing.
Which was what?
Documenting the body positions, the scene in general, the condition that I found the scene to be in, as well as the bodies.
At some point, did Ms. Ratcliffe come back outside?
Yes.
And during that time, when you were doing the measurements and making the observations that you've indicated at the crime scene, you indicated before you were wearing gloves, is that right?
Yes.
When Ms. Ratcliffe came back out, did she then proceed immediately to the body of Nicole Brown?
She first asked me if...
Question?
It's not responsive, actually.
Did Ms. Ratcliffe make an inquiry of you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sustained.
May we be heard, Your Honor?
Sure. What's court order? All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Ms. Ratcliffe make an inquiry of you, sir?
Yes.
She asked you something, did she?
Yes.
And in response to that, what did you do?
I allowed her to come down to the body itself and begin her examination.
And what did she do?
She began the examination by placing the victim on a plastic sheet.
And did she do that by herself, or did she have some help?
No, she had an assistant.
A driver?
Yes.
And then what happened?
I caused photographs to be taken, close-up photographs, during her examination.
At the scene there?
Yes.
And those photographs that you directed to be taken, what were they of?
They were of the deceased.
Of Ms. Brown?
Yes.
And were those photographs taken of Ms. Brown during Ms. Ratcliffe's examination of her?
That's correct.
Before Ms. Ratcliffe went down to the crime scene and moved the body of Nicole Brown, had the victims and all of the evidence around them been photographed in place as they were found?
Yes.
And after the photographs of Nicole Brown was taken during the examination by Ms. Ratcliffe, what happened next?
The victim was removed to the coroner's wagon. And subsequent to that, there was a liver temperature taken.
Okay.
In the van, I believe.
Ms. Brown's liver temperature was taken inside the van?
I believe it was, yes.
And then what happened?
Ratcliffe and the driver returned and began an examination of Mr. Goldman.
And how was that accomplished, sir?
Initially, Mr. Goldman had to be lifted up out of his position because of the confined area and brought out onto the walkway where he was placed on a plastic sheet and examined.
And where was that done? Where was that plastic sheet placed?
On the walkway in front of the residence.
The walkway that leads from the sidewalk up to the front step?
Yes.
And where on that walkway? Down by the sidewalk, up by
It was
stairs?
in the vicinity of the front gate.
And what occurred next?
Ratcliffe examined Mr. Goldman on that sheet, and there were photographs taken of various things that she found.
You've seen it, oh yeah.
People's Exhibit 59.
All right, so Ms. Ratcliffe and the driver, they had to lift him out of that area,
Yes,
and then they brought him, I think, what, did you indicate south of where he is now? In that photograph?
yes, south and then to the east down on the walkway.
So they had, okay, so were both of them back in that area where Mr. Goldman is?
Yes,
And when they moved his body out of that area, they moved right over that dirt and onto the walkway
that's correct.
in the area of that envelope, the hat, and the glove?
That's correct.
Cut. And what occurred next with Mr. Goldman? Was there an examination performed?
Yes, there's also a liver temperature taken of him.
And then what?
Mr. Goldman was wrapped up and removed from the scene of the coroner's wagon.
All right, now after the body of Ron Goldman was removed, did you make any observations of something that you had not made before?
Yes,
And what was that?
observed a white metal ring in the dirt in the area below Mr. Goldman, where he had been.
People's Exhibit 56K.
Do you see what's in People's 56K?
Yes, that appears to be the ring.
Give me the perspective.
People's Exhibit 81, Your Honor.
Was 81?
Are you able to locate in this photograph, sir, where the ring was after Mr. Goldman's body was removed?
Yes, the ring would be approximately the center of the photograph where the little card is indicated, the center card.
Can you direct the pointer to that area, sir?
I believe it'd be down there, this card right here.
Is that, okay. Can you put the initials on there? And may this be marked People's 81B?
81B.
All right, now after the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown were removed, did you continue your crime scene investigation?
Yes,
At some point, did criminalist Dennis Fung arrive at the scene?
yes.
And when was that?
I believe that was shortly after 10 a.m.
When he arrived, what did you do?
I took Mr. Fung on a walkthrough of the crime scene.
And where did you take him exactly?
Started at the front of the location and they showed him the evidence that was there. Pointed out the various pieces of evidence, the blood. He'd arrived just prior to the departure, or just prior to the removals of the bodies. Consequently, he saw where the bodies were from the top step area above the victims. I showed him what appeared to be the bloody shoe prints leading up the steps westerly. pointed out to him the blood, what appeared to be blood droplets. We walked through the rear gate, pointed out the blood on the gate. We walked to the rear of the location, where I pointed out a fifth blood droplet in the driveway. And there were some coins and a couple of other objects in the rear. At some point, we also entered the location where I had him do some testing.
Now, did you point out then all the evidence to him that you've previously described to us today
Yes,
and Friday?
yes.
And did you direct his attention to the knife on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And did you ask him to do something with that knife, sir?
Yes, I asked him to do a visual examination, and if he observed anything that appeared to be blood, to do a phenol or presumptive test.
Did you ask him to do anything else in the house with respect to the detection of blood?
Yes.
And what was that?
To check some reddish stains on the carpet of the staircase going up in the front of the house, as well as some red stains on the throw rug in the bathroom upstairs.
Do you know what the results of that examinations were? Of those examinations were?
Yes or no?
Correct. Do you know?
Yes. They were negative.
Now, at some point, while you were examining the exterior crime scene, sir, do you recall going out, after the bodies of the victims were removed, do you recall going out to the dirt area where the body of Ron Goldman was found?
Yes.
And do you recall observing the pager after the body was removed?
Yes.
Did you make any examination of it at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what happened with that?
No, we just recovered it. That's all we've done so far.
Actually, not even that. I think he just observed it so far.
All right.
While at that location, the pager activated.
The pager went off?
Yes.
What number was shown?
I haven't committed the number to memory, but I did write it down at that time.
And would it refresh your memory if you were to look at some report, sir?
Yes.
What report is that?
Well, my crime scene notes,
Do you have them with you?
they're in my attaché case.
I think that's a catalog case.
Feels like there's pretty heavy. You have them?
Yes.
Okay. And what have you you're able to refresh your memory from that, sir, as to the number that was shown on the pager that went off?
Yes.
All right, Detective Language, pull the microphone back.
Yes.
And what number was that, sir?
447-8667.
And did you determine who that number belonged to?
Yes.
Who?
The Mezzaluna Restaurant,
What time was it when the pager went off?
10:47 a.m.
Did you determine who it was that paged Ron Goldman at 10:47 a.m. from the Mezzaluna?
Yes.
Who was that?
was an employee at the location, I believe his name was Tanner.
Stuart Tanner?
Stuart Tanner.
Were there any other numbers on that pager?
No.
At what point, sir, did the coroner leave the scene?
I believe it was sometime after 11 a.m.
Did you make a determination, sir, as to how the front gate of 875 South Bundy operated?
Yes.
And what was that? What's the system there?
The gate could not be opened from the outside without a key. The inside knob was smooth with a handle guard, disallowing anyone from reaching through and opening it. There was an outside latch on the outside of the gate that had to be flipped up in order for the gate to open all the way.
Did you determine whether there was some means of communication between some person at the front gate and someone inside the house?
Yes, there was an intercom box with a button.
Did you attempt to determine whether or not that worked?
Yes,
And what did you find out?
that it was operable.
The intercom worked?
The intercom worked.
What about the door release?
I observed what appeared to be the door release in the kitchen, and I could not get it to work. It was inoperable at that time.
Was this on June the 13th, sir?
Yes.
So when you pressed the door release button in the kitchen, it did not, in fact, unlock the front gate?
I heard it click, but it would not release, so it appeared to be inoperable to me.
But did you check to determine whether you could manually open the front gate if it was closed?
From the outside?
Right.
Not if it were locked.
Okay. Could you open it from the inside?
Yes. If one were to, in addition to turning the knob, reach over to the front and release the latch that was on the outside.
Now, when, on the 13th, did you perform that experiment on the door, the intercom and the door release?
It was sometime after the coroner left.
Did you attempt to examine the lighting in the area, sir?
Yes.
And what did you find out?
There was a street lamp in the parkway to the northeast of the walkway of the location with an overhanging lamp. There was an additional street lamp, an overhanging lamp, I believe, in the northeast corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
Let me ask you, first of all, with respect to the overhanging street lamp that you said was northeast of the walkway on the sidewalk, sir, how much illumination was provided of the walkway, that front walkway area, from that street lamp?
I would say none.
And why is that?
Because of the heavy foliage in the trees and the hedge to the north of the walkway.
And what about the overhanging street lamp that was at the northeast corner of Dorothy and Bundy? How much illumination was provided of the front walkway area, especially at the foot of the front steps?
I would say very little, if any.
What kind of lighting did you find at the exterior of the residence itself?
There was a small light that was in the dirt area just off the walkway, just to the south of the stationary gate, a low illumination, more or less, that shot straight up. It wasn't concentrated down, it was light going up.
Set into the ground, was it?
Yes,
Were there any plants around it?
yes.
How much light did it afford in terms of the area where Nicole Brown had been laying?
Because of the way it was positioned, all the lighting was up towards the mailbox, and there was none going the other way. It was shielded in an upwards direction.
So did it illuminate the body of Nicole Brown in the position in which she was found?
No.
Any other exterior lighting, sir?
There was a light on the exterior, would be the southeast portion of the residence where the 875 condo joined the condo to the south. So it would be from the location of the bodies, it would be up the walk and towards the southwest. There was in the ceiling above the door.
In the ceiling above the door?
Yes.
And how much light did that provide of the area where Nicole Brown was found?
I'd say indirectly very little.
And why is that?
The bodies were down below the stairwell, and due to distance and the placement of the light, it just the lighting was indirect, and it just didn't do much to illuminate the bodies.
You want to make this next photograph mark People's Exhibit number 86?
86.
Two, please.
All right, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
To the left side of the photograph, you see an area that has a gate, an arched gate.
Yes.
What's that? Whose residence is that?
That's the Taylor residence adjoining the 875 Bundy location, just adjoined to and south of.
Is that the other half of the duplex?
Yes.
And to the right-hand side, is that 875 South Bundy, Nicole Brown's residence?
Yes.
There's a light that seems to be shining in between two of those trees.
Yes.
Can you tell us what the source of that is?
Actually, I believe there would be two lights, one to the condo to the left and one to the condo to the right.
And is one of those the lights you've just described between the two condominiums?
Yes.
Was the front of the residence as well lit as you see it in this photograph when you arrived at 4:30 a.m.?
That's my recollection, yes.
Mm-hmm. What about the area between Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman? Sir, with all the lighting that you've described, the area between the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown, can you tell us what was the lighting like in that area?
There's really nothing to illuminate that area.
Then can you tell us, sir, how visible were the hat and the glove underneath that plant in that dark area? Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Oh, well.
I'll sustain the objection to the manner in which the, how visible was the hat? You might want to ask some more foundational questions.
Okay. Can you tell us, sir, first of all, when you first arrived at the scene at 4:30 a.m., and you went to look at the, you observed from the top landing, did you not?
Yes,
That was the first time you saw that crime scene.
yes.
Can you describe for us what the lighting was like in the area between the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown?
I would describe it as very poor.
And what do you mean by that?
There was no direct lighting on that particular area.
Were you able to see, with your naked eye, without the assistance of a flashlight, were you able to see the glove and the cap that were under the plant?
I believe I was able to discern that there might be an object there, but not enough to clearly tell what it was.
And at the time that you were looking down there, were you looking specifically for those items?
They were being pointed out to me, yes.
And as they were being pointed out to you, was there somebody training a flashlight on the area at the time?
I had a flashlight,
And were you training it on the area at the time as that they were being pointed out to you?
yes.
And even so, it was hard for you to see them?
Not once I illuminated.
You've already so testified. I'm just going back into that, have him describe it further.
Or we'll proceed.
With the aid of the flashlight, I could tell what they were, yes.
All right, during this time that you're examining the crime scene, taking measurements, directing the photographer, the criminalist, the print people, what are there other officers at the scene, sir?
Yes.
What are they doing?
I had other detectives do what we call a canvass of the neighborhood.
What does that mean?
One of the duties of those officers was to go door to door to see if there might be any witnesses to what occurred, to observe any illegally or vehicles on the street that appeared to be parked erratically. I also had these officers do a canvass of the rear alley, which included going through trash cans at the Bundy location, as well as the neighbor's location, as well as a dumpster that was in the alley.
And what were they looking for? What did you tell them to look for?
In the alleyway?
Yes, and the garbage cans?
Anything that would appear to contain what might be blood, a weapon, clothing, any what might appear to be blood stains or blood smears or transfers on any item at all.
All right, now at some point, sir, did you leave that scene?
Yes.
And where did you go?
As far as leaving the scene itself,
Yes.
yes, I went to Parker Center.
Was that in response to a phone call that you got?
Yes.
From who?
My partner, Detective Van Adder.
And about what time was that?
Approximately 12:15 p.m.
When you left, sir, what did you do to make sure that the scene was going to be taken care of?
Overruled. I spoke to Mr. Fung, the criminalist, explained to him that I was leaving and that the officers at the scene would maintain a perimeter security until he was completed with his investigation. I did the same with the print people who were still at the location, and I spoke with the officers upon leaving, logged out, and left the location.
Then were all of the experts that had to...
Yes.
And what did you direct them to do?
I directed the print people to print the entire outside area, fence area, around the crime scene, the railing along the walkway, the rear gate area, the vehicles in the back, one in the garage, one in the driveway. Directed them to print the front door of the residence inside and out. I directed them to print the inside of the residence, the moldings around doors, all of the telephones, the television set upstairs, items in the bathroom, the bedroom. Eventually requested that they print the kitchen knife that was on the kitchen counter, the first level room bathroom near the kitchen, the railing, the hand railing going from the first to the second level, that's basically it.
Your Honor, may this be marked People's Next in order People's 84?
Ms. Robertson, 84? 84.
All right, sir, do you see what's depicted in this photograph? Who's depicted in this photograph?
Those are two of LAPD's print technicians. This photograph is looking down the stairwell in a westerly direction along the walkway.
Okay. And she's pointing to the handrail?
Yes.
Is that one of the items that you asked be dusted for prints?
Yes.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit number 75.
Now, you indicated also that you saw a knife on the counter. You saw that when you first walked into the house at your first visit to Bundy at about 4:30 a.m., right?
Yes.
And is that the position in which you found it, sir?
Yes.
People's Exhibit number 76.
Did you direct that something be done with this knife, sir?
Yes.
First of all, is that the location and condition in which you found it?
Yes.
And what did you direct be done with it?
It directed that the criminalist visually inspect it for any possible blood stains. Subsequent to that, the print people printed.
Okay, well, are you supposed to let print people print an item if there's blood on it?
No, it's preferable that the blood be dealt with in some type of testing method first.
And was that done?
A visual inspection was made. There were no tests done on the knife.
And was it then printed as well?
Yes.
What else was printed inside the house other than the molding areas and around the door frames that you've indicated?
What else was printed?
Yes, was. Inside.
I believe it stated the telephones, the television upstairs. There was a pack of, I believe, Marlboro cigarettes in the upstairs bathroom that was printed. I believe the nightstand in the bedroom. And they had general instructions to print anything that they felt they would have latitude to print anything else that appeared to be, it might contain prints.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for the court reporter at this time, so we can switch court reporters. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, don't let anybody contact you regarding the case. All right, all parties are present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Your Honor, before they come back, I was going to ask the court, I meant to talk to counsel about this. I need to mark the phone bill that that this witness identified and then identify the phone call he made there. This phone bill was also used with Detective Phillips. I know that counsel has
I thought we had marked that previously.
Right, but the entire phone record isn't, I thought just that one call.
Are both calls on the chart? No. All right, then the entire phone record, what was the chart, Mrs. Robertson?
So there are probably phone numbers on it that I would like not to have to be.
Well, what we'll do at this point is we'll just use that one page. All right, let's make this 65A.
Your Honor, I was indicating to counsel that there may be phone numbers on there that should be blocked out before this exhibit is given to the jury.
Well, I'm not so worried about giving it to the jury as releasing it to the public.
To the public.
Yeah.
And that's exactly as well. So before that happens, counsel and I need to sit down and figure out.
All right, but for identification purposes, the full list, full phone bill will be 65A.
67A?
Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand under oath. Good afternoon again, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, sir, at some point, did the coroner's investigator arrive at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And who was that, sir?
The coroner's investigator's name was Claudine Ratcliffe.
What time did she get there?
She arrived at approximately 9:10 a.m.
Now, prior to that, sir, had you directed Detective Phillips to make it a second call to the coroner's office?
Yes.
And when did you direct him to make that call?
I believe it was approximately 8:10 a.m.
After Investigator Ratcliffe arrived, what did she do?
She requested a brief rundown, synopsis of what I had at the scene.
By the time she arrived at about 9, what did you say, 9:05, 9:10?
I believe it was about 9:10.
Okay. By the time she arrived, was the first officer on the scene, Officer Risky, still there?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your memory, sir, if you were to see the crime scene log?
Yes. According to the log.
Correct. We're just refreshing recollection here.
Have you refreshed your recollection as to when Officer Risky left
Yes.
the scene?
The question is, does that record refresh his recollection? It automatically does.
I asked.
It's a matter of semantics. He's looked at the document. He's indicated it's refreshed his personal recollection. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. And is your memory refreshed, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell us what time Officer Risky left the scene?
Yes, at 7:15 a.m.
And so he was gone by the time Claudine Ratcliffe got there?
Yes.
Who was allowed to touch the body of the victims at a homicide scene, sir?
The coroner's investigator or coroner's helper?
Are you allowed to touch the bodies of the victims?
No.
So when Claudine Ratcliffe got there, where did you meet with her?
Initially, I met with her in the street in the Parkway area in front of the location.
Do you have a conversation with her?
Yes.
What was that about?
It's a brief conversation to tell her basically what I had at the scene.
And why'd you do that?
To give her an idea what we had and what she would need and how to proceed.
Who is it that is required? Does she need to identify who the victims are when she comes out to the scene?
That's part of her duties, yes.
Do you assist her in that?
If we can,
And did you in this case?
yes.
And how did you do that?
As to victim Nicole Brown Simpson, I entered the residence with Claudine Ratcliffe, and we proceeded to the bedroom, the main bedroom, where I observed a purse belonging to Nicole Brown, and in the purse was identification with her picture, description, and name. And this I shared with Ratcliffe.
What, if anything, were you able to do to assist her to identify the other body, the body of Ron Goldman?
When Mr. Goldman's body had been removed from the position that I first observed it, his pockets were checked, and a California driver's license was found in one of his pockets.
Your Honor, may this photograph be marked Peoples next in order, Peoples 85.
People's 85.
See People's 85, sir?
Yes.
And you recognize them?
Yes.
Are these the items you just described that were pulled out of the pocket of Ron Goldman?
Yes.
And who pulled them out of his pocket?
Coroner's investigator Ratcliffe.
And that card that's Union Bank, did you see that item, sir?
Yes.
Was that a credit card?
Yes.
Now, where did you take Ms. Ratcliffe when you took her up to Nicole Brown's bedroom? Did you go in through the front or through the rear?
I believe prior to that she observed.
Sustained.
After you met with Claudine Ratcliffe in the street, where did you go with her? Or did you go anywhere with her?
Proceeded to the location of the bodies.
And how did you do that?
Across the sidewalk to the south of the entrance, across the area just to the south of the walkway, and we angled up towards the northwest, towards the stairs.
Did you walk with her up that front walkway where the blood was?
No.
And by that front walkway, I mean the one that intersects with the sidewalk in front of the location.
Yes, no, we didn't walk up that way.
How did you walk up?
Again, it was the knoll area, the area just to the south of the walkway.
Okay. That grassy area, if you were looking at a photograph of it, be to the left of the walkway?
Yes.
And then you walked, did you step over the body of Nicole Brown with her, with Claudine?
I don't recall if I stepped directly over her.
How did you get to the top step?
At that time, I don't recall at that time, we may have stepped over at that location because she got to the top stoop.
Okay. Do you recall if Claudine Ratcliffe got to the top stoop by walking up the front way or in through the garage?
I believe it was the front way.
Okay. Were there areas on the landing area around the body of Nicole Brown and on the steps above her that were free of blood?
Yes.
And were those areas large enough for you to step in to gain access to the top landing?
Yes.
Did you step in those areas?
Yes.
And did you direct Ms. Radcliffe to do the same?
That's correct.
And after you got to that top landing area above the bodies and the evidence, what happened next?
I pointed out to Investigator Radcliffe the various pieces of evidence that I've observed while there.
Why did you do that?
It was important to me that she know where the evidence was so that it wouldn't be trampled or disturbed in any other way.
Okay. And after you did that, then what?
There was some discussion about blood on the bodies.
Were you pointing something out to her?
Yes.
What was that?
I pointed out some blood that I was interested in on the back of Nicole Brown Simpson.
And did you explain to her how the body of Nicole Brown was found? What were the circumstances that led to the discovery of her body?
I think it's leading to just details we told her.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, why was it important for you to tell her that?
Because
Overruled.
as part of her investigation, she would want to know the circumstances under which the victims were discovered.
And then you indicated, I believe, that at some point you and Ms. Radcliffe went into the condominium
Yes.
and retrieved the identification of Nicole Brown. Is that right?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
I believe again it was after that we came downstairs to the locations of the bodies. And again, visually examined where evidence was pointed out to Radcliffe. And she first went to victim Simpson and made a closer examination and began to remove the victim from the location.
So, was Ms. Brown's body removed first?
Yes.
Now, prior to Ms. Radcliffe removing the body of Ms. Brown, were you outside with her? Did you both exit the condominium together?
No, I believe she remained in the room to check for further identification, and I returned downstairs to complete what I was doing.
Which was what?
Documenting the body positions, the scene in general, the condition that I found the scene to be in, as well as the bodies.
At some point, did Ms. Radcliffe come back outside?
Yes.
And during that time, when you were doing the measurements and making the observations that you've indicated at the crime scene, you indicated before you were wearing gloves, is that right?
Yes.
When Ms. Radcliffe came back out, did she then proceed immediately to the body of Nicole Brown?
She first asked me if...
Question?
It's not responsive, actually.
Did Ms. Radcliffe make an inquiry of you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sustained.
May we be heard, Your Honor?
Sure. What's court clerk?
inquiry of you, sir?
Yes,
She asked you something, did she?
yes.
And in response to that, what did you do?
I allowed her to come down to the body itself and begin her examination.
And what did she do?
She began the examination by placing the victim on a plastic sheet.
And did she do that by herself, or did she have some help?
No, she had an assistant.
A driver?
Yes.
And then what happened?
I caused photographs to be taken, close-up photographs, during her examination.
At the scene there?
Yes.
And those photographs that you directed to be taken, what were they of?
They were of the deceased.
Of Miss Brown?
Yes.
And were those photographs taken of Miss Brown during Ms. Radcliffe's examination of her?
That's correct.
Before Ms. Radcliffe went down to the crime scene and moved the body of Nicole Brown, had the victims and all of the evidence around them been photographed in place as they were found?
Yes.
And after the photographs of Nicole Brown was taken during the examination by Ms. Radcliffe, what happened next?
The victim was removed to the coroner's wagon. And subsequent to that, there was a liver temperature taken.
Okay.
In the van, I believe.
Ms. Brown's liver temperature was taken inside the van?
I believe it was, yes.
And then what happened?
Radcliffe and the driver returned and began an examination of Mr. Goldman.
And how was that accomplished, sir?
Initially, Mr. Goldman had to be lifted up out of his position because of the confined area and brought out onto the walkway where he was placed on a plastic sheet and examined.
And where was that done? Where was that plastic sheet placed?
On the walkway in front of the residence.
The walkway that leads from the sidewalk up to the front step?
Yes.
And where on that walkway? Down by the sidewalk, up by
It was
stairs?
in the vicinity of the front gate.
And what occurred next?
Radcliffe examined Mr. Goldman on that sheet, and there were photographs taken of various things that she found.
You've seen it, oh yeah.
People's Exhibit 59.
All right, so Ms. Radcliffe and the driver, they had to lift him out of that area?
Yes.
And then they brought him, I think, what, did you indicate south of where he is now? In that photograph?
Yes, south and then to the east down on the walkway.
So they had, okay, so were both of them back in that area where Mr. Goldman is?
Yes.
And when they moved his body out of that area, they moved right over that dirt and onto the walkway?
That's correct.
In the area of that envelope, the hat, and the glove?
That's correct.
Cut. And what occurred next with Mr. Goldman? Was there an examination performed?
Yes, there was also a liver temperature taken of him.
And then what?
Mr. Goldman was wrapped up and removed from the scene of the coroner's wagon.
All right, now, after the body of Ron Goldman was removed, did you make any observations of something that you had not made before?
Yes.
And what was that?
I observed a white metal ring in the dirt in the area below Mr. Goldman, where he had been.
People's Exhibit 56K.
Do you see what's in People's 56K?
Yes, that appears to be the ring.
Give me the perspective.
People's Exhibit 81, Your Honor.
Was 81?
Are you able to locate in this photograph, sir, where the ring was after Mr. Goldman's body was removed?
Yes, the ring would be approximately the center of the photograph where the little card is indicated, the center card.
Can you direct the pointer to that area, sir?
I believe it'd be down there, this card right here.
Is that, okay. Can you put the initials on there? And may this be marked People's 81B?
81B.
All right, now after the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown were removed, did you continue your crime scene investigation?
Yes,
At some point, did criminalist Dennis Fung arrive at the scene?
yes.
And when was that?
I believe that was shortly after 10 a.m.
When he arrived, what did you do?
I took Mr. Fung on a walkthrough of the crime scene.
And where did you take him exactly?
Started at the front of the location and they showed him the evidence that was there. Pointed out the various pieces of evidence, the blood. He'd arrived just prior to the departure, or just prior to the removals of the bodies. Consequently, he saw where the bodies were from the top step area above the victims. I showed him what appeared to be the bloody shoe prints leading up the steps westerly. Pointed out to him the blood, what appeared to be blood droplets. We walked through the rear gate, pointed out the blood on the gate. We walked to the rear of the location, where I pointed out a fifth blood droplet in the driveway. And there were some coins and a couple of other objects in the rear. At some point, we also entered the location where I had him do some testing.
Now, did you point out then all the evidence to him that you've previously described to us today
Yes,
and Friday?
yes.
And did you direct his attention to the knife on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And did you ask him to do something with that knife, sir?
Yes, I asked him to do a visual examination, and if he observed anything that appeared to be blood, to do a phenol or presumptive test.
Did you ask him to do anything else in the house with respect to the detection of blood?
Yes.
And what was that?
To check some reddish stains on the carpet of the staircase going up in the front of the house, as well as some red stains on the throw rug in the bathroom upstairs.
Do you know what the results of that examinations were, of those examinations were?
Correct. Do you know?
Yes. They were negative.
Now, at some point, while you were examining the exterior crime scene, sir, do you recall going out after the bodies of the victims were removed? Do you recall going out to the dirt area where the body of Ron Goldman was found?
Yes.
And do you recall observing the pager after the body was removed?
Yes.
Did you make any examination of it at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what happened with that?
No, we just recovered it. That's all we've done so far.
Actually, not even that. I think he just observed it so far.
Right.
While at that location, the pager activated.
The pager went off?
Yes.
What number was shown?
I haven't committed the number to memory, but I did write it down at that time.
And would it refresh your memory if you were to look at some report, sir?
Yes.
What report is that?
All my crime scene notes,
Do you have them with you?
they're in my attaché case.
I think that's a catalog case.
Feels like there's pretty heavy. You have them?
Yes.
Okay. And what have you you're able to refresh your memory from that, sir, as to the number that was shown on the pager that went off?
Yes.
All right, take a language, pull the microphone back.
Yes.
And what number was that, sir?
447-8667.
And did you determine who that number belonged to?
Yes.
Who?
The Mezzaluna restaurant,
What time was it when the pager went off?
10:47 a.m.
Did you determine who it was that paged Ron Goldman at 10:47 a.m. from the Mezzaluna?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was an employee at the location, I believe his name was Tanner.
Stuart Tanner?
Stuart Tanner.
Were there any other numbers on that pager?
No.
At what point, sir, did the coroner leave the scene?
I believe it was sometime after 11 a.m.
Did you make a determination, sir, as to how the front gate of 875 South Fundy operated?
Yes.
And what was that? What's the system there?
The gate could not be opened from the outside without a key. The inside knob was smooth with a handle guard, disallowing anyone from reaching through and opening it. There was an outside latch on the outside of the gate that had to be flipped up in order for the gate to open all the way.
Did you determine whether there was some means of communication between some person at the front gate and someone inside the house?
Yes, there was an intercom box with a button.
Did you attempt to determine whether or not that worked?
Yes,
And what did you find out?
that it was operable.
The intercom worked?
The intercom worked.
What about the door release?
I observed what appeared to be the door release in the kitchen, and I could not get it to work. It was inoperable at that time.
Was this on June the 13th, sir?
Yes.
So when you pressed the door release button in the kitchen, it did not, in fact, unlock the front gate?
I heard it click, but it would not release, so it appeared to be inoperable to me.
But did you check to determine whether you could manually open the front gate if it was closed?
From the outside?
Right.
Not if it were locked.
Okay. Could you open it from the inside?
Yes. If one were to, in addition to turning the knob, reach over to the front and release the latch that was on the outside.
Now, when, on the 13th, did you perform that experiment on the door, the intercom and the door release?
It was sometime after the coroner left.
Did you attempt to examine the lighting in the area, sir?
Yes.
And what did you find out?
There was a street lamp in the parkway to the northeast of the walkway of the location with an overhanging lamp. There was an additional street lamp, an overhanging lamp, I believe, in the northeast corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
Let me ask you, first of all, with respect to the overhanging street lamp that you said was northeast of the walkway on the sidewalk, sir, how much illumination was provided of the walkway, that front walkway area, from that street lamp?
I would say none.
And why is that?
Because of the heavy foliage in the trees and the hedge to the north of the walkway.
And what about the overhanging street lamp that was at the northeast corner of Dorothy and Bundy? How much illumination was provided of the front walkway area, especially at the foot of the front steps?
I would say very little, if any.
What kind of lighting did you find at the exterior of the residence itself?
There was a small light that was in the dirt area just off the walkway, just to the south of the stationary gate, a low illumination, more or less, that shot straight up. It wasn't concentrated down, it was light going up.
Set into the ground, was it?
Yes,
Were there any plants around it?
yes.
How much light did it afford in terms of the area where Nicole Brown had been laying?
Because of the way it was positioned, all the lighting was up towards the mailbox, and there was none going the other way. It was shielded in an upwards direction.
So did it illuminate the body of Nicole Brown in the position in which she was found?
No.
Any other exterior lighting, sir?
There was a light on the exterior, would be the southeast portion of the residence where the 875 condo joined the condo to the south. So it would be, from the location of the bodies, it would be up the walk and towards the southwest. Security until he was completed with his investigation. I did the same with the print people who were still at the location, and I spoke with the officers upon leaving, logged out, and left the location.
Then were all of the experts that had to arrive to conduct the crime scene investigation already at work in progress by the time you left the scene?
Yes,
And had you given them all instructions as to what you wanted done?
yes.
Now, at some point, sir, did you return to the Rockingham location later that day?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was approximately 5:15 p.m.
And when you did so, sir, did you enter the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Why was that?
It was pursuant to a search warrant.
Did you recover something from the location yourself?
Yes.
What was that?
A pair of Reebok tennis shoes, or athletic shoes.
And where was that? Where did you recover them from?
In the walk-in closet off of the master bedroom on the second level.
And did you can you tell us why you picked those particular shoes to take from the closet?
Yes.
Why?
I was in the company of Mr. Simpson, and I asked Mr. Simpson if he recalled the shoes that he was wearing the night before. He pointed to the Reeboks and stated I might have had those on, something to that effect.
And
so at that time I told Mr. Simpson that I wished to take those shoes, and he stated, fine, you can take those or any other shoes.
And so you took those?
Yes.
What'd you do with them?
I put them in a box and put the box into the trunk of my police vehicle.
And then what did you do?
I secured or left that location shortly thereafter.
And then what?
I went in to watch.
Watch.
End of watch. I was complete through for the day.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went home.
What about the shoes
The shoes were in the trunk.
of your car?
Yes.
So you didn't take them into property?
No.
Why not?
The property unit that was handling our evidence, the evidence control unit, was closed. The criminalist had been collecting items of evidence all day. I would have needed a DR, Division of Records number, to book the item. I would have needed an item number, none of which had been obtained yet. It wouldn't have been possible to book those shoes that night.
And so what did you do?
I maintained the shoes in the trunk of my vehicle until the next morning when I took them to the Scientific Investigation Division Serology Lab.
And what time in the morning did you take them there?
I believe I arrived approximately 7:30 a.m. I don't recall for sure.
Did you take them directly to the ECU, Evidence Control Unit?
No, I took them to the serology lab.
Directly to the serology lab?
Yes,
Who did you give them to?
to Greg Matheson.
Is he a serologist there?
Yes.
Now, if you know, sir, can you tell us when was the crime scene at Bundy broken down?
I believe approximately 3:30 p.m., but I'd have to check the log to make sure.
Would it refresh your memory if you did so?
Yes.
Showing you a copy of the crime scene log, sir. Could you please examine that, see if it does refresh your recollection?
Overruled. Any item can be used to refresh recollection, doesn't have to be prepared by that individual.
But he wasn't there.
If he knows.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
What time was the crime scene taken down? At 875 South Bundy.
3:45 p.m.
On June the 13th?
Yes.
How is it determined when a crime scene should be broken down, sir?
Be determined by the investigating officer or any other technicians that were working at the scene, whether or not they'd completed all that they felt that they could do at that particular time.
Now, at some point in every case you've ever worked, does there come a time when you have to collect the evidence and close down the scene?
Yes.
Take the tape away?
Yes.
And that occurred at 3:45 in this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach, I think these speaking
Yes.
objections are very inappropriate.
Yes, approach, both of you, with the court reporter.
'75 South Bundy, sir. Did you ever see Claudine Ratcliffe or the driver go west on the walkway leading back to the rear alley?
No.
Where in the front of the crime scene did you see them? Did you see them move around?
The initial approach was from the yard area just to the south of the walkway. I observed them on the stoop above the scene, and I observed them in the vicinity of both the victims.
And other than that, did you ever see them? You did not see them in the walkway leading back to the rear alley? Did you see them in the rear driveway?
No, the closest I saw them to that would be inside the residence.
Did you ever see either one of them go in or out of the garage door?
No.
May I have a moment? Oh, lastly, sir, were you present when the photographs containing the numbered tags were being taken by the photographer?
I was in the area.
And the numbered tags that we saw in some of these photographs, do you know who placed those items?
Placed the tags?
Placed the tags, yeah.
Yes, that would be the criminalist, Mr. Fung.
And the tags that he was placing on evidence, was that evidence that you directed him to have, to specifically direct his attention to?
Yes.
You indicated that he arrived before the coroner left
Yes,
and before the bodies were removed.
that's correct.
What did he do before the bodies were actually removed from the location, if anything?
Nothing.
Had he just arrived at that point?
Yes.
And was he wearing gloves, sir?
I don't recall.
Was he wearing booties?
I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran.
How late are we going to go today? I don't think I can finish it today.
Well, do your best.
Do my best.
Now, what's your preference, counsel? I mean, we have about 12 minutes remaining in the court day.
About 12 minutes?
There are some, Mr. Scheck, are there still some DNA matters we need to resolve? Your choice, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, so. Because of that, I'd like to ask a few questions if I might, Your Honor.
You may. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective Lang. You have been a homicide detective for more than 20 years, is that correct?
It's approximately 20 years.
And as a homicide detective, you've had some great experience in investigating homicides as such, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your career as a Los Angeles police officer detective, you have investigated, I believe you said, some 250 to 300 homicides, right?
Either directly or indirectly, yes.
And you know that when you come on the scene of a homicide, as a detective, one of the things that you want to know is you want to try to solve the particular crime or crimes. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And you know that you're not an island unto yourself. You have a team of people who work with you. Isn't that correct?
In most cases, some cases, it hasn't been that way.
In this case, you had a team of people that would ultimately be at your disposal. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in that team, you would have your partner, Detective Van Adder. Is that correct?
Correct.
You utilized the services of Detectives Furman and Phillips while they were still there. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've told us about the use of criminalists. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the criminalist you talked about was a criminalist by the name of Dennis Fung. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was also another, a female criminalist who came out there by the name of Mazzola. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Mazzola?
I believe there's two L's, but yes.
And Mazzola, in fact, was the officer in charge as between she and Fung on that particular day. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding.
Did you see any reports which indicated that she was, in fact, the officer in charge?
I have heard of a report that probably incorrectly states that she was. It's my understanding she was a trainee.
In fact, she was a trainee, wasn't she?
I believe so, yes.
And this was only her third crime scene, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that? All right. So you have these criminalists, then you had some print people, fingerprint people, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had them do fingerprints throughout, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you have anybody come out and check for footprints? Do you have any footprint specialists there?
No, other than the criminalist who I requested to do a stride analysis and photograph the prints. Other than that, no.
Did you ever ask anyone to go over into this loose dirt area that you've described for us and attempt to see whether or not you could match up any shoe prints or footprints in that loose dirt area?
I myself checked that area and couldn't observe any.
But you couldn't observe any?
No.
Did you have anybody else come out and try to do that?
I did not recall specifically telling Fung to do that. He may have, I don't know.
You don't know if he did it or not?
No.
You knew, of course, that Mr. Goldman had been in that area, is that correct?
Yes.
You knew, of course, that his assailant or assailants had perhaps been in that area, isn't that correct?
I believe that to be the case.
You knew because you saw a picture of Detective Furman that he had been in that area. His footprints were in there, is that right?
Yes.
Objection. Counsel's testifying will be no faction. Assumes facts, not...
Well, that's a speaking objection, Your Honor. That's a speaking objection, Your Honor.
At this point, the objection is sustained, but it's just a foundational question.
Oh, sure. You've seen that photograph of Detective Furman pointing down toward the foliage with his foot in that loose dirt, didn't you?
Yes.
So you know he was in there also, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we know at some point, did Miss Ratcliffe go over in that area?
Yes, she did.
Did she go over there with her assistant to move Mr. Goldman's body at some point?
Yes.
So there have been a number of people who have been walking in this loose dirt area, isn't that correct?
Over a period of time, yes.
Yes. Prior to the bodies being moved, right?
Yes.
Now, sir, as an experienced homicide detective, one of the things that you would want to know and try to determine would be the time of death of these victims. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And so that we're clear, and the jury's clear, the L.A. County Coroner's Office is a separate county entity, separate and distinct from the Los Angeles Police Department. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the Coroner's Office, they have their own training. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
They have investigators and they have doctors, don't they?
Yes.
And you rely upon them in the course of your homicide investigations. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And over the course of your 20 years, whenever you've had a body in Los Angeles City, you've had to call the coroner and you've had to work hand in glove with the coroner. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
It's probably a good play on words, hand in glove, right?
Yes.
And you've worked together and you rely upon each other. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, you know that the coroner's office, when they get to the scene, they do things like take a liver temperature. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And what other things that are you aware of that the coroner's office will do in an effort to determine or extrapolate backwards and determine the cause of death, the time of death?
In an effort to generally determine time of death, I'm aware of several things they would do. They would test for rigor mortis. They would test perhaps for lividity, of course the liver temperature. They would interview the investigator at the scene.
All right, anything else you can think of now? They oftentimes check the eye fluids.
I'm aware of that examination, but I'm also aware that the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office does not conduct those examinations in the field.
But you are aware of the eye fluids?
Yes.
Check. All right, now you mentioned rigor mortis. And in the time the coroner is there and these bodies are moved, what time was that? Where was the body of Nicole Brown Simpson moved?
Approximately 10:30, 10:40 right in that time.
A.M.
A.M.
on June 13th, right?
Yes.
And at that time, was she in full rigor mortis?
She was.
And by that, what do you mean by full rigor mortis?
By full rigor mortis, it means that the muscles in the body have become rigid due to a coagulation of protein in the blood.
All right. And with regard to lividity, what can you tell us about lividity with regard to her body, if anything, at that time?
Her body had no lividity.
All right. And what was the ambient temperature at or about the time of 10:30 a.m.? What was the temperature outside there at the time the coroners arrived?
I believe it was 70 degrees.
And you said that the coroners took her body into the coroner's vehicle and took a liver temperature, right?
Yes.
And what was the liver temperature obtained at that time?
I believe the liver temperature was 82 degrees.
Now, these things that the coroner's office did at 10:30 a.m., approximately 10 and a half hours after the first officer arrived at the scene, in your experience, it would have been better had they been able to do those things much earlier and after these bodies were found. Isn't that correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, in a perfect homicide investigation, which I'm sure you strive for, wouldn't you want to have the coroner out there as soon as possible to render that kind of assistance, to check the liver temperature, to check the lividity, to check the state of rigor mortis as early as possible? Wouldn't you want that?
Yes.
All right, that would be ideal, would it not? If you could do that.
That would be ideal. We
All
don't
right.
often see that.
All right. Now, with regard to, and I'll be mindful of the hour, Your Honor. With regard to this area, this loose dirt area you've been talking about, and maybe you can see that photograph, Jonathan. What's that?
This is People's Exhibit 83, Your Honor. I'm sorry, that's incorrect laser code.
Did you take some measurements?
Sustain. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Certainly. What is the width of this area where Mr. Goldman's body was located, sir? The width?
From south to north, in the direction that we're looking, it's 5 feet 8 inches.
All right, so it's less than 6 feet from south to north. And from the tree, looking west to east, how wide is it?
I have that on the schematic. I believe it's something like 4 feet 2 inches. That's
So,
right.
something like 5 foot 8 inches by 4 foot 2 inches, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you ascertained, did you not, that Mr. Goldman was at least 5 foot 10 inches tall?
Yes.
And he weighed how much?
I believe it's approximately 170, 175 pounds.
And that loose dirt area over there indicates to you there had been some movement, some violent movement of the earth to cause that, as far as you could tell. Isn't that correct?
I don't know. That's something I surmised.
Well, I know you weren't at the scene, right? But
Right.
you have surmised a number of things. And one of the things you surmised was that that dirt was moved in the course of the altercation. Isn't that correct?
I have no way of knowing that, but it did appear to be freshly moved, yes.
Freshly moved dirt, isn't that right?
It appeared to be that way.
All right. And you also described, when Ms. Clark was asking you questions, that Mr. Goldman may have had some keys in his hands at the time that he was being confronted by assailants or assailants. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you know, do you not, that if a person has keys in their hands, that is one of the ways that you could inflict a wound on the person who is attacking you. Isn't that correct?
I suppose that's possible.
In addition to that, at some point, Mr. Goldman also apparently had a ring on his finger. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And so, this area that we now know is less than 6 feet and about 4 feet also had a tree, as depicted there in People's 83, kind of right in the middle of it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have described for us earlier that Mr. Goldman, in the course of this altercation, sustained some defensive wounds. Is that correct? In his hands?
Appeared to be that way, yes.
Had some cuts on his hands?
Yes.
And you know, and it's your opinion, that he put up a vigorous fight. Isn't that correct?
It was apparent he did put up a fight, yes.
All right. In this very small area. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's 4:30. We'll resume tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate.
Quiet, please.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Ms. Lewis. Good morning, counsel. All right, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? Mr. Cochran, Ms. Lewis. Morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just briefly, Your Honor, yesterday I filed on behalf of the people, a motion to compel discovery of experts' reports and notes and so forth, which this court's minute order, or I should say written ruling of January 29th, had ordered the defense to disclose immediately. I understand that that was short notice. However, because these are materials which were previously ordered by this court to be disclosed, I don't think the normal 10-day period is appropriate. So what is the court's pleasure in terms of when we should calendar this?
All right, Mr. Douglas, when do you think you'll be available to, or able to address this matter?
The motion was faxed to Dean Ullman yesterday, He asked that he be given until Tuesday to respond. I'd asked to have the matter heard on Wednesday, which is less than the 10 days notice. I do not think that the materials under this motion are part of the court's earlier discovery order. I think, as the court will recall, we mentioned this particular problem and the need to resolve it, and so now is a good time as any, I think.
All right, Ms. Lewis, are you going to be available Wednesday?
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right, Wednesday, 9 a.m. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Clark, anything else before we invite the jurors to join us?
I'm sorry. Just before any videotapes are shown to Detective Lang, we want an opportunity to be heard outside the presence of the jury. So when we get to that point, I appreciate if counsel would let us know.
All right. If you want to get this one part, I don't have all of it yet, and I will do that regarding anything else that we receive. But Mr. Harris can show the court this one part. It's very, very quick.
All right, do you anticipate using that this morning?
No, Your Honor. There's so much. I doubt it, but I'd like you to look at it. It's going to take 2 minutes. Can Detective Lang step out here?
Sure.
I doubt it, but I'd like you to just look at it.
All right. All right, Mr. Harris, good morning. Do you want to run this for us, please? Are there any victims? All right. All right. Ms. Clark, do you have any objection?
That's it for now, Ms. Clark. And if there's others that come up, I'll let you know before I get back.
Any objection?
No.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anything else? All right. I'd like to speak to counsel at the sidebar without the report, please. Clark.
We had addressed some issues at the scene at Bundy, and you had shared with us, I believe, that it was your opinion that Mr. Cole Brown Simpson's body was in full rigor mortis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And, of course, you never touched the body, did you?
No, I did not.
And how did you make that determination of your own independent knowledge that she was in full rigor without touching the body?
By observing the coroner investigator examine the body.
And so you stood there and watched them, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, you've shared with us that part of your regulations and part of the LAPD manual would prohibit an officer from touching the body prior to the arrival of the coroner. Is that correct?
Under most circumstances, there are times when the investigator may request that the detective assist perhaps in moving a body.
All right, and you, of course, never touched the body, right? Before the coroner arrived?
Before the coroner arrives, no, I don't believe I did.
And in this particular case, I'm talking about this case.
Yes.
And as far as you know, Detectives Van Adder, Phillips, nor Furman touched the body either. Is that correct?
I never saw them touch the body.
All right. Are you aware that Officer Risky, the first patrolman on the scene, touched Mr. Goldman's body? Are you aware of that?
Only through the testimony of Officer Risky.
And where'd you see that testimony, hear that testimony?
I heard that testimony.
Where'd you hear it?
Where?
Where you hear it?
I was observing it on television.
So you were watching television?
Yes.
And you remember he said he went around and touched Mr. Goldman's face, I guess, in the area of the eye?
I thought it was the eyeball, maybe
the
mistaken. Yes.
All right. And other than that, do you know of anyone who touched these particular bodies?
Prior to the arrival of the coroner, I don't believe I saw anyone do that.
Now, yesterday you shared with us your belief that there was no lividity in the body of Nicole Brown Simpson while at the scene, and you recall that testimony?
I believe I testified I didn't observe any. There didn't appear to be any lividity.
All right, can you tell the court and jury what is lividity?
Lividity is a sinking of the blood in the body after death to the lowest point of the body, and this is caused by a gravitational pull. Post-mortem lividity will usually become fixed in 3 to 4 hours after death and remain fixed.
And is it your recollection that you saw no lividity in the body of Nicole Brown Simpson?
That's my recollection, yes.
You don't recall that when she was laying on her side that there was a purplish color in her face, that you noticed certain portions of her body that were different colors?
I didn't make any close observation on lividity.
Did you at any time see her body when the black dress she was wearing was in any way pulled up, so it would reveal her body? Discolor.
What I would call marked lividity.
All right, well, when you say marked lividity, did you see any lividity at all, sir? As you think about it now, and you can feel free to look at your notes if you have notes in that regard.
I don't recall seeing any lividity. That's not to say that it wasn't there. That's to say that that wasn't something that I particularly looked for.
Now, yesterday you shared with us that you had, that you believe that the coroner's office had taken a liver temperature of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you recorded a number of 82 for us, and you recorded that as about 10:30 to 10:40 a.m. on June 13th. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Now, in order to take a liver temperature, did you see the coroner actually use a scalpel to actually take the liver temperature in this case? Did you see that?
That's the method that's normally employed by them, yes.
All right, and so that we're clear about that, the method is that the liver is somewhere under the diaphragm, under the rib cage. Isn't that correct?
A little lower than that, but yes.
And in order to take this liver temperature, they have to make an incision, put a hole in there, and they take the temperature that way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, were you present when this happened? for either one of the bodies?
I was present for Mr. Goldman. As far as Mrs. Simpson, I believe that was done in the van, so I didn't actually observe that.
All right, so with regard to Mrs. Simpson, and you were told by somebody this was done, or you were just told the results?
No, it's my recollection. I believe I requested of the investigator to do a liver temp. I don't believe it was done immediately when the body was removed.
And so that we're clear, why did you want to have a liver temperature done, sir?
It could be an indicator to assist one in establishing an approximate time of death.
In fact, in your 20 years of experience, you've almost always tried to get a liver temperature where possible, where you're on the scene within a reasonable time after the what you believe is the time of death. Isn't that correct?
It would depend on the appearance of the body. As an example, one wouldn't want to necessarily do that if you had a decomposed body or a bloated body.
I understand.
Under most circumstances, if you can get a liver temperature, then that's what you want to do.
All right, so that's a normal thing under most circumstances. And in this instance, with regard to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, you were not present, and do you know how the liver temperature was actually taken? Do you know that for a fact?
Again, I don't recall observing it myself.
All right. Now, a couple days later, on the 14th or thereabouts, or a day or so later, you attended an autopsy in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And so you were present when these bodies were autopsied, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you see any kind of a round hole in the body at about the place where the liver would be? You remember? On Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
I wouldn't have looked for one, so I don't recall seeing one.
So you don't recall one way or the other, right?
That's correct.
So at any rate, without seeing this, you were advised that the liver temperature was 82 by the coroner's investigator, Mr. Ratcliffe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, you've described for us that after, let me see if I understand the sequence of events, some sheets were placed down under these bodies. Is that correct?
No. There was a plastic sheet placed out on the walkway.
All right.
And the bodies were moved onto the plastic sheet where they were examined for such things as a rigor mortis and liver temperature and these types of things.
All right. And after the examination was concluded with regard to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, was the sheet left there and the body was taken away?
No, the plastic sheet that she was on remained with her. She was wrapped in that sheet.
Was there some other kind of sheet left there under the plastic sheet after the body was taken away?
There was a light cotton blanket that was there, yes.
All right. And that light cotton blanket had been put down at what time, if you recall?
I don't recall. It would have to have been sometime around 7:30 a.m. perhaps.
All right. After you'd come back from the Rockingham residence, right?
Yes.
Now, and then after Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body had been moved, then Mr. Goldman's body was lifted and put somewhere in that area, somewhere near where her body had been. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And was a plastic sheet put around his body also?
The plastic sheet was laid down first on the walkway, and he was placed on top of the sheet.
Did you at all assist the coroner's representatives in moving that body out of this very small area we described yesterday over onto the sheet, Mr. Goldman's body?
I don't recall if I assisted them or not. I don't believe so because of the confined space.
The small space.
I may have assisted in some slight way, but I don't recall.
All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, now, were you present when the liver temperature was taken?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see the coroner do in taking his liver temperature?
My recollection is it was taken in the conventional way.
And by that, what do you mean by conventional way?
There was a cut made around the area, and the thermometer was inserted. to the best of my recollection.
And as you sit here now, can you visualize that having actually happened? Think back.
I recall seeing I was doing several things while this was going on. I was aware that it was going on. My only vivid recollection is of the thermometer in the body.
All right, do you recall seeing the thermometer stuck in the body?
I recall seeing it in there, yes.
Okay, and what was the liver temperature of Mr. Goldman that you received?
I believe that was also...
If you need your notes at any point, let us know.
Okay. I believe that was also 82 degrees.
82 degrees?
Yes.
And the ambient temperature was about the same as you told us yesterday?
Yes, 70 degrees.
So it was 70 degrees to June 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever have occasion in the course of your investigation to determine the ambient temperature at about between 11 and 12 o'clock p.m. on June 12th?
I may well have. I requested various records from I believe, the National Weather Bureau. And without checking those, I couldn't tell you just how far they went back.
Well, do you have some notes that will refresh your recollection in that regard?
I have the Weather Service report.
All right, can you get that for us, or can we get that for you?
Fine.
All right, well, where do we look?
Well, it might take a moment here.
All right, well, if the court will allow, I would ask.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I have in front of me the U.S. Department of Commerce report. Consisting of several pages, dated August 10th, 1994. I also have a National Weather Service report dated June 12th, 1994. There are quite a few figures on here. It may take a moment to, is that 11 p.m.?
Yeah, between 11 and 12 midnight on June 12th.
You need a straight edge, Detective Lang?
Well, I think I have it here, Your Honor. It appears that at 23:51, which would be 11:51 p.m., temperature was 64 degrees.
Can you compare that with this other gauge you have from the U.S. Department of Commerce, sir? 11, 20.
Detective Lang, you're losing your microphone there. There you go.
The Santa Monica station on the other report states that at 11:46 p.m. it was 66 degrees.
And the first one that you read, is that for Los Angeles or Santa Monica?
I believe it's LAX, but I'd have to double check here.
All right. So I think that, can we, and you were around that morning, having gotten up come from your home. So would you believe that the temperature was probably somewhere between 64 to 66, somewhere between, say, 11 and midnight on June 12th? That'd be a fair statement?
I'd say that was fair, yes.
All right. Now, so with regard to Mr. Goldman's body, you were then given this 82 liver temperature, and you knew the ambient temperature was 70, and then his body was then moved from the location. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that we're clear, these bodies were moved from the Bundy location by the coroner's representatives about what time on June 13th, 1994?
Approximately 10:30 or 10:40 a.m.
All right. Now,
perhaps a little before that.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman's shoes, can you describe for the jury the kind of shoes he was wearing?
I would call them cloth-type athletic boots. They were, the bodies were rubber, appeared to be rubber. They appeared to be some type of athletic boots. And if I recall correctly, there was a cloth upper part that went all the way to mid-calf, perhaps.
And they had some kind of a patterned sole, is that correct?
I believe so.
Now, in the course of your investigation, you had occasion, did you not, to try and determine whether or not you saw the pattern that was displayed on Mr. Goldman's shoes, whether or not you saw that pattern in any of that blood, whether he had any bloody footprints from his shoes. You checked that, didn't you?
I may have.
All right, and you didn't find any pattern that matched Mr. Goldman's shoes in any of that blood there that day, did you?
If I had, I would have noted it.
And you didn't find, did you?
No.
So, as far as the facts that evening, we know you weren't there, so we have to theorize about certain things. Is that a fair statement? Well, that's preliminary, Your Honor. Thank you.
You can answer the question.
I generally would not theorize. I would go with the evidence.
All right, but I'm saying with regard to who was killed first, you were not there, were you?
That's correct.
All right, so if you speculate as to something, that's a theory, isn't it?
As far as who was killed first,
yes.
It would be speculation because I might have 2 or 3 versions of what could have happened due to the evidence.
Right. In the final analysis, there's only one body that'll make that determination in this case, isn't that right? And that's the 12 people over there, isn't that correct?
Same. That's argumented.
Argumented?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, so that we're clear, the patterns on Mr. Goldman's shoes, you did not find those patterns in any of that blood, which was very plentiful there at the scene at Bundy. Isn't that correct?
There was plenty of blood, yes.
Right. And you did not find the pattern of those shoes, right?
That's correct.
And if I were to show you, so that we're clear, I'd like to mark an exhibit, Counsel.
2-8.
I'd like, Your Honor, to, what is our next one?
1028.
1028. I've shown this to counsel. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I have what purports to be a white pattern athletic shoe. And I'd like to place this before Detective Lang and ask him, does that appear to you to be a fair portrayal of the bottom of Mr. Goldman's shoe? Does it appear that when at the coroner's office there where the picture was allegedly taken?
I don't believe this was taken at the coroner's office, sir.
Well, wherever it was taken.
This appears to be taken at the crime scene.
Okay.
Yes, that appears to be Mr. Goldman's right foot, the bottom of the shoe.
All right. And do you want to check any notes to make sure that you did not see or find that pattern anywhere? Are you pretty sure about that?
I don't recall seeing that pattern.
All right.
I have several pages of notes. I could review them, I suppose, but I don't recall seeing that pattern.
And if during the break, if you change your mind on that or change your testimony, you can let us know.
I certainly will.
All right. Now, with regard to And this picture here, 1028, was, as best you can tell, taken at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a person dressed in blue who has a glove on. Do you recall seeing one of the coroner's representatives with a glove on that morning?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not the coroners, in moving the body, got or touched Mr. Goldman's shoes with the blood that was there? Do you recall that?
I'm not sure I'm clear on your question.
At any point when you were at the scene, when the coroner's representatives moved Mr. Goldman's body from one location to the other, did you see them have his shoes come in contact with any of that blood that was there on the sidewalk and around?
I don't recall ever seeing the shoes come in contact with any blood.
You did at some point see stains on the shoes, did you not? Blood stains?
Yes.
Both on the top of the shoes and kind of under into the side of the shoes, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Just a second, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. While at the scene, dear, did you ever instruct the coroner's representatives to bag the hands of both Mr. Simpson and Mrs. Simpson and Mr. Goldman?
No.
And what is the procedure of bagging hands regarding decedents?
If there appears to be perhaps evidence on the hands, or if there was perhaps a firearm involved, the coroner's investigator may in fact want to bag the hands.
All right.
I don't recall seeing that in this case.
You don't recall that seeing it?
No.
And if there were evidence, let's say under Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's fingernails, bagging the hands would help preserve any trace evidence that might be under her fingernails or on her hands. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes. He can answer.
Yeah. Isn't that correct?
Again, that would be speculative on my part.
Well, let's see now. You're a homicide detective of over 20 years' experience, right? Well, that's foundational.
Sustained.
And
the way it's phrased,
all right,
it's
well,
argumentative.
let me say, you're a homicide detective of 20 years' experience, aren't you?
Yes.
And in that connection, you have seen hands bagged before, isn't that correct?
Yes, I have.
And if you knew there were trace evidence under the fingernails of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, wouldn't you want to try and preserve that?
I believe that was preserved without the bags is what I'm getting at.
The question is, wouldn't you want to try and preserve that?
Overruled.
Certainly.
And wouldn't the best way to preserve that so it wouldn't become degraded or contaminated in any way would be to put bags over the hands so they would be protected for later analysis? Isn't that correct?
Well, that's one way. There are other ways.
All right, what are the other ways?
To wrap the body in plastic and preserve the whole body.
All right, did the coroner's office do that in this case?
Yes.
They wrapped the body in plastic, both bodies?
The bodies were wrapped in a plastic sheet initially, yes.
But when you wrap the body in plastic sheets, don't you then wrap all of the clothes and any trace evidence on the clothes is all wrapped up and brought together? Isn't that another downside of that?
No, that's exactly the purpose in doing that, to keep everything together.
I see. So in this case, you're saying to us that a viable alternative to bagging the hands is to wrap these bodies in plastic?
I'm not...
Overruled.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying that there are other ways of doing things.
But certainly bagging the hands would be...
Mr. Cochran, you need to let him finish his answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Your Honor. Did
I
you
was
finish?
just going to add that this is common, very common in gunshot cases where perhaps you want to preserve the hands to take gunshot residue examinations on the hands.
All right. Well, in this case, we didn't have gunshots. So what I'd like to ask you is that one of the ways of preserving trace evidence under fingernails and on the hands would have been to bag the hands. Is that right?
I suppose one could say that.
And that was not done, was it?
I don't believe it was.
For either Ms. Simpson or Mr. Goldman, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you had told us, in your discussion of rigor mortis, you gave us, I believe, a description of what you believed rigor mortis to be. And I believe you told us that you believed it was coagulation of proteins in the blood. Remember saying that yesterday?
I believe it's a stiffening of the muscles in the body after death caused by a coagulation of the blood in the muscles.
All right. Is it not true that the rigor mortis is caused by the coagulation of proteins in muscle and not proteins in the blood? It's the coagulation of proteins in the muscle. Is that
blood.
Correct? Oral. Isn't that correct?
Blood and blood that would be in the muscle tissue.
In the muscle
yes.
tissue,
Yes.
right? All right. Did you notice any kind of purplish color to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's face as she laid at the scene there?
I don't recall any purplish color.
You don't recall that?
No.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, because of the struggle he was involved in, wasn't there an indication to you as a seasoned homicide investigator that you'd want to preserve any possible trace evidence under his fingernails also?
That would be a consideration, yes.
And did you think about that morning? That morning?
Certainly.
And did you then instruct the coroner to bag the hands?
No.
Now, with regard to the coroner, we know that the coroner, his representatives got there at 9:10 and about 9:20. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
At what point did you instruct or did you call for the criminalist to come to the scene?
I did not specifically request the criminalist to the scene. The criminalist had been originally dispatched to the Rockingham location, and it was my understanding that when the criminalist was through at Rockingham, they would proceed to Bundy.
Let me see if I understand this. The criminalist in this case went to Rockingham first before they came to the Bundy crime scene?
That's correct.
Who called them to come to the Rockingham crime scene, Rockingham scene?
I believe that was done by my partner.
And what was your partner's name?
Van Etter.
All right, now, so there's no confusion. As between you and Van Etter, with regard to time and grade as a homicide detective, is he senior to you?
Not as a homicide detective. Time and grade and rank, he's perhaps 3 months senior to me in rank.
All right, so he outranked you at the scene there?
That's not really the way it works.
Well, I'm just asking you from a standpoint of time and grade in this position, first of all.
As far as our rank structure, yes, by 3 months.
All right, by 3 months.
He was promoted 3 months before I was.
Okay. Now, so the jury's clear, though. As between you and Van Etter, who was in charge of this investigation on the early morning hours of June 12th, June 13th, actually?
It's a responsibility that would be shared by both partners.
So you were co-leaders?
That's correct.
You both had equal responsibility?
Initially, at a crime scene, that's the way it starts out. It depends. All crime scenes are different.
All right, so let's talk about this particular crime scene. When this case started out, he arrived first, is that correct?
Yes.
He was senior in grade, right?
Yes.
And that will never change. Those things will never change, will they?
No.
All right, and with regard to how the investigation of this case has continued, have you continued as co-lead investigators in this case?
Yes.
To this day?
Well, the roles have somewhat changed around a bit, but basically that's what we do. We work as partners.
All right. And you have worked as partners for how long?
With Van Etter?
Yes, with Van Etter.
I want to say as a regular partner, approximately 4 to 5 years.
All right. Now, what time did the criminalists arrive at the Rockingham scene, if you know, that morning, June 13th?
I believe it was approximately 10 a.m.
And that's at Rockingham?
I'm sorry. I wasn't at Rockingham when the criminalists arrived.
Okay, so you know what time they got there. Would the log, would a review of the log assist you in that regard, refresh your recollection?
Certainly.
Placing before the witness, Your Honor, Defendant's Exhibit number 10006, and I'll ask him to read it to himself and see whether or not a review of that document will refresh his recollection regarding what time the criminalists arrived at the Rockingham scene.
I believe this is the Bundy log you have here, sir.
All right, this is the Bundy log?
Yes.
There's a Rockingham log?
I'm not aware of one.
All right, so you've never seen a Rockingham log?
I'm not aware of one.
Do you have any notes that will refresh your recollection with regard to what time they arrived there?
I wasn't there.
All right.
So I wouldn't.
Well, let's trace back. You arrived at Rockingham at about 5 a.m. in the morning?
I believe it was approximately 5:05 a.m.
All right, and you left about 6:35, 6:45 in the morning?
About 6:45, yes.
And when you left at 6:45, they had not arrived?
The criminalists?
Criminalists.
Had not arrived, correct.
Had they been summoned at that point?
I believe it was about the time I left that I was told a criminalist was going to come by the location to do a presumptive test on the vehicle and then proceed to Bundy right after that.
All right, and who told you that?
I believe it was Van Etter.
All right, and Van Etter remained at the Rockingham location, is that correct?
Yes.
When you went back over to Bundy?
Correct.
All right, so it was sometime after 6:45 in the morning that they arrived, is that correct? At Rockingham?
That would be my assumption, yes.
All right. And since you weren't there, you don't know the exact time. But we know that they arrived at the Bundy crime scene at what time?
I believe that was approximately 10 a.m.
And the bodies were still there at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when the criminalists arrived, let's give these criminalists some names. You saw Mazzola, did you not?
Yes.
And you saw Fung. You saw two of them, is that correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived at the Bundy crime scene, did you give them some instructions?
Not immediately, but shortly thereafter, yes.
And as you had done with Ratcliffe, the coroner's investigator, you took Ratcliffe around the scene and advised her of what you had there and what you'd found, isn't that correct?
At the locations of the bodies and just subsequently in the house in the upper bedroom, yes.
All right. And with regard to the arrival of the criminalists, did you take them around and show them what you had there?
Yes.
And it's important, is it not, Detective, for you to collect appropriately evidence as soon as possible so it can be subjected to analysis as soon as possible? That's appropriate, is it not?
Well, it would be preferable, but that doesn't always happen.
Well, I understand that. Let's talk about it being preferable. You would always prefer to have the evidence collected as soon as you see it or as soon as possible, isn't that correct?
Again, you would prefer that, but it doesn't happen that way.
Well, let me ask you this. You said in your testimony you saw some blood spots on the rear gate there at Bundy on June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those spots have been pointed out to you by Detective Phillips?
That's correct.
You in turn pointed them out to Mr. Fung?
That's correct.
Did you direct Mr. Fung to collect those particular blood spots?
I directed him to do that, and I believe I mentioned to check the entire gate.
All right. And you expected that to be done, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, it was not done on June 13th, was it?
No.
In fact, it wasn't done on June 14th, was it?
That's correct.
And neither the 15th?
That's correct.
In fact, it was not done until July 3rd, some 3 weeks later, is that right?
That's correct.
So did Fung come back out there on July 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that this crime scene at Bundy had been washed down at some point on June 13th and June 14th, isn't that correct?
I'm aware that the front walkway was washed down.
All right, and what date was that?
I don't know. I assumed it was a day or two after the crime scene was struck.
Would it be safe in saying it was washed down at least by the 14th of June, sir? That'd be safe?
I don't know.
So a day or two of June 13th would be the 14th or 15th, right?
I just assumed that. I don't know exactly when it was washed down.
All right. Certainly the crime scene itself was broken down by 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon on the 13th, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You read the log yesterday, right?
Correct.
All right. And that meant that people were free to go and come with regard to those premises, is that correct?
No.
That meant that the police department had finished their business at that location, isn't that correct, sir?
No.
Sir, if you had known that Fung had not collected and sought to preserve any blood spots that were allegedly on this back fence, you would not have released that crime scene, would you have?
No, I wouldn't have.
You wouldn't have, would you?
No.
Okay. But it was released on the 13th, isn't that correct?
No, it was not released to the public.
Well, let's see now. Was the crime scene released on the 13th, sir?
Objection is last and answer.
Oh. The crime scene was secured. The residence was secured. The gates were locked.
Was the crime scene released on the 13th, Detective Lang?
We completed our initial crime scene investigation on the 13th. Yes, but I got the inference that you were trying to say it was open to the public, and that's not the case.
No, you shouldn't try to get any inferences from my questions.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, please, don't get any inferences. Just, let me approach and ask you. I want you to read what you read to Ms. Clark yesterday. What time was that crime scene released?
Objection, this is... Objection, Your Honor. This is misleading.
352.
I believe
Overruled.
the last entry, it's kind of written over. It appears to be 15:45, perhaps.
15:45 on June 13th is what time?
3:45 p.m.
In the afternoon, right?
Yes.
That's mean you took those tapes that had been around that scene down at that point. Is that correct?
The officers did, yes.
And between that time, 3:45 on June 13th, and July 3rd, 1994, did you ever go back out to the scene between those dates?
I believe I did.
What date did you go back?
I believe I was there on June 23rd.
All right, so there was a 10-day period between the time you were on the 13th and the time you came back on the 23rd?
That would be 10 days, but I'm not clear on whether I might have gone back in between those two dates.
Do you have some notes that'll help you in that regard?
Yes.
Can you look at them?
Certainly. Notes indicate I was at the location on June 16th, but I didn't enter the premises. I just did a mileage check from the location.
Can I ask you a question while you were there on June 16th? Did you notice
Certainly.
that the blood had been washed down?
No.
You don't recall? Or you didn't
If
notice?
the blood had been washed down on the front walkway?
Yes.
I don't recall making that observation.
All right.
It's not to say that it hadn't been done.
Okay.
My notes do indicate I was there on June 23rd at 10:15 a.m.
All right. And were you there after June 23rd, before July 3rd? Were you there on July 3rd, by the way?
Yes, I was.
All right. Were there any visits between the 23rd of June and July 3rd?
There was a visit on June 27th.
All right. Were there any other visits?
No.
All right. So you've told us all the visits. Is that correct?
As reflected by my notes, those are the only ones I have here.
All right. But despite all those visits, this blood that was allegedly on this back gate was not collected on any of those dates that you came there on. 17th, the 23rd, the 27th. Is that correct? It was not collected, was it?
I believe it was the 16th. But
16th.
That's correct.
And it was finally collected on July 3rd, 1994. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what time of day was that?
I believe it was in the morning.
Were you present?
Approximately 10 a.m. Yes.
Now, with regard to blood spots and blood drops, you can't tell the date that blood was placed there, can you?
You can't really tell the age, no.
All right, and I'm going to show you a photograph of Mr. Fung. This, counsel, is Defendant's 1007. This is a photograph, D-1007, Your Honor, and I want to place it before the detective at this point. Who's depicted in that photograph, sir?
It's criminalist Fung.
And he's pointing to a gate. Is that the rear gate at Bundy?
Yes.
And what date was that photograph taken, if you know?
That would be on July 3rd.
So this was the photograph of July 3rd, 1994, and Fung is pointing toward the fence. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, may I put this on the D-10-007.
Mr. Harris, do you have the shield? Thank you.
All right, can you see that on the monitor?
Yes.
And that's a photograph of Dennis Fung, the criminalist, taken on July 3rd, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were out there at that location?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that after the crime scene perimeter was taken down by Officers Jones and Peridine, P-E-R-R-I-D-I-N-E, they had a number of looky-loos and others, tourists from around the world, who came in and around that location. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You're aware of that, aren't you?
Yes.
And you also know that some people place flowers on the walkway and at various places around the Bundy location. You're aware of that also, aren't you?
Yes.
By the way, when did you first learn that no blood was taken from samples allegedly taken from the back gate? When did you first learn that?
On that day, July 3rd.
You were not aware of it on all those other visits, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to that location, may I have just a second, Your Honor?
Yes. Mr. Darden going to join us? All right, Madam Reporter, you ready? All right, Deputy Magner, let's have the jurors, please. Yes, hold on.
Wait. Apparently, the items that I was looking for to introduce into evidence with Detective Lang have been returned now. What I'd like to do, if you, with the court's permission, is to open these boxes to determine where the item is that I wanted to introduce with Detective Lang on the record, because these items did not come back to us from the defense in the same condition that they were sent to the defense by us. So I don't have an inventory for each envelope and box to indicate what's inside.
Well, I would propose that we do that then, that we do the inspection at the noon hour, since it appears to me that Mr. Cochran is just getting warmed up.
All the more reason to do it now, Your Honor. Break his stride.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I won't touch that straight line. All right, how about if we do that, we can inventory the box on the record, and then if, you can inventory the box if necessary, we put something on the record.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. In that case,
What we can do is you can have the box, have the courier give the box to the clerk, who will accept it in sealed condition, then come back at noon and we'll see what's there.
Thank you. That way he doesn't have to stay here for it.
Right,
I
correct.
appreciate that. And let the record reflect that he is. Could you identify yourself for the record, sir?
Investigator Salvino.
All right.
Gene Salvino. Thank you.
Would you give that, please, to Mrs. Robertson, and she will maintain custody of the box. Excuse me, counsel, can we have it quiet? The court reporter's trying to write this down.
Could we describe what's being handed over to the clerk right now?
Appears to be a sealed box and a manila envelope, 2 manila envelopes.
One smaller with red tape and one larger with blue tape and red tape.
Yes. Noted, 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy Magnon, let's have the jury, please. Present on cross-examination by Mr. Cochran. Good morning again, Detective Lang.
Morning, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath, and Mr. Cochran, good morning, sir. You may continue.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Detective Lang, so that we're clear, between the period of June 3rd and July 3rd, there was no police presence at Bundy on a regular basis to guard that location. Is that correct?
Restate your question. I think you got the dates wrong.
Between the dates, I'm sorry, Your Honor, of June 13th, 1994 at about 3:45 in the afternoon, and July 3rd, 1994, there was no police presence at the Bundy location. Is that correct?
Overruled.
There was no permanent police at that location. I believe they were called to that location on several times.
All right, and they were called that location on several occasions to chase away individuals who would... I'm asking him... I'm in the process of asking the question, Your Honor.
You can ask him if he has personal knowledge of these items.
Are you aware of calls made to that location for police assistance because of the crowds and individuals who were coming to that location?
I had heard of those things happening through the media. I wasn't there. Don't have personal knowledge of it.
All right, well, you've seen on the media that there were hundreds and hundreds of people in and around that location after June 13th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of any specific police calls that were made regarding specific individuals in and around the Bundy location after the crime perimeter was taken down at about 3:45 on June 13th, 1994?
I don't recall any specific incidents.
Would it refresh your recollection to see any particular documents in that regard?
If that occurred, it certainly may, yes.
May I be permitted, Your Honor, to ask?
You may. Overruled at this point. He can show him to see if it refreshes his recollection. The issue is still personal knowledge and still 352, though.
I'd like to place this before you and ask you to read this to yourself, Detective Lang. I want you to read this document here, and I want you to look at these numbers here. I'll ask you some questions about it. this particular document refresh your recollection regarding any police calls to the location 875 South Bundy?
No.
Said no.
All right, thank you, sir. At any rate, how did you determine that there had been no blood samples collected near the rear gate area of Bundy after June 13th, 1994? How did you make that determination?
The determination was made as I approached the rear gate and entered on that date. I hadn't been to the rear gate prior to that to examine it. I really felt I didn't have any reason to. As I walked through the gate, myself and others observed what appeared to be the blood smear that was observed earlier on the 13th.
So you saw it on July 3rd, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And hadn't you met with the criminalists at any time between June 13th and July 3rd?
I don't believe so.
So you hadn't met with either Fung or Mazzola to discuss their work?
To discuss their work, no.
Had you read any reports from Fung or Mazzola between the dates of June 13th and July 3rd?
No.
And when you were at the scene on July 3rd, I presume from what you're saying, you were there in the company of some other officers, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were there before Fung was called as depicted in the photograph that we showed just before the break, is that correct?
We were doing a district attorney walkthrough, and I don't recall...
Can you answer that question? Were you there before Fung was there?
I don't know.
Well, if you didn't, at the time you arrived there and you were walking through at that point, no blood samples have been collected, right, on July 3rd at that point?
At the time of my arrival, that's correct.
Right, because you didn't know. You thought they'd already been taken, right?
Yes.
All right. So it was after that that the blood samples, if ever, were taken. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember whether you called Fung to come to the scene? Or was he out there? Or was he due out there? What happened?
I don't recall just how that happened. I may have that written somewhere.
What time of day was it that Fung came to the scene on July 3rd, 1994?
I don't recall. I think it was perhaps late in the morning.
And before that time, did you ever read the property report to determine whether or not these stains allegedly from the rear gate had been booked?
I don't recall seeing the property report prior to then.
All right. Now, when Fung came out, whenever he arrived, were you still present at that time?
Yes.
And who came with him, if anyone?
I believe he might have been by himself, but I don't know for sure.
All right. Do you have any notes which refresh your recollection?
It may be in my notes.
Well, you may be here after lunch, so can you check your notes after lunch so we won't delay?
Yes, I will.
All right, and let us know whether he came with anyone else. Who were you with at that time?
I believe I arrived alone.
All right, and you met some other people out there?
Yes.
Was Van Etter there that day?
I don't recall if he was there or not.
And you said there was some kind of a DA's walkthrough?
Yes.
That means district attorney's walkthrough?
Yes.
Were any of the DAs to my immediate right out at that scene on that particular day?
Yes.
Was it a female?
Yes.
Is that Miss Marsha Clark there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Darden wasn't there, was he?
No.
Any other DA there along with Marsha Clark?
Mr. Hodgman.
So was Marsha Clark and Bill Hodgman?
Yes.
Did you get there first?
I think I did.
You were the first one there at the scene?
I believe I was.
And who arrived next after you?
I don't want to be inaccurate about this. I don't recall the specifics as far as who arrived when.
All right, now I presume there was no log that day.
Well, there may have been a log as to who was there.
Where is the log?
Well, it would be in my murder book.
Were you planning to have lunch today? Because I might impinge upon that a little bit. Can you check that log for us all over the lunch hour?
Make a list and I'll do it.
We'll make a list of the things we'd like to have you take a look at over the lunch hour. Now, Now, with regard to your testimony yesterday, you indicated to us that you had noticed some blood splatters or some blood spots on the back of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And if we can have a photograph. I don't know if you want to cut the feed on this or not, but do you recall this particular photograph?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
10-12, Your Honor. Can you see, you can put on the big screen. This Detective Lang is the back of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. On that back, you see those blood spots or spatters?
Yes.
And did you direct the coroner's office to do something with regard to those particular blood spots and spatters?
I pointed those out to the investigator prior to the removal of the victim, yes.
And that was to Miss Radcliffe?
That's correct.
And when you say you pointed them out, you just said, take a look at these?
Something to that effect.
All right. Now, were you ever able to ascertain whether or not those blood spots and or spatters were ever collected by the coroner's office or by the criminalist or anyone and preserved and tested to determine whose blood that was on her back?
They wouldn't have been collected by our criminalists there. Normally that would be done at the coroner's office, and my information is that it was not done.
It was not done?
Yes.
You pointed out and it was not done?
Yes.
Why wasn't it done? Well, I think if he knows.
When I spoke with the coroner's criminalist, he stated to me that...
Do you know of your personal knowledge why that wasn't done, other than what somebody told you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you agree that would be important to determine whose blood that was on her back?
I felt it might be important, yes.
And in the course of your investigation, in an effort for you to determine who the perpetrators or perpetrator was, that would be a key factor if that was the perpetrator's or perpetrator's blood. Isn't that correct?
It may or may not be, but I would like to have the blood.
As an investigator, you want to get as many facts as you can. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You don't want to rush to judgment in these things, do you?
Certainly not.
So you want to gather all the facts that you possibly can. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you telling us that that blood was never examined or collected in the coroner's office? Is that correct?
That's my information, yes.
And who did you talk to in the coroner's office who gave you an explanation as to why they didn't collect that blood?
Be Mr. Mahaney.
Spell that for the...
Mahaney.
Can you spell that for us?
I believe it's M-A-H-A-N-E-Y.
And what was the date of your conversation with Mr. Mahaney?
I don't recall. It was sometime after I got the coroner's criminalist report.
And when was that?
I don't recall. This was probably several months ago.
Several months ago?
Yes.
So from the time you last saw that photograph that we just depicted on the screen for the jury, or that you saw that scene on June 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't until several months ago that you found out that they had not collected the blood that was on her back?
Yes.
And then did you institute a call to Mr. Mahaney?
Yes.
What's his title in the coroner's office?
He's a criminalist.
They have criminalists within the coroner's office?
Yes.
In addition to the doctors?
Yes.
Now, the doctor who did the autopsies in this case is Dr. Golden, G-O-L-D-I-N, right?
Yes.
And Mahaney was the criminalist assigned to this particular case?
I believe he was a criminalist on duty when the bodies arrived. I don't know that they assigned criminalists to particular cases.
So he'd be the one working to deal with this particular body, is that correct?
He was at this particular time, yes.
All right. And so when you talked to him, give us a little clearer date as to when you talked to Mahaney about their failure to collect these spots and examine them. What date was that?
Again, I don't recall. I'd have to look at the coroner's report and perhaps go from there.
And again, over the lunch hour, can you look at that for us?
Put it on the list.
All right, we'll try to get that list. The conversation that you had, did you have more than one conversation with Mahaney at all? Or just one?
Regarding this, I believe it was just one.
Did you write a report regarding that?
No.
And you never talked to anybody else in the coroner's office regarding it?
I believe I did.
And who else did you talk to about this?
I believe I had a discussion with Dr. Lakshmanan.
And he is the coroner?
Yes.
Was that after your conversation with Mahaney?
Yes.
And was that in the nature of a complaint to Dr. Lakshmanan?
No, it was in the nature of a general conversation that I had with him.
Now, were you able to ascertain of your own knowledge that this blood spot, the blood spots on Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's back, had been washed off at the coroner's office? Were you able to ascertain that?
From my own knowledge?
Yes, of your own knowledge.
No.
Well, now, you and Van Adder attended the post or the autopsy of these two bodies, isn't that correct?
Yes.
What date was that?
I believe that was on the 14th of June.
Okay, June 14th. That would have been then on a Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went over there, you saw these bodies. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
At that time, had the bodies been washed and prepped?
When we first arrived, I believe they had been at the time of autopsy, certainly.
All right, they've been washed and prepped. And so,
Yes.
at that time, did you ask the coroner, Dr. Golden, and say, look, did you preserve that blood that was on the back? Did you ask that question?
That wouldn't have been asked of Dr. Golden, no.
All right, did you ask Mahaney or any criminalists on duty that day, had they preserved it?
I didn't talk to a criminalist that day.
All right. Now, as a seasoned homicide investigator, when you attend an autopsy, you're there to observe and to point out certain things to the doctor who may not know all the facts. Isn't that correct?
That's one of the things we do, yes.
And you've agreed with me yesterday that, and every day, that in determining the time of death in a homicide case, it's oftentimes very important. Isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And now, you were present during the autopsy. Let's take first the autopsy of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson. You were present during that autopsy.
Yes.
How long did that autopsy take, sir?
I don't recall how long. I didn't time it.
All right. Your best estimate, sir.
There's an examination, of course.
Yes, sir.
Two examinations prior to autopsy by the criminalist and by the pathologist that I wasn't present for. This is part of the autopsy procedure.
Well, let's take the part when you were present, the part that you dealt with, sir.
Okay, that would be the actual autopsy. Perhaps 2 hours.
Perhaps 2
hours.
hours.
It's very difficult for me to.
Okay, and we're talking about Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's
Yes.
portion. All right. So that the examination by the criminalists or whatever would have been conducted at a time before you got there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you ask them? Did you ask the criminalist on duty that day if he'd done anything regarding these blood splatters on the back?
Not that day, no.
All right. It wasn't until 1995 that you asked that question. Did you say this year?
No, it was several months ago after I received the criminalist report of blood that he had taken from the body.
Several months ago, and that would have been what month?
Again, I'd have to look at
All right,
that
you're
report.
going to let us know that.
That's on the list.
At lunchtime. All right, now, in your role there at the scene, did you instruct the coroner, Dr. Golden, to save the stomach contents from Miss Nicole Brown Simpson so that we could use those stomach contents to extrapolate backwards with regard to the digestive process in seeking to determine the time of death?
Counsel's testifying, assumes facts not in evidence at this point.
Okay, Your Honor, may I seek to restate that in a way that doesn't do that?
Please.
Did you ask the coroner to save the stomach contents of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson?
No.
Oh, yes. That says she's wrong.
Outside the scope of his expertise.
You didn't ask the coroner to state, right?
No.
Wouldn't you have liked to have the sum of contents and not have them thrown away?
Assumes facts not.
Okay. Were the sum of contents preserved in this case?
Objections is outside the scope.
If you know, I can make it my own witness for this question, Your Honor. I'll make it my own witness for this. All right. Okay. Were the sum of contents of Nicole Brown Simpson preserved in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, but counsel can call him his own case in chief. This is beyond the scope of the
Your Honor,
fact.
Your Honor, you ruled on this.
Overruled.
And the coroner will be testifying.
Overruled. The contents were examined by Dr. Golden.
Were they preserved, sir, is the question.
I don't know.
You don't know to this date whether or not the sum of contents were preserved, sir?
I have heard that they were not preserved, but...
have you checked?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, can the witness be allowed to finish the answer, please?
Well, I want you to finish your answer, so if you have something more to say, please say it.
I'm completed.
Okay. As the investigating officer in this case, have you checked to determine whether or not the sum of contents of Nicole Brown Simpson were preserved in this case so they can be examined?
I have not personally checked, but I have knowledge that they were destroyed.
All right. Is that something you asked the coroner to do?
To destroy the stomach
Yes.
contents?
Yes.
No.
That's something you wanted done?
No.
With regard to a rape kit analysis, did you ask the coroner to perform a rape kit analysis on the body of Nicole Brown Simpson?
No.
Was that done?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, did you think that it might be helpful to make that determination regarding the rape kit analysis? And you answer that yes or no.
No.
What is a rape kit analysis?
Rape kit analysis would include swabs from the vaginal area, perhaps the anal area if there's any evidence of that, perhaps the mouth.
Now, when you arrived at the location of Bundy, you described for us that you saw candles burning in the living room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what time was this these candles were burning at that point?
Well, I arrived at 4:25 a.m., so I'm approximating 10, 15 minutes after that.
So between 4:25, let's say by 4:40 or thereabouts, the candles were burning. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you find out from talking to the other officers those candles had been burning since midnight or 12:15 or thereabouts?
Yes.
And when you went upstairs in the bedroom, how many candles did you find burning?
I don't recall exactly. I believe there were 2 or 3 or 4 in the bedroom and perhaps 2 or 3 in the bathroom.
And they were all still burning?
Yes.
So would you say there were at least 9 candles altogether burning at this point?
Yes.
And you were aware, were you not, these candles had been burning since at least 12:15, the arrival of Officer Risky, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you, in the course of your investigation, direct that any photographs or pictures be taken of these burning candles?
No.
Did it ever occur to you that we might look at the candles and determine the state of their burning at a certain particular period of time and extrapolate backwards, determine when they may have been lit? Did it occur to you ever?
Certainly not. I see no way to do that.
You see no way to do that? How large were these candles?
Candles were various widths and sizes and lengths. They were all different.
All right. Do we have any photograph anywhere of these candles burning?
No, not that I know of.
When you arrived inside the house, you also heard some music playing. Isn't that correct?
It seems to me there was music, yes.
And that music was emanating from what room?
It was somewhere in the living room area.
Did you ever ascertain whether or not that was a CD playing or what was playing?
No.
You know if it was an FM station?
No.
What kind of music did you hear?
It seemed to me to be a new wave type music, instrumentals.
New wave type?
Well, modern type instrumentals.
Kind of soft, romantic kind of thing?
I wouldn't say romantic. It's just in the back of my mind I recall this, and I can't be much more specific than to say it seemed to recall a new wave type of music.
Did you ever go over to a stereo or a component box or something and determine whether this was an FM or a CD or a tape or whatever?
No.
Did anybody in your direction ever do that?
Not under my direction, no.
There was bath water in the master bedroom in the bathtub, is that right?
I observed no bath water in the bathroom.
You never observed bath water?
That's correct.
And do you remember looking in the bathtub?
Yes.
And there was no bath water in the bathtub?
There were candles on the tub, but there was no water in the tub.
If other officers have testified there was bath water in the bathtub, do you think one of them let that bath water out before you came?
Did they leave it out? No, but I believe it drained.
All right, so you have no doubt that at some time earlier there was bath water in the bathtub?
That's the testimony of the arriving officer, that he saw bath water. I didn't see any.
You're talking about Risky?
Yes.
All right, you just didn't see it when you got there?
There was none in there when I got there.
All right. Now, with regard to the bed, you described the bed was made but rumpled. In other words, the covers were rumpled in the center of the bed. Is that correct?
Something like that, yes.
And are there any pictures or photographs taken of any of this interior area at all?
Of the bedroom?
Yes, of the bedroom.
No.
Any pictures taken of any of those candles or the bathtub at all?
No.
Any pictures taken of the stereo or component system where this music was emanating from?
No.
And the television was on in the bedroom also upstairs, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you showed us the other day, you took some pictures of a Ferrari in the garage as you were coming inside the house. But once you got inside the house by that banister, did you take any pictures of the ice cream cup that was there?
No.
We have no pictures to this date of that ice cream cup and the state of the ice cream at that point when you arrived?
It wouldn't be accurate for me to say that. I believe that in that overall shot, if one looks, they'll see what appears to be a small ice cream cup in the blow-up.
You mean that? You mean the picture? Let me approach if I can. Are you talking about from People's Exhibit 74? Is that the one taken from the garage area of the Ferrari? Is this the one you're talking about?
This is a little darker. This is the area, though, but when I viewed a photo on the stand the other day, it appeared to possible outline of an ice cream cup here where it would normally have been on the banister. But there were no photographs taken close up.
And why was that? Why didn't you do that?
I felt no reason to do that. It was not part of my crime scene. I wanted to document it, the state that it was first observed. I saw no reason to take a photograph of melted ice cream.
All right. Now, of course, it was melted by 4:25, but you're aware, are you not, that when Officer Risky first saw it at 12:35 or 12:40, it was melting and was not melted at that point. You're aware of that, is that correct?
I believe his description was melting, yes.
Right. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And wouldn't the best evidence of that have been for us to be able to look at that photograph of that Ben and Jerry's cup with a photograph or a picture having been taken that night?
Well, there was no photographer there that night with Officer Risky, and as far as best evidence, I'd never considered it evidence at all.
All right.
That's why it wasn't photographed or other things were done with it.
And as the investigator in this case, you don't always do everything you're supposed to do you? You make mistakes, don't you?
Certainly.
All right. None of us are perfect, are they?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and with regard to this ice cream cup, it was a Ben and Jerry's ice cream cup, was it?
Yes.
Now, you did take some photographs, or a photograph or two, of a knife on the kitchen, some marble or corian or whatever, granite. Is that right?
Countertop, yes.
Countertop. What date was that, those photographs taken?
That was taken on June 13th.
By this photograph, by the photographer Rokar?
I believe that would have been Rokar, yes.
All right. And so that we're clear, that knife has been tested under your direction, isn't that correct?
Yes.
There's no blood found on that knife, right?
That's correct.
No fingerprints of Mr. Simpson found on that knife, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was a lot of testimony yesterday about fingerprints, and you had that area dusted for prints inside and out, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again briefly what areas, if any, you had dusted for prints.
Inside and out?
Inside and out.
On the outside of the location, they had the fenced, runged fence fingerprinted around the immediate crime scene, around the victims. The front area, the mailbox, the intercom system, the gate, the stationary gate, the fence around the victims, as well as the railing.
May I stop you at that point? Did you have the front gate, both the inside, where one would have to come down from the house and let someone in, and the latch and the outside? Do you have both those fingerprinted also?
Yes,
Dusted footprints?
the entire gate.
All right, the entire gate was dusted?
Yes.
And the call box outside, was that dusted?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed, I'm sorry.
The railing leading along the north side of the walkway all the way to the rear gate, the two vehicles parked at the rear, one in the garage, and the black Grand Cherokee in the driveway, the front door, the moldings on either side of the front door, the bathroom on the first level as you would walk in with the moldings around it, the telephones throughout the residence.
Did you have the telephone in the living room area dusted for prints specifically?
There was a phone in the kitchen area, I believe.
All right.
Yes.
Well, do you recall one also in the living room area?
There may have been, I don't recall.
With regard to the phone in the kitchen area, I'd like to place 1022 on the Elmo and show it to Williamstown again.
All right, 1022.
1022. Can you see, see if we can make it a little clearer? Can you see that, what's depicted there, and it's apparently a speed dialer component of a phone, supposedly in the kitchen of the Bundy residence. Do you remember seeing a phone in that condition with the names by the speed dialer of Daddy, Dita, Dash, Opa, Cora, Pam, or Robin? Robin and Pam.
I can't make them out, but yes, I recall seeing that.
You remember seeing that there that particular night?
Yes.
And that's a fair portrayal of how that phone in the kitchen appeared that particular night or the date of June 13th, 1994?
I don't know. I don't recall seeing it like that.
You remember seeing the names on there, did you not?
I remember seeing some names, and I believe Daddy was the top one.
All right. Well, by the way, did you take any photographs of that yourself? Do you have any photographs?
No.
So you have none, right?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was a phone anywhere in the living room area or when you first walked in the house?
Once again, there may have been. I don't have a specific recollection of that.
And you saw the testimony of Officer Risky, did you not?
I saw parts of it.
All right. And with regard to if there was such a phone in the living room area, you would have had that dusted also, would you not have?
My instructions were for all phones.
All right.
Yes.
Well, you could continue on with what you had dusted in the interior if you had not completed it.
The knife subsequent to the examination for blood. The banister railing going up the front stairwell all the way to the top and across towards the main bedroom. Various moldings in the upstairs area. The bed in the bedroom, the posts on the bed, the television set, I believe around the bathtub off the master bedroom, the counters up in that area. There was a pack of cigarettes that I believe was on the floor of the bathroom that was printed. There may have been other areas that they did. Basically, my instructions were to do everything that had the possibility of containing prints.
So this was a thorough job that you wanted to have done to try to determine latent prints, is that correct?
I certainly wanted every area covered where someone might have left prints, yes.
Did you have the ice cream cup dusted at all?
No.
And what is a latent print, officer?
Latent print is a fingerprint that's not readily observable to the naked eye.
And so in order to bring such a print up, is there some kind of a powder that's used by the print technicians to determine whether or not they can get a print from a particular subject or object?
That's correct.
And in this case, you had a very thorough dusting done of the residence there at Bundy, and thereafter you received a report back, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And if I can show this to counsel and approach the witness room. Two-page report. I'd like to mark this as the defendant's next in order.
I believe that's 1029.
1029, thank you. I'll place a 1029 on this two-page report, Your Honor, that's labeled Los Angeles Police Department Scientific Investigation Division, Latent Print Section. 1029?
1029.
I'd like to place this two-page report before you, Detective Lang, and ask you to take a minute and take a look at that, first of all.
Okay.
Have you had occasion to see that report before today?
Yes.
And where have you seen that report?
One was forwarded to me.
And when did you receive it?
Gosh, it's been some time back. I don't recall. This particular one was probably a couple weeks ago.
All right, and with regard to that report, is that a report of the findings of the print technicians who dusted the areas you've described for the court and jury at the Bundy location?
To date, yes.
And with connection with that report, who is the print technician who did this work?
Who did the comparative work?
Yes, the comparative work.
Is Alvarado.
Alvardo.
A-L-V-A-R-D-O.
And so Alvardo, working under your direction, dusted these areas you've described for prints regarding Bundy?
No.
Okay,
Maybe I should clear that up. Alvarado did the comparison work in the lab. The dusting at the scene was done by 4 different persons.
Who were they?
Braggs, Duke, Udeshi, and Claiborne.
How do you spell those?
Braggs, B-R-A-G-G-S, Duke, D-U-K-E, Udeshi appears to be U-D-E-S-H-I, Claiborne, C-L-A-I-B-O-R-N-E.
As I understand it, then, these 4 individuals are like technicians. They're the ones who work at the field. They carry out your instructions, is that correct?
Yes.
They then take, after they make the collection of the latent prints, if any, they then take them downtown to the Scientific Investigation Division. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a comparison is made by Alvardo. Is that correct?
That's one of the things that, yes.
And then the report before you is the 2-page report is from Alvardo. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in the course of this, were you looking to determine whether or not Mr. Simpson's fingerprints were in any of these particular areas?
That's correct.
And what is the counsel? And the report you have a report as to whether or not Mr. Simpson's prints were in any of these locations, don't you?
Yes.
Trying to avoid side.
Yes, please. All right, Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to ask you a few other questions about this particular document. You asked to have a number of individuals compared, I presume, to see if you could locate their prints inside Bundy. Is that correct?
Term used is eliminated.
Eliminated.
Yes.
You sought to eliminate certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what subjects, if any, you sought to eliminate as having their prints inside the location?
All LAPD personnel at the scene, all civilian personnel at the scene, family members, any friends that we find may have visited the scene at one time or another. Just basically all persons who have had access to that scene.
Well, let's okay, you've given us some names. Was Mr. Simpson one of the people you sought to see if you eliminate?
That's correct.
All right. Was Mr. Cowlings one of the people you sought to see if he was eliminated?
Yes.
Was Mr. Marcus Allen one of the people you sought to see if he was eliminated?
I don't believe so. I don't have any record of that.
And in making a determination of whether or not anybody else you can recall was, well, let me ask you this question. Was Faye Resnick a person that you sought to eliminate?
Yes.
What about Robin Greer?
I don't recall if we ran Robin Greer's prints or even had her prints.
What about Cora Fishman?
We did not get Cora Fishman's prints.
Anyone else that you can recall that you sought to eliminate as having prints at the Bundy Street location in the analysis that was done? It's depicted on
There were
29.
There's a list of names, several names on a list. I don't have that in front of me.
Can you get that pretty readily for us?
I can check here.
See if you can get that without too much delay. By the way, while you're doing that, may I ask you a question or two?
Certainly.
What are you referring to there?
This is my murder book.
Is that your homicide book?
Yes, that's one of them.
Okay. And so how many books do you have? Homicide books do you have?
In this case?
Yes, in this case.
4 or 5.
And so
Just
over
whether,
lunch hour, if we ask you to look for something, you're going to look in your homicide books to try and find it?
if I think it's in here.
All right. And those are originals, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
This list may be with, was compiled by the Leighton Print Unit, and that's perhaps the ones who still have it. This is an ongoing process where they're adding to that every time we come up with another name. So I am not certain that I would even have that ongoing list.
All right. Would it be easier for you if we put that on the list for lunchtime? You took a look at lunchtime?
It wouldn't be easier, but I'll do it. Oh,
Well,
here it is here. I'm sorry, I do have it.
it's one less thing to do. Can I look at that with you?
Yes, this is appears to be a partial list. Persons run and eliminated. The current list, the ongoing list would be maintained by the print unit, and I don't believe all the names would be on there.
All right. Now, this list that you have here, do you mind if we mark this?
about if we have a photocopy made of it?
Please.
Let
I
the
guess you do
detective.
mind, huh? Okay, so we'll get the clerk to make a copy, Your Honor, and pass it. While we're waiting to do that, is that a complete list of everybody, including Mr. Simpson?
Once again, I don't believe it is. I think there's an ongoing list maintained by the print unit.
All right, but at the lunchtime, can you also check to see if you have any other lists? Is that the only one you have at this point?
I believe it's the only one, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, but so we're clear, what you're trying to do here is to eliminate certain individuals' fingerprints, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's an actual list of the individuals who have been eliminated at this point that comes out of your homicide book, is that right?
The list would be those who are eliminated and the ones who are made on prints.
All right, and so that we're clear, you did in fact make some individuals on the prints, is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you made some police officers, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor. He didn't
Sustained.
make anybody.
Sustained.
Well, the...
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel.
Sustained.
Well, I haven't asked the question yet.
Next question.
You objected to the? Okay. Let me see if I can state a question. There are individuals who were not eliminated, and you have the names of those individuals, is that correct?
Yes.
And on that list of people who were not eliminated, would there be some friends of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
And would there be police officers on that list also?
One police officer.
Would he be a detective?
Your Honor, full objection.
Sustained. List is...
Counsel can call a principal.
No, sustained, Counsel.
May I mark these as, we have a copy, we'll give him the original back. May I mark this as 1030, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a two-page document.
I think that's mine. Is that my original?
Maybe, that's yours. I thought I had a copy, but apparently.
You may.
You have your copy back?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll mark this two-page as 1030.
Absolutely, Passion, I do agree. The Chewbacca is Uwe from planet, yet he lives on Endor. Why would he do that? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. And I do think that the tactic of... His tactic is to do, as I told you, an overload of information and causing confusion. That way, he can confuse everybody and the person on the stand for his client. That's certainly what I think it is. Indeed. And you said very good points about that also. Because we were talking earlier about Cochran's tactics are very sleazy and they're trickster tactics. Yeah. So I will say this is a very good study about how trials were done and how this trial was carried out, the time period it was carried out. I like these older trials. Now, at this point in time, I am going to be ending it for the night and appreciate the unity and the chat being there for each other. And also, it was a good review today of the O.J. Simpson trial. I think today went well regarding that. I saw some regulars and some familiar faces. And Passion says, it's so sad it worked. Oh, how well, nothing we can do but learn. Yes, Passion, it's a learning experience, and we can know if we see something or anything going on like that, that we know what they're doing. So it's a lesson learned that we can apply to things in the future or in the present. So I think it is a good learning experience. But yeah, I definitely agree. It is unfortunate it worked. I appreciate your commentary on these trials and everybody else. And those that are watching, listening, lurking here earlier, appreciate all of you. Thank you all for coming, and peace.